out the roots, he let the beats build, bitch. And we never switch. Even if I'm rich, I'll be broke like I'm Mitch. Niggas talking down, but that's headed in the wrong direction. But I knock that shit out like the boxing section. Cause they can't touch what they can't see. All I gotta do is be the same me. All I gotta do is keep it cheap. Always be the same me. While I'm solid, boy, they can't change me. No.
What's going on? What's going on, man? We live from the boxing section, man. What's going on? What's going on? What's going on? Listen, man, we're about to have a great show tonight. We're gonna continue the show, the shit from Fred's show. We're gonna talk about some boxing. We're gonna kick back. We're gonna relax. We're gonna have a good time, man. I got my nigga with me. You know what I'm saying? The top dog. You know what I'm saying? The sex symbol, the sex icon. You know what I'm saying? Your grandma's favorite masseuse, your grandma's favorite grandson. You know what I'm saying? The nigga that created the saying, it ain't gonna go how you think it's gonna go. My motherfucking dog. Big DJ in the motherfucking house tonight. Big DJ in the motherfucking house tonight. You know what I'm saying? Donnie Jones and this bitch. What's going on?
Hey, say, man. Are we giving out my name out here? Don't we What's up, man? Hey, I didn't get your message until late, man. I'm talking about it was like 3:00 by the time I got that message. My time.
G Brown, what's going down? YV.
You know, I've been in a pretty good mood tonight, man, until, the Warriors mess around and won. But, they kind of put a damper on my night. But other than that, just been over on our brother Mark Nash show, talking a little boxing. You know what I mean? Got into a few different debates. But, shout out to my bro Mark Nash, man.
Yeah. You see, I had to level up, DJ.
What you do, man?
I had to get a new chain for the piece, man.
What you got? Okay, I see your chain. Not
to flex, but my other chain was too damn small, man. Motherfucker felt like it was gonna snap.
When I get older, I'm having back problem. The Cuban link big as hell.
Man, listen, I'm telling you, that shit was like, it was doing like this, bro. Like, I'm like, I told my jeweler, man, I said, yo, he's like, I don't think it's going, he said it's not going to really work like that. He said you could probably wear it for like a couple like days or whatever, but you can be able to wear it a lot because you know what I'm saying, it'll probably break.
Absolutely.
Man,
hold on.
Dad went out, huh?
Hold on.
You said hold on. Yeah. So I gotta say this, man. I love my black folks, man. I think that we got to do our part. I'm tired of being a victim, man. I want to be the victor now, man. You understand what I'm saying? I'm tired of always having to, oh shit, hold up. Hey, if the girl break your heart, All Positive Network gonna keep it positive. You understand what I'm saying? All Positive, what's up with it, man? You muted. All Positive, you muted.
Oh yeah, yeah, my bad. I said I got a bone to pick with you tonight, Cal. I told you the other day. I told you. Your boy Berlanga, who you think he is. Matter of fact, he ain't even as good as Omar Chica. I'm gonna go that far. Omar Chica would have got that guy out of there.
I don't know what's up with him, bro. Like he just don't seem. He seems timid, man.
He got a mental block. I've said this earlier. It's a mental block, man. It's a mental thing. I think he got the tools. It's just something's going on in this noodle, man, that just ain't right. Whether it's the rappers and whether it's hanging out with the rappers, becoming a father, all that type of stuff.
Man, it's holding your girl. Listen, y'all know how I feel about niggas going to the fight, holding their girl hand, and bitch up, their girl in the locker room and shit like that. Y'all know I hate that. I tell y'all that shit all the time. Like, as much as I love Deontay Wilder, I knew he was gonna lose when his girl was in the damn locker room. I'm like, dog, bruh, it look like you just got done hitting some shit, dog. You gotta focus. That's why, listen, I hate when, like, you see Earl, his girl in the
or it could have been this way, Kyle. Think about it like this. I said, or it could have been like this, right? Think about it. You ever been at the gym with guys hooping, and all of a sudden, you know, they go from TJ Warren to Steph Curry when girls in the gym?
Nah, hell no. Niggas be ass. Listen, a nigga was trying to impress them girls.
I've seen it, bro. I've seen the transformation happen when some girls start coming in the gym. Oh, all of a sudden, dudes got handles. They pulling threes they ain't never hit before.
Ain't nobody passing. Nobody's passing.
Nobody passing. It's all one on with straight ISO the whole game. So it could go both ways.
Yeah.
What I wouldn't want my kids and my mama at the fight.
Oh yeah, never, man. If I was a boxer, man, I would never have my family at the fight. Never that.
I'm saying inside the locker room though, bro.
Oh yeah, I don't really pay much attention.
That's a pet peeve of mine. Remember I told you that the other day when who brought that woman up in the fucking shit. Oh, remember I was saying about Canelo. Remember he had his girl, his kid, all in the locker room and shit. I said, oh, he didn't get his ass whooped.
I don't really think much about it, really. Whatever their support system is, whatever they need to perform at a high level, you know what I'm saying? Just, you know, don't change up your routine, because athletes are creatures of habit. You know, I don't think this is the first fight that is. David Benavidez just had his girl in the locker room and stuff. So, you know, it affects everybody differently. I'm not going to put that jacket on him, but at the same time.
What's his girl in the locker room?
Yeah. She was with him the whole way, from the locker room to the front row, all of that, man.
I don't like that.
Walked in with him, all that, man. So, you know, I ain't going to put that jacket on Berlanga, but it's just, I think his skills are there. I just think it's a mental block. Something is going on, whether he's still getting over the fact that he got knocked down again in his not his last fight, but the fight on the Wilder card. He got dropped for the first time in his career. I think his last 3 or 4 fights have gone the distance. After falling in love with your power, that's something different. And I think this fight, especially with the bite and everything, that it was getting to him that this guy was standing right in front of him and he couldn't knock him out. I think that got to him as well. So I think it's just a mental thing. And I think we keep forgetting that this kid, I'm not going to call him a kid because he's got a family, but this guy is only 24 years old. You know, people hit their peaks at different times. Like what we're seeing with Devin and Shakur and even Tank Davis when he was that age. I think these are all anomalies. I think more so along the lines of what you're going to see now is what you, I think more along the lines of what you always see is guys like Eddie Berlanga who need more time to develop.
Yeah, but he was fighting a guy that was 38 years old, man.
The last guy he fought was 38. I think Rose was like 36, 38 years old.
Yeah. And then, so they, like you said,
my brother,
like you said earlier, they're putting guys in front of him that he should beat.
Real quick, we got the maker of madness. You know what I'm saying? The Deacon pisser offer.
Did he piss Deacon off again?
Oh my God, boy, you should have seen it.
Oh man, here we go.
The author of aggravation, the ruler of pissing people off himself. No other than I'm just an American.
Oh yeah, he definitely took some titles from Charlotte. Those are well defended titles that he took from Charlemagne. I give him that.
And my motherfucking dog, the wet one. And I don't mean no vagina, pause, but he's Mexican, so here we go.
Hey, my people.
G, what's up, man?
I'm here with my people.
DJ, all right, I gotta talk about this real quick, man, before anything, right? So, my position is, fuck what the white man got going on. We need to police ourselves. That's been my whole sentiment. You know what I'm saying? Because a lot of white people I know help me out, put me in position to be great. You know what I'm saying? So it's a lot of times when they be like, oh, white folks this, white folks that, I can relate to the extent. But when we like, I'm just tired of being a victim. I want to be the victor. You know what I'm saying? I'm just like, fuck all that. Oh, we this happened. It happened. All right, now what we gonna do about it? How are we going to fix the past? You know what I'm saying? And I'm just like, we gotta hold each other accountable, man. Like it's like signing a record deal. You know what I'm saying? You know how back in the day they used to just sign whoever because you had talent. Now it's like, nah, nigga, we ain't just putting money behind you. You gotta bring some shit to the table. You know what I'm saying? And that's what black folks got to do. We got to bring some shit to the table, man. And we haven't done that. So
I'll say it like this, right?
You disgusting.
In my 33 years on this planet, I've only had like 2, I would say, not even bad, but I've had 2 disturbing run-ins.
Wait, you fucking 33, DJ?
I'm 33, bro.
Motherfucker, you look 43, goddamn.
I look good, goddamn it. I look good. Look.
I thought you already retired from the NFL already, man.
Yeah, I look good, man. Appreciate you. That's the thing with black people. You don't never know how old they are.
Hey, them and the Asians.
We aging like wine and not milk. I've looked the same since I was 17. I got the picture.
Oh God, you're the biggest 17-year-old.
Oh shucks! Oh my God! Ow! Oh.
What?
What happened? Probably hit his toe on the door or some shit.
Oh, my bad for that, fellas. I'm trying to dye my hair back black, man. Golly, man, this stuff is burning, man.
Just let it go, man.
Let it go. Let it go.
No. My hair grows brown. My hair grows brown. I always dye black. That's what this stuff is burning, man. This new dye I'm trying out.
Nah, man, let it go. Let that salt and pepper come on through, man. I got 5 gray hairs in my beard. I'm proud of them. I'm proud of them. I can't wait for it to fully change color.
All positive. Hey, all positive. You was there to buy Curtis Blow's first record, man. Just let them
No.
You know what I mean?
I'm saying my hair grows brown. I'm dyeing it back black. This new dye I'm trying to stuff.
Let it ride.
What's wrong with brown?
Sorry,
let it ride, man.
What's wrong with the brown?
But anywho, Mex, what's your opinion of Berlanga this weekend?
Trash. My same opinion for his last like 2 or 3 fights. Ain't changed. One trick pony.
Well, I agree with you on that, man. But I was trying to tell Kyle, man. I don't see that special, old boy, man. I don't see that special in Berlanga, man.
Hey, what's up, fellas? Yeah, man. I don't think Berlanga all that either. I'm gonna go back on mute.
He got to punch his chance like a lot of other dudes, but that's all he had.
That punch his chance ain't been working out lately. You know what I'm saying? You know, they say sometimes if all you got is a puncher's chance, that ain't much of a chance.
Especially when you don't know how to set up your punch.
He did outbox the guy.
That motherfucker tried to bite his ass, man. What the fuck?
I don't know what, man. Look at y'all talking about that. Didn't they say something about him in the amateurs though? They said that his knockout streak started when he went pro, and he never was really that type or whatnot. I could have swore they was talking about Berlanga at one time, saying that some of the guys that knew him and came up with him said that he was never really what people were saying he is now as far as a knockout artist and all that. Because man, he was on his bicycle, bro. He never even tried to stand in the pocket at no time with that man. He was always backing up. He always
caught with uppercuts.
Yeah, he just always looked nervous. And since the first time I seen him fight, of course, I'd have seen him knock people out, but that don't too much be impressing me with guys. You know what I'm saying? I just want to say that. So with Berlanga, I didn't really see what all the hype was. I still don't see all the hype. And once he was kind of pressured, he kind of did what I expected him to do, which was more or less survive the fight. That's all. Because I just thought that, that's why I said I could have sworn they said something Lewis Hinton saying they was talking about he wasn't really all that, man. And then all of a sudden they started, of course, trying to build him and Puerto Rico.
Hey, Jake Paul better than Berlanga, man.
Man, stop that shit, man.
He ain't, man.
No, Max, stop it.
Mm-hmm. He's not impressive to me, though. That's all I'm saying.
Berlanga trash, El Rayo Valenzuela, and Jose Mano Ramos. Jesus Ramos. Okay. I thought, you know what? Something else that that I noticed Saturday. It's kind of up to, and I said this earlier, it's kind of up to Xander Zayas right now to carry Puerto Rico, because a lot of the young Puerto Rican fighters that they have ain't looking too good, man. And I think they putting a lot of pressure on these kids, and rightfully so, because ever since Trinidad and Cotto, I think Puerto Rico is starving for a Puerto Rican star, and I think they have one in Xander Zayas. But I'm looking forward to his step up in competition as well, man, and seeing what he looks like. But I think this kid has the goods. The way he transitions from defense to offense is absolutely amazing. I saw the kid live and in color. I think he has everything I think he has all the tools to be a future champion. I can't wait until the next 5 or 6 years when him and Troy Isley finally run into each other. That's going to be a magnificent fight.
He don't want that Troy smoke, man.
Man, I'm not going to say that, man. I'm not going to say that, but it's going to be a good fight whenever they mix it up. I'm not counting out Xander Zayas, but I love Troy at the same time. Like I said the other day when I posted him on Instagram, his hands work. Shout out to my guy Cam.
Hey, listen. Shit. I was supposed to call that nigga today. I gotta get my shit together, man. Tomorrow should be an eventful day, though, man. I got Bobby coming through, Reese Salim coming through here tomorrow, most likely.
Okay.
Probably fight coming through here.
Okay.
I gotta get to work, man. Real talk. I gotta get to work.
Absolutely. Hey, man, you on the late night show, or you gonna interview him during the day?
I probably do a little bit of both. I ain't gonna lie. Hold on, real quick though, blood. Hey, I ain't gonna lie though, man. This chain out here killing them though. You know what I'm saying?
What's going on, 817, my brother? I still have faith in
dope chain, man. I like it.
817, what's going on?
Yeah,
Kyle want to retake his prom pictures in that chain, man.
Hey, man, the way these kids dressing for prom now, I wouldn't mind doing an adult prom. I need a redo. I need a redo, bro.
Yeah, man. So many pictures I be seeing for the prom, man. It look like a freaking one of those freak shows, like it's a joke. I'm like, I can't believe they wearing that.
Yeah.
I've never been to prom, man.
I didn't either. I didn't. My prom night, I was watching.
Me either, Max. I ain't do that. I wasn't no prom type. Yeah.
Y'all
didn't. Hey, who was wearing the Michael Jordan suit at prom? Let me find out. I know one of y'all had them baggy ass pants on.
No, we all wore forces. We all wore forces.
Hey, 817.
Straight up tux with forces on.
Hey, look, 817. You already know. You know what I mean? You hear me?
Yeah, he on his El DeBarge, Al B. Shore,
hey.
Matt Barnes shit tonight. You know what I mean? Ever since Matt Barnes slapped up Derek Fisher, he light skinned dude been getting out of hand, boy. But yeah, man. Hey, Valentina. Hey, shit got a little dicey for Valentina this weekend, bro.
Man, I had a clear 3-2, but that second round was, I could see.
Nah, them first 3 rounds was a little dicey, man.
I think
Valentina. I think Valentina pulled it out, even though I don't like that chick. I don't like her at all, but I think she probably pulled it out because with the sticking and moving.
It came down to the fifth. It came down to the fifth.
It came down to that headbutt. Once that headbutt happened, things changed.
Mm-hmm.
Once she headbutted, once they heads clashed and everything, that's when everything changed. She wasn't, man. Bullet wasn't looking like Bullet. That's all I'm saying.
But all we know,
that lady wasn't intimidated with her. Even my like I told you, my baby, she watched stuff like that. She cut for certain females too, and she was like, she ain't looking too good. She kept it a buck too. At the end of the match, she's like, Bullet didn't win. And I was surprised to hear my lady say that. She's like, she didn't win. She said, I don't like that one. You know what I'm saying? I say, I'm gonna leave it at that.
Hold on, that's
the thing.
This is the first time since the second fight with Amanda. I didn't know who won that fight.
Yeah, I didn't either.
Give it to Talia Santos. A lot of people didn't know how tough Talia Santos was. She was 19-1 in coming into that fight, man. She was a really tough chick. She wasn't no pushover. I saw her absolutely beat the brakes and rotors off Joanne Wood. I saw her beat the brakes and rotors off this other chick. I can't remember her name.
Y'all really think they was gonna let her lay and pray Bullet though? Come on, bro. She did nothing on the ground with her control. Yeah. She did nothing.
Yeah, but still though, I don't like the fact they told him to get up though. They let him up. Yeah, she almost
she
stopped.
She didn't throw no punches. She didn't throw no elbows. She didn't go for no submission. She didn't try to mount.
A lot of people do that too, man. I mean, a lot of people do. She's not the only one that do that though. I mean, I thought they let him up a little quick when they let him up. You know, and Valentina, there was one of the first opponents. Well, not one of the first, but it was recent opponents that she fought that could actually grapple better than her. So she didn't want to take it to the ground. But
she did it though. But that's the thing, she didn't. Like all the time she got Valentina on the ground because Valentina put her like tried to grapple and like the girl landed on top of her. Yeah, she got reversed. But I'm saying, like, Santos never initiated grapples or went for takedowns. It was like Valentino tried to
definitely took it down twice, Max. She definitely took it down twice.
She took it down.
Yeah,
she did.
Yeah, they had some nice exchanges on that ground, man. Like really, it was some
high level stuff, man. I was watching the switches that
Talia rolled over a couple of times, man. That was nice.
In the later rounds, the transitions, that shit was fire.
Yeah, them transitions were nice, man. I mean, you
but it wasn't like
what you're looking at to see how she was hitting, see how she was grabbing her leg and hitting them switches on her, man. It was absolutely amazing.
It wasn't no transitions like that Glover at Verhazen fight though. God,
man,
that was a fight of the year so far.
That was a fight. So I wouldn't say fight of the year, but that was a fight.
What fight's better than that? Back and forth.
Yeah, that was pretty good, DJ, for old head.
Championship last year. Chandler and Gaethje was last year, but goddamn, Chandler and not Chandler, but Gaethje and Oliveira was a good fight. Gaethje and Poirier and Oliveira was also a good fight.
Yeah, it was, man.
No, I went a five round war to the end, man. And Glover had that shit. I don't know what the fuck he was doing.
He gassed out. He got gassed out.
All he had to do was lay in praise for 30 seconds. He would have had some shit.
You're right. And
lay in praise. Just hold him down.
Yeah, I tell you what I was shocked about though. This is the first time I seen it to see Jurchek get stretched like that. Face first. I never seen that happen to her. I know she got knocked out by Namajunas, but to see her get stretched by one punch like that was crazy.
Yeah.
And shout out to her, man. She'll go down as an all-time great strawweight champion. She was a dominant champion for a while until she ran into Rose. I think she had a great career. I think she'll go into the Hall of Fame. But good job on her recognizing when the ride is over. I mean,
smart.
It was smart on her. I understand her retiring. I think it was kind of in the back of her mind going into that fight anyway. If I don't win this fight, I'm going to retire. And her getting stretched out was just the cherry on top. We've never seen, like All Positive just said, we've never seen her get stretched out like that. Even though she got dropped twice by Rose and stopped, and we saw her get beat up pretty good by Valentina. We've never seen her get iced like that, man. And that's just the old fighting thing still exists, man. When a younger fighter beats an older fighter, 9 times out of 10 in the rematch, they're going to beat them again, only quicker. We just saw it happen with Donaire, and we just saw it happen with Jędrzejczyk and Zhang Wei Li.
Speaking of Jędrzejczyk, I thought she lost to Claudia Gadelha the first time. The first fight, not the second one. She beat Gadelha the second time, but the first fight, the 3-round fight, I had a 2-1 for Gadelha. This is my opinion. I gave it the first and the third, or the second and the third, 1 or 2. I know I had a 2-1 for Gadelha pretty easily. I don't know how they gave that to Joanna.
Yeah, Jędrzejczyk lost their first fight to
man. Forever, aka 817. I see y'all in the chat, man. I meant to speak.
And she lost them first 2 rounds against Gadelha in the second fight. But she ended up piecing her up them last 3 rounds, though. Those last 3 rounds weren't in question.
Oh, man. It was brutal, man.
Gadelha got tired
trying to grapple. Yeah, her hair was a mess after the fight.
And also, this was, Joanna admitted, she was like, I'm 34. I'll be 35 this year. I've been fighting for 20 years with Muay Thai. She's a 6-time world Muay Thai champion, former UFC strawweight champion. She's been fighting a long time. Good job on her. Like I said, great fighting career. She'll go into the Hall of Fame, like I said earlier, and it's just time to call it a career. She wants to be she recently got married. This is her first fight since she lost to Zhang Wei Li in a fight. I actually thought she won. I thought she beat Wei Li the first time.
I did too.
But it is what it is, man.
You like blue blood when it comes to this MMA, man. You be knowing all that shit.
Man, I follow the sport, bro. I follow the sport.
That was the greatest. That was one of the greatest. That was the greatest female MMA fight of all time.
Oh yeah.
All time.
Yeah.
And like we talked about, that was on the undercard of a stink fest, a 25-minute stare fest. That's why that's
Who was the main event that night? Who was the main event that night?
Adesanya and Romero.
Romero. That was Adesanya Romero.
Yeah.
Trash.
Yeah. Garbage.
Yeah. Yeah.
Hey, Max.
Well, yeah, man. She'll be missed in the sport.
that
I
name?
mean,
I want to let you know right now, you cannot talk on this panel. You're not black. You cannot talk about black issues on this panel.
man, don't bring up.
I can't talk about rap. I can't talk about the NBA. I can't talk about.
Man, please don't. Let's not talk
I can't
about
talk
the
about
NBA
soul
because I'm about to lose a shitload of money right now. Don't talk about the NBA, man. Boston better win this next game, bro.
They're not, bro. They're not.
I'm finna lose some money.
Nope.
Boston, man, they struggling right now because they complaining to the refs too much. I like how Coach U told his guys tonight, quit complaining to the refs. I see Jason Tatum complaining to the refs a lot.
Bro.
Jason Tatum's complaining to the refs a lot, and I think it's affecting his game. And they turning the ball over. They making uncharacteristic mistakes. They ain't never turned the ball over this much. And I think it's because they playing because I don't think the Warriors can beat them. I think Boston is beating themselves. I don't think the Warriors are doing anything just absolutely astonishing to beat them. I think Boston
after game 4, you saw how it was gonna go. Because after game there's no way the NBA was gonna let the Warriors go down 3-1 to the fucking Celtics at all. So once that got turned around,
I think the Celtics they had 18 turnovers in game 4, and how many they had tonight? I lost count after 15.
But Jaylen Brown was turning the ball over a lot. I thought he was saving points.
They're
he was forcing shit too. Him and Tatum were just forcing shit back and forth.
That's the problem with Boston, man. Boston is doing way too much isolation, man. They're not moving the ball. It's like
it's not that they just doing too much isolation, because that's how. Remember in game 3, they were taking turns just abusing Steph and abusing Jordan Poole. But I think now that they're not getting those calls and Robert Williams being hurt, I think it's really affecting how
Robert Williams is an X factor.
I think it's affecting how they play. I think the refs are in their head more than Golden State is.
Listen, the refs are terrible, dog. They begin fouled out a lot.
It's on now. I don't think the refs are completely horrible because they're giving them calls too. But it's one sequence I did not like. I didn't like when Clay clearly pushed Marcus Smart. Then Marcus Smart went to the other end and pushed off on Poole. He got an offensive foul.
Since when did they call push off offense? Bro, they let everyone push off in this fucking league.
They were called, but see, this is the thing. They were calling it last series against Miami. They were calling it on Jason Tatum, and they were calling it on Jason Brown, and they called it on Jimmy Butler. They called it on Bam Adebayo. I
like that they call it. Don't get it twisted, because
I like that they call it, but you gotta go play after that. And I see Jason Tatum lagging back on defense, complaining about calls. I see
every coach always says you play to the whistle, man. Calls. You play to the whistle all the time. Fuck what you thought happened.
Yeah, I like when they call it, but the thing is, they didn't call it when Clay did it to Marcus Smart. That's what I was upset about. When Clay
inconsistency that you're talking about.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about.
Hold on. Let's be real. They gotta help Clay, man, because he ain't the same. You know, they gotta give him a little love. That's that old school love. That's like, here you go, Clay. I got you, bro.
Yeah, but that turned the whole game around. That one push off and gave him an open 3. That turned the whole game around. They never recovered from that. And then Marcus Smart got a technical.
Here you go.
and then he got an offensive foul.
Yeah. Yeah, it's whatever, man. It's Bulls on mine, man. We coming for that.
But at the end of the day, Boston is not playing a smart series, man. They could have had both of them. They beat themselves. They're not playing smart. It's way too much isolation basketball. Then that's
why I wanted the Heat to win in that series, because I thought they were a better matchup.
Yeah,
no,
man.
Boston is still a good matchup. It's just after you go 0 for 12 from 3, stop jacking up threes. Just
stop shooting threes. Stop
put the ball in the cup, man.
And then when they went on the streak, when they hit 7 threes in a row. And they kept shooting 3. I like, this is going to end bad because when they hit 7 in a row, they kept shooting.
Hey, they need Chris Paul.
No, man, no.
Hell no.
I like Chris Paul, but no, man. Chris Paul
never accomplished shit. No.
I ain't gonna go that far, but
Chris Paul.
I think they're fine. I think they're fine.
They need a big.
I think they're still a good group. And I said 3 years ago that they would win a championship. I got that on record.
They need a true point guard, bro. Marcus Smart ain't it.
No, they play great team ball, man.
They just
they're shooting terrible from three. I think they shooting like 27% from three, and and it's just the turnovers, man. They have two games in a row. You have damn near 20 turnovers in both games. You're beating yourself. It's just like in football.
They need someone like Lonzo, but he's ours, so you can't have him. But someone like that.
What y'all about to lose Zach LaVine though?
Yeah, whatever. That clears up hella cap though. That clears up hella cap though.
It's not that they're playing smart. It's just that like when you got guys like Derek White isolating, I like, come on, man.
Yeah.
He's great off the dribble. He's great off the dribble.
Nah, man. I hate that. He plays for us. I never liked Derek White. I was glad he left.
He had his moments, but overall, he's trash. He be hurting that team. Like
I can't say nobody in the league is trash, even Draymond.
No, I can't think
of
If Draymond pulled up to your local rec right now, he'd give anybody 20-10.
Oh, he'll kill.
Obviously. But what I'm saying is he's not who he thinks he is in his head when he's on that court. He's not who he thinks he is. He think he Curry sometimes. He think he's out AI sometimes out there. It's like, you're not that guy, bro.
But that same ego is what got him to the league, though. That same ego is what got him to the league. So, I ain't going to say nobody in the league is trash. They might not be playing well. Like the Celtics are just not playing good basketball.
Cristiano Ronaldo is fucking trash. Fuck that dude. He been on the Bulls. I don't know why they keep that dude. He's trash. I'm talking about, like, I'll be looking at the game more than just making shots. What are you doing on the court when you're not in the ball? Are you covering on defense? Are you, like, what are you doing? You switch it like this? Some dudes are completely clueless out there sometimes, man. You see dudes that are just covering nobody. Like, bro, are you not?
That's bad coaching. That's the coaches should ring. That's bad coaching, and he should ring them in. Like, yo, you got to change that. And like I said, Boston just isn't moving the ball. Boston, they're not moving without the ball. They're not moving the ball. Everybody, when one person gets the ball, everybody just stands around.
But you see what happens?
Move the ball. Even when they do move the ball, they jacking up bad threes and they missing.
Yeah, bad threes.
And then it becomes a pattern because then another person's gonna feel like, well, this motherfucker just missed his last 3 shots. I'll get to at least a one. And then everyone starts competing for that shot now instead of working together. You know what I mean? It gets ugly on the basketball court. You know what I'm saying? You feel like you're not getting the ball. This dude's jacking up shots. You gonna do some dumb shit with it next time you get it.
And they play. I will give them this much. Yeah. Go ahead. I said they did play great defense on Steph this game. Great defense.
Mm-hmm. They've been playing great defense on Steph. Aside from a couple games, they've been playing great defense on Steph the whole series. They've been making him work for all his shots. I just think it's on the offensive end when they start complaining about calls, and I think that's really affecting the way that they play, because I think it's in Jason Tatum's head and in Jaylen Brown's head. When I drive to the cup, I'm not going to get a call. So they just jacking up. Just drive to the cup and get a. I mean, just go dunk on them, man. Especially when Golden State goes small and they have Draymond. I'm attacking the rim, bro.
Jordan would never. Jordan just dunk on you.
Well, it's different defenses the day than Jordan face. Like, I know Jordan face more physical. No, I know Jordan face a more physical defense.
It's way easier now. I mean, especially
way easier now.
But I'm saying,
the Pistons was gone. Jordan.
I don't think. I'm just saying though, the defense was more physical in the 80s and 90s, but they don't have illegal defense now. That's the only thing about it. Like, you don't have to guard your man. You back in the day, you had to stay within 2 arms length of your man. They don't have it today, so you can guard a man when he doesn't have the ball. So if you got to.
That also means that there's a lot. But that also means there's a lot more holes where no one's guarding you. There's a lot more times on that court where nobody is nowhere near you at all.
Because the way the game is played now is positionless. All 5 guys can do the same. Can pretty much do the same thing.
But if you know anything about
Jordan dominated the league when it was big central.
If you know anything about beating zone, the easiest way to beat a zone is what? A mid-range shot. Who's the greatest mid-range shooter of all fucking time? Like,
I don't think Jordan's the greatest mid-range shooter. There are some great shooters in mid-range, but
he's the money mid-range.
But you notice that you don't see a lot of centers get dunked on nowadays. Because
they're not there. There's no three. There's defensive 3 in the key.
Yeah. It's no on defensive 3 in the key, but you can't sit in the paint. You can't sit in the paint on defense. But I'm saying, but you can at least don't have to guard your man. You don't have to guard your man. So can you imagine a guy like Mutombo? How many blocks he would have?
You can't be by the rim. You can't be by the rim. And then if you're not,
you can't be in the paint. But you don't have to guard your man. You can stand outside.
The paint is in the rim, bro. Yeah. The paint's like 10 feet wide. The rim's right in the middle.
Yeah, but I'm saying you can stand outside the paint. You couldn't do that.
That's what I'm saying. So if you're outside the paint and you have to come over, what are you doing? You're in motion, foul. That's it. Your feet are moving every time. If you guys are big trying to come over.
No. What I'm saying is, centers today they can sit near the paint. They can sit near the paint. You couldn't do that back in the day because the center could pull that, like Patrick Ewing. Patrick Ewing couldn't sit near the paint because Bill Cartwright would pull him away from the paint. So all the posters Jordan got on Ewing, Ewing was coming over. He couldn't just be there waiting on it. He had to come over and try to block the shot. Jordan never faced defenses like that in the NBA, only in college. Like I said, that's why you don't see a lot of centers getting dunked on.
Oh, you mean where he won the championship?
817's point, we got to stop acting like, fouling was good
big
defense.
Difference.
We got to stop acting like fouling was good defense, though.
Yeah, but a hand check is not fouling. Hand check is just be able to ride the hit with your hand. You can't extend, you can't push and extend and control, but you can make it physical. Even if it's at a slight forearm, you should be able to do something because on offense they can do whatever the fuck they want to you.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, man, motherfucker can give you a stone cold stunner if he wants before he goes to the fucking hole on offense. Red?
That's not true, because we just talked about how they getting called for pushing off now with offensive fouls.
Now, DJ, ask yourself, how many calls was it? And how many times does it happen? You can do it all game. Yeah, they might call it here and there, but they ain't calling all that shit. You can do whatever you want. Now, in the 90s, you could do it on offense, too. I'm not saying you couldn't, but you could also do it back on defense where you can struggle. It's a little more of a fight about it. You know what I mean? The offense now is totally dominated. Like, you can do whatever the fuck you want on offense. So that's my only argument is back in that era.
The floor spacing is different because nobody's packing the paint trying to stop a big man. The big man is now taking you off the dribble and pulling threes now. So
pulling threes.
But a dominant big man would eat in this era. Like Shaq would destroy this era. Fuck if you could shoot a three. Who's going to stop him in the paint?
He would destroy, but at the same time, if Shaq,
but you can say the same thing about the guards.
Patrick Ewing would have destroyed this era.
So you can say the same thing about the big man that you can say about the guards. The guards would have absolutely ate in that last era.
In the 90s?
Yeah, these guards today would have
except for the physicality, though.
Again, we got to stop acting like fouling was good defense.
Hand checking.
It may not have been good defense,
I'm not talking about the 80s.
I'm talking about the 80s and the 90s. I'm talking about the 80s and the 90s. Like Gilbert Arenas said, I saw what happened when a stretch 2-3 came into the league who couldn't shoot at all, and that was Grant Hill, and he was barbecuing dudes. So let's not act like these guys now. Let's not act like these guys now wouldn't absolutely eat in the 90s.
No, some of them, not all of them.
Yeah.
Not
some
all
of them would, for sure.
Not all of them.
Like, you can't tell me Chris Paul wouldn't have had a couple rings back in the day.
The top dudes is still eat. The top dudes.
See, but Chris Paul's still physical, man. I don't even watch hoop no more, bro. Like, and I used to hoop. Like I said, I come from hoopers and all that. We all well over. It's different now, bro. Like he said, no hand checking and all the stuff y'all talking about. It's so ridiculous to hear people talk about that stuff now, man. To where I don't even watch hoop no more.
Bro, like, you can fucking travel, do a double step back and shit. How do you guard shit like that?
And when he was talking about the zone earlier, 817, you was right. A lot of times it'd be later in the game when they're trying to stretch out. But if you had a good shooter, he gonna blow your zone up, bro. But I understand what you're saying. Like, yeah, they would use it sometimes, but all in all, bro, like that the high is not aggressive at all now. Yeah, I ain't watched basketball and I don't know how long. Because when I started seeing them change those rules, bro, I was like, all right, I see what they're doing. Like Max said, it's a whole lot better for the offense, you know what I'm saying? But what do you do with guys who come in like the old Pistons and all that, who are a defensive team? Do you take away one of their weapons, bro? But that's all I want to say, because I'll let y'all talk about that. Hoop don't even move me no more, bro. For real.
You're right. You're right about that.
Yeah, I don't watch hoops until after the All-Star break, because that's when the season really matters.
I only watch playoffs. That's it.
No, I watch about 70 Spurs games a year. That's my team. I watch about.
My brother keep me up on that. He still watch it. He love all that, but he know me, man. Because like I said, I played the 2. I played the 3. I was in middle school. I was a big. But even now, man, y'all talking about some of these guards, man, they get tore out the frame, bro. I know y'all probably don't believe that, but yeah, like y'all said, when we was fouling back then, yeah, ain't no guard finna come in that lane acting like that.
I agree.
Hey, 817, that's not necessarily true, because we saw it in the first round this year. Celtics got physical with Kevin Durant. They got physical with Kyrie Irving, and it affected them. So they got physical with Jimmy Butler.
I can't touch you.
They got
I can't put my body up against yours. I can't hand check you. I can't put the hip on you. Like, bro,
okay,
what am I supposed to do?
That's my point, DJ. So if that worked to get through all those dudes that you just mentioned, what do you think they're gonna do in the 90s when it's 82 games?
Everybody wouldn't like that. Everybody wouldn't like that, Max. Everybody.
A lot of them were.
A lot of them were.
A lot of
them. Nah, the Pistons weren't the only team that played. The Pistons the only team that got criticized for, but a lot of teams played like the Pistons. Another thing, there was Unless they did. A lot of teams, no, the Pistons were the only team that got criticized. A lot of teams played like the Pistons. They just didn't get criticized for it.
Nah, listen.
A lot of teams
got criticized because they beat up the darlings of the league.
No, I'm telling you, man.
In one playoff, the Pistons beat the Celtics, the Bulls, and the Lakers. They got criticized because they beat up the darlings of the league.
89, they did that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, okay.
But the thing is, there was a lot of good defensive guards back in the day. Like me personally, one of the greatest defensive point guards of all time is Muggsy Bogues. You could not put the ball in, and you know why? You couldn't put the ball in. Muggsy Bogues, he's one of the greatest defensive point guards ever. You couldn't put. You could not put the ball.
And to his point,
you could not put the ball.
To his point, guards like God Shammgod and Rod Strickland would absolutely eat in this era.
I said defensive point guard.
With the freedom, dude, Pistol Pete would murder this era. You can do whatever you want with the ball. You can do whatever you want with the ball. Oh,
Sidney Moncrief,
what you think Kevin Durant would do against them slow ass players in the 80s?
Get injured.
Who was slow? Who was slow in the 80s?
Get injured. Be on the bench, getting injured.
A lot of the big guys could shoot, but the coach wasn't allowing that. They
weren't allowing to shoot. They would not allow them to shoot.
I got guys, and I know that was damn near 7 foot
they
with
weren't
knife
doing
from
it,
the
so I don't
arm.
give a fuck what we're talking about.
The coach would not look. Let me give you a perfect example. The Kevin Mutombo never hit a 3-pointer his whole NBA career. He played 20 years, never hit a 3-pointer. The Kevin Mutombo, when he retired, he went on NBA TV. This man is draining 3-pointers. Now I ask people, do you think that Kevin Mutombo retired and learned how to shoot threes, or you think he could always shoot and coaches wouldn't let him shoot?
Yeah, you get benched for that. Like legitimately get benched.
Centers wasn't shooting threes back then. Robert Parrish never hit a 3 in 20 years. Never hit a 3-pointer his whole NBA career.
There's a famous John Wooden quote. If he saw, I forgot who he saw dunk in the pros. It was like, what would you have done, coach? He'd have been out of the game before the ball even touched the floor. So
what's up, Big Reggie? I see you out there.
What's going on, Reg? What's going on, Champion Heart?
Good.
But
I think
go ahead.
You can get. I think when comparing eras, it's like if you know the rule changes, then you can compare. Now, I would say the top dudes in this league will still be able to ball out. I think Durant, LeBron. I think Steph still to a certain point. I mean, because we had Drazen back there too. Drazen back then too. So it's like I think they would definitely be able to play. But the thing is, you're adding that to the talent that was already there, and they're not going to be the cream that rises to the top in that era. They're going to be good players. They're going to be all stars, but they're not going to be the champions.
Steph Curry is not shooting 12 threes a game playing under Pat Riley.
Fuck no.
That's not going to happen.
That's why I said Steph was always lucky to get to that. Mark Jackson kind of seen what he could do and open this shit up, and then he got with Steve, and they let him explore and play the way he wanted to play. Just like Magic was lucky that Pat Riley did give him that leeway to be able to create because he had proven it in college. But there's not a lot of like some coaches are just like it's my system and that's it.
Some coaches destroy players.
Yeah,
because
sure.
I remember when Randolph Childress came out of Wake Forest, I'm thinking if this guy was doing this in college against the zone, he's gonna kill in the NBA when they can't play zone against him. Then he gets to Portland and the coaches restricted him, and then he was out of the league in a few years. You know what I'm saying? I was like, some coaches.
But you also got to be coachable too, though. I mean, that's part of being a player. It shouldn't be that hard to and if you do, you just gain more knowledge of how to play the new system. That should give you knowledge of how to defend one too if you run into it.
But sometimes coaches don't know what they got because then you have a guy like Joe Johnson who's bouncing from team to team, so he finally landed, and he landed in Atlanta where he was doing it. He finally because they didn't know what to do with Joe Johnson up in Phoenix, and then it was Atlanta he got to. He started killing. Like sometimes coaches don't know what they have. Popovich is notorious for that. I'm a Spurs fan. Popovich a lot of times do not know what he has. Like he's still looking. He doesn't let a lot of power forwards play their game. Every time he gets a power forward, he tries to make him into Tim Duncan. Everybody can't be Tim Duncan. So that's why when a lot of big men leave our team, they go to other teams and they do better. Because Popovich he doesn't know how to handle guys that don't have talent. Like Tim Duncan. Tim Duncan spoiled him,
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's a mix, but right now it's a player-driven league, mostly though. I mean, players fucking get the coaches fired on a regular basis in this league now. It's not like it used to be. So Pop's probably the last of that
6
breed.
years. You ain't got 6 years like you used to. I mean, you see it now, even with football.
Motherfuckers is winning championships and getting fired the next year in the NBA. That's what's happening. Motherfuckers is winning championships and getting fired the next year. Like, where did they do that at?
I mean, shit. I mean,
so that narrative about a motherfucking talent coming in and not being able to do his thing, you know what I'm saying? A real coach recognizes talent.
Oh, what's up, 817? What's going on, brother? It's been a while, man.
A false one gonna fuck around and get fired. You seen the coach rise some championship motherfucking player coattails and fuck around and get fired this year because he couldn't make small adjustments or command the motherfucking respect. A player got to be able to command the coach respect, and a coach got to be able to command the players' respect. It's a two-way street.
Don't respect coaches. They're AAU players.
Bullshit. Magic respected Pat, and Pat respected Magic
now,
for what he could do.
Era.
Hey, and you do know
That's
Magic got
too.
You do know Magic got Paul Westhead fired, right?
Fuck yeah,
you know
Paul Westhead was an idiot.
But Paul Westhead got him a championship.
Fired.
He got him a championship though. You know,
he still got himself fired. He got himself fired. He fucked up with the player and he fucked up with the owner.
Yeah.
The owner knew the talent. You feel what I'm saying?
Yeah,
so
P
game. So a lot of times the owner feels a certain way about a player, and the coach and the organization don't. And what they end up doing, they end up getting the player anyway.
Yep.
We seen Glenn Taylor paid the shit out of Wiggins.
Hey, y'all, right quick, can I ask
nobody thought he should have got paid like that.
Go ahead, Shake. What was you about to say, bro?
No, I'm finna kind of circle back just as far as with Berlanga. I know everybody been kind of talking about it, but none of y'all gonna really bring up the whole biting thing, man. As far as his mental state, you know what I mean?
He joked about it too.
I said that shit.
Yeah, because that's a big thing,
jokes,
and then he tried to bring Mike Tyson in. Like I said, y'all know everybody be on the different channels and everything checking it out, but that was a big one for me. When I saw that during the fight, that just confirmed how I felt about him already. I'm like, yeah, he just not mentally.
Nah, he ain't mentally strong. Nah, if you trying to bite motherfucking me, who was that? Not Steve Rose, but Angulo. If you trying to bite Angulo, what the fuck you gonna do in there with Benavidez?
Yeah, Angulo ain't never get him. He didn't hit him back. He didn't get upset with him. If you notice that even when he bit him, he just kind of backed off. He didn't say nothing too much or nothing like that. So like y'all say, when he get in there with somebody else, man, they're gonna try to take his head off of that nonsense.
Yeah, it's not gonna get that deep.
I think it was really bothering him that a guy was standing right in front of him and he couldn't knock him out. I think that was bothering him as well. Another 38-year-old fighter. The last two fighters he fought were 38 years old and had been knocked out before. And I think it's in his head now. The last two guys that he fought that he was supposed to knock out, he couldn't get him out of there. And I think that's in his head now too.
Angulo was walking, and I mean literally walking him down, just walking, not shuffling, nothing. He just was walking forward towards this guy, and he just kept scooting back. I'm like, man, when is he going to like stand his ground and come with something? But I know Angulo got pop in his hand too, though.
But check it out, in shape. One thing about a man when he don't come in on weight, what that means is one of two things. Not DJ, but Knockout had said it the other day, and Pac-Man had said it too, that he didn't come in on weight. And I said right then, it's two things a man thinking about if he don't come in on weight. One, he not professional and didn't take the shit seriously. Or number two, he trying to hurt your motherfucking ass and he don't want to go 12 rounds. He feel like he need the extra weight to put that oomph on your ass.
Yep, and be able to take something back from you. You right, 817. You come in a little heavy to take it and to give it. Yep.
Thank you. And then Angulo, he was trying to knock his motherfucking ass out. I don't know if anybody else seen that.
Oh, I see it. That's why I said all he did was back up the whole time. The back of his shoes were worn down as much as he was backing up, bro. He was just backing up the whole time. And I was expecting for him, considering he was on that knockout streak, even though he went dead, to kind of try to show the crowd that he'll stand in there. That's a negative. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, he had, and then they started talking about him actually having to show his boxing skills. Nah, that nigga was trying to get out that kitchen, bro.
They're talking about boxing. I love when they start saying they boxing, but never mind. I'm not gonna go into that part of the conversation.
No, let's get into it. Say it.
Yeah, you know how it is. Like
I know. You know. Go ahead.
Yeah, Lomachenko. Oh, the ankles. All that old nonsense. Whenever they do it, that's what's going on. Whenever we do it, we on a bicycle.
Dude,
bicycle. He was on
after
that
Devin Haney gets a hold of Lomachenko, we're not gonna have to worry about hearing his name anymore because he's gonna get destroyed.
Yeah, he gonna retire Lomachenko. I figured it'd be Devin Haney or Shakur Stevenson that actually retired Lomachenko.
Because the fight didn't even seem that heated enough for him to fight nobody, though, DJ. Like, I was even kind of wondering, like, what did I miss? Yeah, excuse me, y'all. Yeah, what did I miss to where you got that frustrated till you wanted to bite this man? You know what I mean? And they just kind of glossed over.
And he should have got a point taken from that shit, though. That ain't no accident. It's not like
he should have got fined. I think he should get fined.
And you see how many times he tried to bite him out? Whenever they showed the replay, he was trying a couple of times. Yeah.
And for the referee to miss it, right? And then for the commentator to bring it up later and for you to see the sanctioning bodies not make a move. You dig what I'm saying? Also for them, for the network to run along with that narrative and to implement the narrative of him boxing and using his tools and skills. And that's what people have been complaining about and wanting to see. You know what I'm saying? Because they also set that narrative for guys like Dev and others that they run it when they actually just box it. You feel what I'm saying? Like, I mean, there was very few times you seen the boy lock his feet in the ground and actually go forward. You know what I'm saying? It wasn't like some go forward, go backwards, none of that. You dig what I'm saying? He wasn't walking them into traps or anything. He was literally trying to get out of the way. There's a difference. Tank was walking Rolly into some shit. You feel what I'm saying? You could actually see him walking somebody into shit. You didn't see him. Berlanga couldn't put that shit together.
Yeah, and boxing conversation with Reggie, you right, Kinfolk. That's what I was thinking. Berlanga biting Angulo shows he has quit and will look for a way out of a fight. That's what I was thinking. That's exactly what I was thinking too. I wanted somebody else to say that Reggie hit it on the head. Yep.
So we got questions about his heart now. Okay, I got you.
That's what I was saying. As far as him, how he looked scared, DJ. Like he really looked scared. And a couple of them shots kind of buzzed him a little bit. And I saw his demeanor change, like his whole demeanor changed. And from there on, I was kind of, like you say, you put it on mute and you sitting there watching. And I noticed that's all he was doing. Like 817, he seemed like, okay, I'm going to keep busy enough to where it don't look like I'm running. But yeah, I'm finna stay out of the way of this guy because I done felt his power. You know what I'm saying? That's what it looked like to me.
Facts.
I think he has that Adrian Broner disease right now. I think he got dropped. What was it, last October when he was on that Fury Wilder card? He got dropped for the first time in his career. And I think that's still in his head, as well as all the other I'm gonna call them distractions. When you got Fat Joe and everybody else and all these rappers from New York coming out and they standing in your corner, they coming to you fight, and you look out and you see in the front row, you got all these famous people here to see you on Puerto Rican Day, and even before this fight in the Steve Rose fight, you got people coming out to support you. I think it's more so along the lines of he doesn't want to look bad, but at the same time, he's not really. It's in his head. The last time I really stood in that pocket in exchange with somebody, I got dropped. So I think that's also playing a factor into the way that he's looking now.
Oh yeah,
too much, too fast, too soon. Yeah, too much, too fast, too soon. Facts, DJ. That's perfect. And I was just finna bring up AB before we got into this, and him finally scraping the bottom of the pot. It looks like, you know what I'm saying? You know how you scorch the goddamn pot and you got to scrape the shit out the bottom? Mm-hmm. It looked like AB really scraping the bottom of the motherfucking pot. He by himself. Everybody done made a meme out of him. Everybody done walked away. And I think that's what it's going to take for Berlanga. But see, the thing about Berlanga, and say what you want to about AB, he done made a fool of himself many times, y'all. You know what I'm saying? I agree. But what he has shown is heart. Absolutely. He's shown heart at different times, times throughout his career. He's shown heart. You know what I'm saying? So I can say, there may possibly be a way for him to redeem himself, not back to where he was or anything of that nature, right? But to come back, be competitive, maybe beat somebody and not go out, you know what I'm saying, the way we've seen him. But Berlanga, with the shit that he was showing the other day and he been showing, he shows me that if he flames out, there is no redemption. You feel what I'm saying? I don't think he got the heart, the gumption. I think when everything go away from him, shit, he'll just be able to say, I did it. You feel what I'm saying? Or I tried to do it. He one of them type of motherfuckers. I don't think he got that comeback. What y'all think?
I know he was shook by how quiet that crowd. He saw that too, though. You know what I mean? You see how quiet he stayed the whole time. You in that boxing, you focusing, trying to get the job done, but you hear that crowd.
Yeah, I think that's why he tried to bite the motherfucker, because the crowd was booing a little bit and was restless, and he was ready to tap out, like Red say.
I only got 2 words to say. Fuck Berlanga. He's trash. That's it. He don't even deserve this
I think the skills are there, but I just think it's a mental block right now. I think it's something going on in this noodle, man.
Bro, what skills? He's fighting subpar competition and barely getting by. What skills? Put him against any of the top 10 people in this fucking division and gets fucking ran through.
I'll say this.
Jake Paul. I'm taking Jake Paul.
Put him in there with Morrell and he gets smoked right now. You put him in there with Morrell and he gets smoked.
Jake Paul, he gets slipped.
Man, stop with the Jake Paul, man.
Let's go. You don't want these Jake Paul problems, Berlanga. This is what Berlanga, a real boxer. He a real boxer.
Hey, tell Jake Paul to fight Okolie. Tell Jake Paul to fight Okolie since he like that.
Nah, I you know what? I'm with Max. For one time, I'm with him. I want Berlanga. Let Berlanga get a hold of Jake Paul. I'm with it. I'm motherfucking with it.
112.
But check this out.
112.
But check this out.
112.
But check this out.
Hey, clip that shit.
I'm all Berlanga. I'm team Berlanga like a motherfucker. Berlanga will knock his jelly out that road, bro.
Man, Jake Paul is a cruiserweight, bro.
Jake Paul will decapitate that guy, man.
Jake Paul is a cruiserweight, bro.
That's fine. That evens it out.
Hey, Berlanga got. Hey, look,
shit out, bro.
This.
Jake Paul got.
Berlanga got the experience.
Even if Berlanga doesn't cut weight, right? He easily got 10, 15 pounds on Berlanga.
That's Mayweather beat Canelo.
Listen, bro. I feel like Berlanga sorry ass got enough skills to get in there and to whoop up on Jake Paul, bro.
I don't think he survives all those rounds without getting that right hand, man.
Say, man,
stop, what rounds? Hell, it won't be nothing but a 4-round fight.
I'll be 8. He was on 8 on the last one. I think with Woodley. It didn't last that long,
bro, with Tyron Woodley though, fam.
hey. Tyron Woodley done beat other men unconscious before with his fist, so I'm just saying it's not boxing, man.
In a different discipline, man.
It's not boxing,
like Ellaby right now,
bro. But I'm saying he can punch, though.
But yeah, makes you sound like Ellaby selling tank, bro.
8 ounce or 10 ounce cushions.
I bet Berlanga's fucking fourth fight wasn't someone on a Tyron Woodley level. It was below that. Bet.
Mix, do me a favor, bro. Just grow that shit out, paint it white, and start waving American flags. You the new Don King, boy. You tell anything.
American.
This motherfucker.
Right.
Well, Max ain't got nothing.
I tell you what. Not
a lick of sense, bro. Not a lick.
Berlanga, right? Since we gonna do Berlanga.
Look at it, boy.
And Jake Paul said anybody under 10 fights, put him in there with Morrell and see what happens.
I think they're paying Max, man. I think Jake Paul paying Max, y'all.
Hey, Morrell didn't look. I mean, even though he got the KO, he ain't ready for Benavidez.
No.
Benavidez dog walks around shit.
He gets totally beaten out of him with David Benavidez.
Yeah, he's not ready for Benavidez. They thing, man. They be rushing.
He might not even be ready for Caleb Plant, and I'm not even a Caleb Plant fan.
That's the fight that needs to happen, though. Like fuck Benavidez and Charlo. Plant and Benavidez needs to happen.
Yeah.
Like, there's no way in 7 hells a man will call me sweet cheeks and you not get seen about. Like, fuck all this other stuff. Caleb Plant and David Benavidez needs to happen.
Yeah, they gotta run that fade.
This is one of them Morales and Pacquiao fights, right? Fuck a belt. These two just need to get in there and mix it up.
Facts. I think, when you talk about levels of disrespect, I always think about Mayorga when he slapped Moses'
Moses'
wife on the ass, bro.
Ooh, see, you gotta see me after that.
You gotta see me, fam.
Yeah.
You got to see me, right? That's just one of them ones where you can't agree to disagree or go the other way. Nah, fam, you got the motherfucker.
You don't touch my wife. Yeah, I try to be peaceful over here and everything like that, but yeah, I'll fold you like a taco. You touch.
I'm telling you,
even my Orga and De La Hoya, when he was calling De La Hoya Maricon the whole fight. He's like, come on, Maricon, just disrespecting his wife, disrespecting his family. You gotta see me. Say what you want to say, but you gotta see me after that.
Hey, I mean, if we talk about top 10 disrespectful motherfuckers, Ricardo Mayorga, say he was a bad motherfucker, bro.
Yeah,
hey, beat your ass and fire up a square in the ring, bro.
I was just gonna say, I was wondering who's gonna bring the cigarette up first. It was DJ. I was waiting.
Hey, he gonna fire that square up, call you a bitch.
Drink a beer.
Talk about your old lady. He gonna fuck your old lady, like everything, bro.
I came up with a lot of Nicaraguans, boy. They be off the chain. My boy Sapo was like that. Yeah, them Nicaraguans be different, bro.
And even going back to MMA, remember Chael Sonnen told Anderson Silva,
"You gonna quit stealing my stuff, DJ? How he like his steak? Yeah,
he did.
TJ. I was waiting my turn, TJ.
That was some disrespectful shit, man. Like,
and he hurt that
anyway,
boy.
you gonna have to see me after that.
Yeah, man. Kobe Covington, he made the list. He a disrespectful motherfucker.
Yeah, he a fucking turd.
You know what? I don't like when they play the race stuff on the cool and then it's cool afterwards. That's what a lot of people said about Kambosos. It's like you're not necessarily being just sold, but you know what you're doing. Your little innuendos here, and then at the end of the fight, it's all good. I still don't like that. Like I talk to the man outside the fight. But yeah,
that shit Kambosos' wife did, man, should have been a bigger story. That shit that his wife did should have been a way bigger story.
You're right about that.
And you see, here's the thing. Here's another thing, that pissed me off about us. You know what I'm saying? I mean, understand this, right? The establishment is afraid of black men getting together in groups and showing power or showing strength, quite simply because they afraid of retaliation. We've always wanted acceptance and inclusion and an opportunity to be looked at as equal, right? Never retaliation, right? But on that front, these motherfuckers, when you see Shakur Stevenson go on Paulie showing, and we forgive you. Always showing the compassion to a motherfucker who just looking for one to take the hook to validate them. You know what I'm saying? If I can just get one to say, especially one that they follow, if I can just get one to say, kumbaya, I'll be okay. Man, we need to stop that shit, bro. We need to stop that shit. Shakur didn't need their platform. The only thing that platform did for him was make him look bad. Period. It didn't help him get no bigger, bro. Absolutely. He could have gave that same interview to us and not be put in that motherfucking position.
And 817, that is a great segue to the next topic, right? We all just saw the Hall of Fame induction ceremony, right? So you got the legends of the game minus Antonio Tarver, because my personal opinion, I didn't think he was a Hall of Famer, but it is what it is. He was a good fighter. He wasn't great and he wasn't special. He was a good fighter. He's been eating off that lucky punch off Roy for 20 years. I just didn't ever think he was that good. But you listen to their opinions, and I have no problem with their opinions. They gave their opinions. Roy been saying he think Bud's gonna win the fight. I was hip to the fact that James Toney been saying slick shit about Errol, but I like I said earlier, and All Positive knows this. I don't know if he's not on the panel, but me and All Positive was talking about that, and I didn't know that James Toney has picked against Errol in like 3 out of his last 4 fights.
Yes, sir.
He was gonna beat him. He said Danny was gonna beat him, and he said Ugas was gonna beat him. Right. So I didn't know that he had that kind of venom towards Errol, but I still respected his opinion as a legend of the sport. The only guy who I really had a problem with anything he had to say was Bernard Hopkins. And that's mainly for 2 reasons, right? Number one, you insinuated, he didn't outright come out and say it. You insinuated that Errol faked an injury to get out of that Pacquiao fight. And another thing, you have a fighter in that weight class that you're also promoting. It's one thing to have different fighters saying that, well, I think this guy's faking or this guy pulled out for this reason. It's another thing when your opponent is saying that. But for somebody who's been retired from the sport for years, is also a promoter in the game, a co-promoter or working for a promoter in the game who has a fighter in your weight class to say that to insinuate that you faked an injury and now you're saying that the other guy's going to beat him. I'm sorry, I take your opinion for a grain of salt after that. But what did you guys think? And also, what did you guys think about an active fighter being enshrined into the Hall of Fame?
I got a problem with it.
It was weird to me. It was weird to me. But go ahead. I'll let y'all go.
We know what
Pandora up there for.
We know what time it is. Hey, look, I know what time it is.
Yeah, that's why I think they know he finna lose.
Hey, look, it ain't even about him finna lose. And I look, let me say this, right? I'm like DJ. Have your opinions, bro. Nobody never has a problem with your opinion. Like who you want to like. It's what you eat don't make me shit. It's not going to affect me if you like this dude over that dude, right? The problem comes in is when you say that, but the basis for you saying that is a bunch of bullshit. It's not based in facts. Roy Jones can't sit there and tell me with a straight face that Bud has fought the tougher competition. And then the motherfucker who interviewing him don't challenge him on listing him. You can't, you know what I'm saying? So at the end of the day, if you like who you like who you like. It's never a problem when we end these discussions and a motherfucker giving their opinion. We definitely gonna challenge them, but your opinion is your opinion. Where the bullshit comes in and the disconnect comes in, like Ricky said tonight, is when you lie. Because look, I'm 43. Most of us on the other side, right? We don't have much time. We living on borrowed time. So when we come to these places, we spend it. We're not trying to waste our time. We spending our time on something we enjoy, but speaking in a manner in which it's worthy of our time. So when you be disingenuous in behind your opinion, and we continue to do it, goddamn, we just spinning our wheels. We just wasting time. I seen it, fellas, this weekend as a photo op for your boy. You feel me? One thing we know about Earl is he don't need nobody co-signing. He beat the co-signing out of Floyd motherfucking Mayweather. It came unsolicited. Floyd came out of jail, wasn't nobody looking for him to co-sign nobody, bruh. But he had just got his ass whooped. He got put out the motherfucking camp, and they brought him back because they knew it wasn't gonna look right. And the motherfucker walked out unsolicited and told everybody, Earl Spence is next. He made me strap my shit on and get my, he had to make sure he cleaned it up. But the only motherfucking real stories out there is Spadafora and Earl. Putting some work on it. So we already know, and we know it's a money opportunity out there with Bud and the disconnect, and where the disconnect is. I see.
Or maybe they just like Bud more than Earl.
And look, and that may be the case, Mex. That may be the case. But I look at it like this, right? A lot of these cats want their ego stroked. All of these dudes, they want their ego stroked. The only places egos can't get stroked is when they in the room with each other because they all know what it was and what it is. But all these lesser motherfuckers, when they get an opportunity to interview these niggas, they interviewing them like they looking up to something instead of another man. So they don't question them on their shit. And they want a lot of photo opportunities and pats on the back and validation. Bud went to the Hall of Fame ceremonies for valor fucking dation. These other cats that y'all think somebody in boxing know me, acknowledge me, and think I'm the shit. Look, I'm taking pictures with them. I'm hugging them. They big up in me. Earl don't need that shit. He'll beat it out of you. So it's all good. Keep showing up.
Bud don't need that shit either. You act like Bud asked for it, bruh.
Instead of
You act like Bud said,
tell me
hey,
this.
if anyone
So
does
tell
an
me
interview
this.
today,
So
don't
why
say
the
you're
fuck
picking
was
me.
he there? So why the fuck was he there? Why the fuck was he there instead of back with his oxygen mask on? Letting motherfuckers know he done signed that contract and he getting that work in. Nah, he looking for photo ops. He look now because he looking for validation. He's looking for validation. He's looking for somebody to give him that respect.
So he shouldn't have went to the Hall
for.
of Fame ceremonies because 817 told him to go train.
Bro, I'm not telling you that he shouldn't have went. I'm telling you why he went. I'm telling you who he is.
You go?
He keeps showing you. You the only fool that keep denying who the fuck he is. You and these other fools out here. He keeps showing you. Listen, Mex, it may not mean nothing to you, right? But a motherfucker can't tell me black people the reason why he ain't got the Earl Spence fight. Amongst other bullshit.
Earl Spence,
he can't fucking Mex. See how you want to deflect and change the motherfucking subject? Mex, he said the shit. Did he not? You was just honest about MMA. I said it in the goddamn chat. You was honest in that conversation about MMA. Cause you ain't got no real dog in the fight. You just love
there ain't no contract.
You got some fucking favorites over here. You got some fucking favorites over here, and you just won't keep shit a buck.
There is no contract. What do you want me to say?
Earl in the car, bro.
I want to get Santos an in-shape street fight up here before y'all go at it.
Come on, bro.
Where's the contract? 817? Where's it at, bro?
Santos, in shape.
Give me the link. Drop me the link.
Man?
I don't know. They're just making me feel uncomfortable. I feel threatened right now. I would like for someone to calm down because I'm not confrontational, DJ. I just wanted to say that.
See, what you're not going to do is
intellectual. Man, that shit be soft, man. That shit be
intellectual bully. Back at it.
Intellectual bully.
That shit be soft for the motherfucker, bro. Just keep the shit above. Be honest, bro. You like the nigga, you think you gonna win? Okay, fam. Okay. But you can't sit here and tell me with a straight motherfucking face. Turn that camera on and tell me with a straight face that he ain't changed up on if he wanted to fight or not wanting to fight or what was causing the fight not to happen.
He did. He said the fight was past him.
Max, he done said a lot of shit. I'm just looking for a yes or no. Did he? You said yes. Thank God. Somebody mark that motherfucking down. Timestamp it. He told the truth about something. It ain't that fucking hard, bro.
Now, did Earl tell him to go get a belt first or no?
Oh man, come on. Let's not do that.
Petty, bro. Petty. Petty, bro. Let's deflect it. 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 Let's antagonize.
Keep it on the subject.
It's not about he can't, bro. He can't. We watching half a nation do this shit. We watching 1/3 of our nation do the same shit, bro.
Real quick.
Rather than stay honest, a motherfucker rather antagonize. Hey, look, I can say that I slept with Kyle's wife. Right? Listen, y'all hear me out. Y'all listen to me. Hear me out. Right? I can sit up here and lie on this motherfucker and tell every last one of y'all I slept with Kyle's wife. Depending on how many people in this, depending how many people in this goddamn, hold on, bro. Depending how many people in this fucking chat, depending how many people in this motherfucking chat, whether I got a fact behind it or not, as long as I keep floating it, a motherfucker keep that in their mouth and will bring it up. You feel what I'm saying? It's always playing on the plausible deniability. But if you put that shit on video, most of the time it removes it. The problem with a motherfucker like this motherfucker here, and why I have an issue, is because we got video, we got documents. You gotta have a motherfucker say it right there, and a motherfucker will deflect and avoid telling the truth. That's why I say it's a waste of fucking time. And that's why I get upset with the nigga. Cause again, bro, what you eat don't make me shit. But you wasting my fucking time when you just won't be honest about simple shit. You'll waste the fucking time.
You said all of that, and you could have said yes or no just like I did.
Hey, Mex. You doing that deacon shit, man. You doing that deacon
I didn't
shit?
just go off for 5 minutes and not answer a question. I'm not deacon. That's deacon shit.
Yeah,
what do you
nigga.
mean?
Yeah, you deflecting though. You deflecting. You ain't
no, I answered
this
his question. I answered his question directly. He said yes or no.
I'm uncomfortable.
I said yes.
I'm uncomfortable.
I said yes. I said yes. You asked me a yes or no question. I said yes.
Hey, Chuck, you know what they calling me an intellectual bully, bro. They
now when I ask
do.
you and I ask you in return a simple yes or no question, and you went off for 5 minutes and didn't answer it.
He did, and he also said, once I clean up my side of the street, if he still has the belt, I'll go take that belt from him as well. What has happened, Max? Bud still has the belt. But Max, what has happened?
He got around to it.
Max, what has happened?
I just said he got around to it. He did it.
Okay. Has he changed?
So now,
Max, don't say nothing else. Has he changed?
My turn. You asked me one, I answered yours. My turn. You're not going to bully the conversation once everyone go one question for one question. I answered your question. I answered your question. I answered your question. Did he have fights since then that were not for the belt and not mandatory?
One.
Yes.
Who is he talking about? I know he ain't talking about Earl. Oh,
now let me ask you this.
Okay.
Now let me ask you this. Right?
Hey, hold on. What fight was it? Yeah, he's mandatory.
Mikey and Danny
Mikey asked for that fight. That's what I was finna say. Come on, I like both of these guys.
Originally, when the Danny fight was originally agreed before the crash, Danny was not mandatory yet. He didn't become mandatory until March, so after the crash. So at the time it was originally agreed, he wasn't a mandatory either.
Okay, and in between that time, Bud was fighting Kavaliauskas. So
all of this boils down to one motherfucking thing. One hasn't changed up. One continues to change up. You support who you want to motherfucking support. Support who you want to motherfucking support. But you can't keep telling me different shit and think I'm gonna believe you. That's just who I am. If a motherfucker if your girl can walk out the house and give you 5 different excuses to why she show up 5 different times when she come home later, that's you. The bitch got to stay consistent with me. We 2 different people. So like who you gonna like, fam. And the same shit apply everywhere you go. If you want to waste people time, if you like lying to people and antagonizing people here, you do that shit in your real life. You ain't honest about shit.
What did I lie about?
Certain shit. You ain't honest about certain shit depending on what it involves.
Like what? I just answered all your questions. I ain't lying about none of them. So where's the lie at?
Pittsburgh T and Reggie, what's going on, fellas? Y'all jump in wherever you fit in, because these 2 can go all night, man.
Hold on. If you saying I'm lying, where was the lie at? Because I ain't lying about nothing. Every question you answered me, I answered it honestly. I say yes. There's no lie. I ain't lie about nothing.
Reggie
and to your own credit, every question I answered you reply the same. So I'm not saying you're lying either.
Max.
So,
wait, Cal still up?
Reggie Owens.
Cal still up?
Oh yeah, we partying tonight, baby.
Oh shit! What's up, nigga?
Hey, nigga! It ain't been a bad session since you went on that tirade on your channel, nigga.
I knew I inspired you, nigga. Keep your ass up. Hey, but the shit y'all talking about with the Hall of Fame shit and people crying about that shit. Once again, here it goes to certain group of Earl Spence fans being weak as fuck, emotional as fuck, to make it seem like it was all about Earl being hated on. You got this people act like this is the end of the fucking world. You got a small number of Hall of Famers who had an opinion on who they favor in a fight. 50-50. You can only pick one motherfucker, or you can stay neutral. They pick Bud. A lot of these dudes been picking Bud. This ain't the first time people have heard them state that they think Bud is a better fighter. Many people who look at the sport of boxing, they like an older style of boxing, or they look back to older fighters. They see that more in Terrence Crawford than they do with Earl Spence. A lot of people don't think Earl is that proven, and that's their opinions on what they see. These are former fighters. They see something that they like in the one guy that they don't in the other, and especially with the way in which they live their lives. People can't take away from the fact that these dudes may factor in about Earl's accident, Earl's past history, and not staying dedicated to the sport. Those are things that factor into them, and they have the right to choose who they want. I don't mean, oh, they just some Earl haters and this, and it's always points back to people think that motherfuckers supposed to love who they love, and life don't work that way, and that's the crazy part of it.
Okay. Sometimes we get disingenuous though. I mean, if that's a personal opinion, people don't have no problem with that. Problem is when you start comparing one person's who they're competing against and you don't compare the other one. And when you want to draw up a contract, when it takes two people to make a contract and you want to blame one side or the other, when none of us know what happened during those contract negotiations, that's when it started getting fanboyish, because nobody knows what the hell goes on with those negotiations. Because most successful ones, we have no fucking idea what happens with those, how long they take. We know when they get signed. We don't know if it took a year, a month, 2 years to sign those contracts. So when you do stuff like that, that's when it comes to be disingenuous.
Yeah, but disingenuous how?
When you say that this guy didn't sign the contract and he just ducking me because it's about money, or vice versa, who knows who's telling the truth? We have no fucking idea. And most of the time, the fighters don't know. Because you really think Errol Spence and Bud is sitting down hammering out a contract? No. So that's not that somebody lying. You get what I mean? Like, it's impossible. They don't drop no damn contracts. They not running down no details on it.
Yeah, but to be honest, I would say that Bud probably wanted the fight. I won't say he pursued it more because he was Bob Arum, but I think he may have wanted to fight more than Earl. I think him not wanting to concede, but Earl said he wasn't being, he was just joking about the split type thing. But a lot of that kind of shit interfere with the fighter. He's gonna go over here and he's gonna go after these belts and do this and that. And some people praise that shit. Nobody else will get praised for that shit.
If that's the case, then Reg, if he wanted to fight, if he always wanted to fight more than Earl, right? Then how come he didn't make the move when he had the silver bullet, when he was the champion, undisputed at 140 motherfucking pounds?
He was told to get it done.
Bro, listen. Listen. Fuck what he was told. Listen, just hear me out, Reggie. Fuck what he was told. Fuck what he was told. He had the opportunity to do whatever the fuck he wanted to do. He did. He had the opportunity to do whatever the fuck he wanted to do. Even if his promoter didn't want to go with it. Because we seen a fighter just a couple of divisions below him with the same promoter do the same shit and go fight Kambosos. He petitioned to the sanctioning body for Kambosos to be his mandatory. It's records. So I'm just saying. Bro. Even if the reason why he didn't do it, right, come down to the splits. Because if he enforced it by them rules, they got to go by them rules, and they got to go by them splits. Now he was guaranteed at that time per the splits. It was what 30% split. So all of that extra shit, just say what it was. If I'd have enforced the mandatory, I wouldn't have been able to get the split by the mandatory rules that I wanted. Well, at that point, somebody would ask you at that point, well, why wouldn't you negotiate outside of that? You don't think he'd negotiate with you? He had already said 60-40. Now we 5 years later, and what we talking about? 5%? Man, hey, look, bro. It's cool, Reggie. Reggie, look, I hear you about the fanboy shit and all of that, and I get that. I'm just going off of what's been done, right? And if I'm evaluating you, Reg, I'm gonna go off of what you're saying, what you're doing, if it's shit line up. You know what I'm saying? And if you telling me some different shit and it don't line up with what you do, Reg, I'm just gonna recognize it. And I'm gonna file it where I need to file it and move on. And then when it comes time to do certain shit, I'm gonna go back to that file and be able to match shit up and know if you can ride or if you can't in regards to this situation. And that's what I do with these two fighters, bro. The nigga done changed up too much, fam. And he always seeking validation. Always.
Wait, who changed up?
Bro, black
Yeah,
people.
they
Black
tried
people
to
done
hold
calls
they
me.
tried to hold Bud and think he should have just stood there because Earl said.
You can't
No,
say
I'm
Bud
not
changed
you.
up.
Look,
Bud's
black people
whole
done.
intention for moving to this division was to go after fucking
Black,
Earl Spence or
no,
whoever
man,
held the
stop,
belt.
bro. No, it
Whoever
wasn't.
had
No,
the
it
belt was
wasn't.
the reason why this
Stop,
Whoever
Reg.
had the belt.
Reg,
Like,
when he,
y'all
Had the
Reg,
belt.
wait, let me
when
say
he
this. Let me
moved
say
up,
this,
Reg.
Let me say this. Because y'all go overboard with the defense of Earl, and it's mainly folks who come from fucking Texas. And that's the
Nah,
thing
man,
when it
here we
comes to
go.
sports. I mean, y'all know how I be speaking. Y'all do that shit out of Texas. It ain't no
Reg,
just
it ain't got shit to
making
do where I'm
come on.
from, bro. I say the same
Tell-
shit about Boots or anybody else about Dev.
Tell me that shit ain't true with y'all in them Texas sports.
I say the
Y'all do
same
that
shit about Dev, bro. And Dev ain't from
Californians
Texas.
don't do that shit.
What the
but-
fuck
but-
Dev got to do with Texas, bro? Stop that shit.
No.
That's like saying that's that. Hey, I'm cool with one white dude.
Listen. I'm an Earl Spence fan, but I don't do this shit y'all other people on here do. Now, this dude moved up to 147 with the intentions of fighting who?
Thurman.
Jeff Horns?
Thurman.
Anyone with a belt.
Thurman.
It was
Danny,
the champions.
Manny.
Yep.
Who did he fucking name? They asked him flat out. Stop that, man.
Here we go, man.
Bro, we got video, bro. We got video out his own mouth.
Out his own mouth. He already looking to fight Charlo too. So y'all gonna avoid that. He don't want to fight Charlo if he moves up.
Reggie Owens.
Reggie Owens. He don't want to fight Jamel Charlo.
Reggie Owens. The people asked him and put a microphone in his face. We all watched it after he became undisputed. Reggie, come on, bro.
But just because he say something,
bro,
just because these bosses are saying shit.
He did not, Reggie. He did not. Hey, man, I'm moving to this motherfucking division to fight every champion. I'm moving in this motherfucking division to fight Earl Spence, Thurman, whoever. No, he did not. He didn't even name the boy.
But you can't say just because he later on named that he wanted to fight him, bro. Like, it's gonna take different things.
I'm not even saying about the name.
Let me finish. But wait, let me finish the
when
point.
they flat out asked him, fam, he gave you an answer.
But wait. Okay, hear me out. This is what I'm gonna tell you. I'm talking about both. Like, you can't say that a person wanted to fight somebody. Just even like later on, he decide he have a change of heart. He changed his mind, said he want to fight him. That can't be a reason because it takes something to make those fights.
Brother, how many changes of heart do you have? Hold on, fam. It goes from black folks. It goes from black folks to Bob wouldn't pay for the fight. Bob wouldn't get me the fight. The fight is past me. Even if it's 50-50, I don't want the fight. If we do fight, it's going to be 60-40 my way. How many changes of hearts does it take? How many times does your girl have to change up the excuse before you believe she's cheating on you?
Wait a minute. First of all, I'm not disagreeing with you. If you let me talk, you'll hear what I'm saying. Yeah, what I'm saying is just because that brother decided later on, he initially didn't say that he decided later on that he wanted to make that fight, that doesn't mean that he wanted to make the fight. It takes something to make those fights. Just like when Floyd fought Oscar, it took something for him to make that fight. Or Lennox fought fucking Tyson. They had to take less. Why? Because the money was on that side. The business of boxing dictated that they do that. Unless you're willing to do that, then you're not going to get that fight. It don't matter what we want to happen. If you're not willing to do that, you really don't want that damn fight. Because I'm pretty sure his promoter told him that, his manager told him that, and his people told him that. So as far as Boy go, he at the point that he is not a pay-per-view fighter. He does not do pay-per-view. So the business of boxing dictates that he's going to get a lesser percentage when it comes to the actual fight. Earlier on, he might have had a case for that. But at this moment, he is not a pay-per-view fighter. So as far as negotiations and contracts and all those things that take forth, the business of boxing tells you what it is. The marketplace tells you what it is.
The market told him then. When he was undisputed, the market was telling them the same thing. There's no difference between then and now.
Yes, it is. It's a big difference between now and then. How many fights Bud didn't have right now that have been pay-per-view?
Bro, Devin just outdid him. Devin just had his first fight on ESPN against nobody Kambosos and outdid his
That's not a pay-per-view fight, brother. That's not a pay-per-view fight.
Okay. All right.
That's not a pay-per-view fight. Bud don't do pay-per-view.
He just outdid his viewership. And we talking about 5 years later. Look, man,
Brother,
look, bro. I get it. We might be agreeing in different ways, whatever. But I'm just saying this to you. If he was unwilling then, right? The situation ain't changed.
it's getting worse for him.
The situation ain't changed. He's still gonna get less. He's still gonna get less.
He should get less than what he initially asked for at this point, is what I'm telling you. What I'm saying is the business of boxing, whatever he could have initially got, the situation has gotten worse for him. Bud is not a pay-per-view fighter. Now, they can say his viewership or whatever the hell they want to say. Selling and pay-per-view is two different things. On pay-per-view and somebody just watching on ESPN for free, that's two completely different things. That's why when they talk about Gervonta Davis, you don't see nobody trying to do a higher split than him because they know that's the money man. And then when the business of boxing dictate that he get a higher split, that's just what it is. He don't got no damn belt. But when he fight whoever, he fought fucking Rolly and got the seat, the butts in the seats that he got and the attention he got on that fight. That's just the business of boxing.
Facts. So and guess what? Until it changed for Tank, even Dev got all the belts.
It don't matter. The business of boxing say he got to take a lesser percentage.
Thank you.
Wasn't it just off up? Wasn't it pay-per-view elsewhere except for the States? I thought he was getting some pay-per-view from the other viewers.
Australian
but it wasn't pay-per-view in America. Okay. And Reggie, everybody from Texas ain't biased, Reggie. You know,
nah,
I'm from Texas,
bro. Man, stop, bro.
But look. Am I telling the truth about that Texas bias shit?
But the thing is, Reggie, you're not the type that normally speak in absolutes, though, Reg. It's kind of hard to say everybody in Texas is going to be biased because I'm from Texas. And I got friends that's from Texas. They ride with Bud, too.
But generalizing ain't what's up, Reg. You don't like when they generalize us when we talking political
that's why
issues.
I say that's not Reggie's style, though. Reggie don't know.
Come on, Reg.
When I'm following them. Yeah, I was a little surprised about that one. I'm like, no, I know that Texas can get a little loud and rowdy, as we see with my brother 817. You know what I'm saying? But that's just passion. Now, we are passionate about sports in Texas. I can say that. But everybody ain't really riding with Errol like you think, man. You know what I'm saying?
Nah, bro. Hey, man, I've been saying for the longest, hey, bro, Jaron Ennis is the motherfucking threat to me. He the motherfucker who make me, you know what I'm saying, make me nervous, make my palms sweat. You know what I'm saying? I ain't on that shit, bro. I'm not on that type of shit. Earl can lose, bro. I'm not gonna run from that shit. You dig what I'm saying? I know he got flaws, bro. But what I respect about it is the man don't hide from his shit. And he don't owe us them explanations that he offers sometimes on some shit, bro. You dig what I'm saying? And you ain't got to figure, you ain't got to think, you ain't got to wonder. And he ain't switched up. I'm just a bit more comfortable with that. And then I can refer to situations and different shit to where Bud and his entire squad change up all the time.
So if anybody else would have said that shit, you'd have a problem with it, man. If Wilder was trying to fight AJ and AJ said, yeah, but first let me do this for the next 5 years and then I'll get around to you, you guys would be like, oh, AJ Duncan.
Nope.
Earl, you don't want to hold the same energy.
That's a fact, That's true.
Come on, man.
Hey, listen. When
has anyone ever been able to say, nah, let me do all these other fights first and then I'll come fight you later? Since when in boxing has that happened?
Excuse me. I had some Canelo right there.
Bro, if you don't stop, bro, look at the business of boxing. Look at Bob Arum history in boxing. Look at Bob Arum.
Like a motherfucker.
Look at Bob Arum's history in boxing. Look at his history in boxing with not just fighters, right? With not just fighters, but other promotional companies in the business. Bob Arum right now is trying to distance himself from a federal investigation. Bro, stop the cap.
Okay, and Al Heyman.
If it make more dollars than it make more sense, and I got better competition over here, you ain't going nowhere. Bud knew he wasn't going nowhere. Let me ask you something.
Wait.
Hold on. How come Bud ain't went after no other titles? Just like you say that, how come Bud didn't go after no other titles? Fuck him just fighting Earl. How come he didn't go after Ugas? He had his promoter said while you protecting him, his promoter said Ugas was available.
Hey, when you're done lying, let me know.
While you protecting him, his promoter said Ugas was available.
Let me know.
Go ahead, man.
His promoter told us that.
Bob made an offer to to Keith Thurman and Sean Porter, and they said he lowballed him. I get you on that, right? Bob's the chief.
Fuck what he said. What did the WBO say?
Let him finish. 817. Let him finish.
Right. Okay. So we know that Bob at least made a lowball scumbag offer. What offer has Al Heyman ever made to Bud? Not even a lowball offer. Never. For not just Earl. Not even Earl. He never made one for Danny. He never made one for Thurman. He never made one for Ugas toward Bud.
Why? Why? Listen.
Bob Arum is on record with
if you the king, if you sitting on top, what the hell you gonna step down and broker a deal with me for? You're not even willing to sit down with me. It's fuck me. Fuck Al Heyman. Fuck PBC and everybody over there. They live in check to check. And you said, make him an offer. Fuck what you talking about.
So you're saying
while
Bob
you
Arum
protecting him,
offers,
Bob Arum, like I said, while you're fucking protecting him, his own managers. The fucking fight, he said he's been chasing for the fucking fight. He said he'd been chasing for years. Manny fucking Pacquiao. He finally had signed and he passed on it. So stop lying on Bob like he ain't getting you fucking fights or the fights you wanted. He gave you the motherfucker you wanted and you didn't fight him. You didn't even press Thurman to make him drop his goddamn belts. No, you went and let Amir Khan be the motherfucking A-side. And then you gonna tell somebody to send you a motherfucking offer after you said fuck them and everybody over there.
That's what I'm saying. That don't make no sense. How is he gonna press Thurman? Thurman held on to the belt. He was injured. The same reason Spence couldn't fight Thurman is the same reason nobody can fight Thurman.
Thurman was dropping the belts. Everybody knew it. He was dropping them or going to get fucking stripped. If you wanted Thurman so bad, even if you knew he wasn't going to fight him, press him. Since you say you wanted him so bad, but guess what? You don't never line up with what the fuck you say unless it's a situation in which you know you're going to come out on top.
So Keith Thurman was injured, and he should have pressed Keith Thurman while he's injured for a fight that he cannot get because the dude is injured.
Drop the motherfucking belts. I wanted them all at 140 and I want them all at 147. Drop the motherfucking belts. I want them all. I could have fought a mandatory. I could have fought Danny. I could have fought Danny and got a better split. I could have fought Danny. Stop. You gonna keep talking because you don't want me to drop the knowledge. But you're going to keep talking because you don't want me to drop the knowledge. But the truth of the matter is, he could have pressed Thurman just like everybody else did, make him drop the belt and fought Danny for the WBC and got a better split than what he would have did going after Earl. But no, he took the easy route and with the WBO and didn't even try to get no other belts. The whole fucking time he been over there. How come he didn't fight Ugas? He was a motherfucking available. Bob told you that.
817. The reality is the belt is locked over on the PBC side, and that's the
reality of it is if your manager, the belts weren't locked up when he had Pacquiao, but he didn't sign, and Bomac told your ass that.
Yeah, they were. Thurman beat Garcia in March of 13. Pacquiao lost the horn in July.
Bro, he had Manny Pacquiao with a piece of the WBA belt. Manny Pacquiao had to fight motherfucking Ugas to clear it up. Stop the cap. And he had him. He had him before Earl. He had Manny before Earl, and he did not sign. And he was willing to take 20% of that.
Who was getting those Pacquiao fights?
He was willing to take 20% of that. He had Pacquiao, and he turned it down.
No,
Pacquiao had already signed.
But Bob fucked the
fight over. They told you that. No, Bomac told you that they had him signed and they walked away from him.
Admitted to that shit.
Stop capping, man.
Spoke on it. You can't take away the fact that
he's turning around and suing the same motherfucker.
Hold on, 817. Hold on. Go ahead, Reggie.
Yeah, no. I mean, you bringing up the Pacquiao. Pacquiao left Bob as well and was signed to the PBC. PBC kept the control of the belt.
And what did he do?
Because it's
and what did Pacquiao do?
Let me finish talking, bro. It's the same shit that Bob Arum would have pulled with these other fighters, and now the shit has flipped on Bob. When they got control of the belts, they're gonna put their fighters in position to get the fights for their other fighters to be champions. Now is that some shit that played the other side of the street? And that was the thing that many of that people have the issue with hearing Earl saying that shit, saying my side of the street, I'm gonna take care of this side of the street. It showed the divide into making fights happen. And now you got to get away from Bud having to get away from this dude. He gonna start getting these fights. The fight here is damn near on the fucking table.
The divide was there before them. Tim Bradley even talked about the divide.
You know what? I was gonna bring that up, but I was gonna let them finish first. I was gonna bring that up, but I was gonna let them finish first. But go ahead.
Talk about that showed the divide. The fucking divide been there, and Tim told you that. But again, that's video, that's record, that's the motherfuckers that again a motherfucker want to protect and cap for, giving you the information, giving it to you. Bill Barr sat up there and said today, I told him it was bullshit. And you got motherfuckers that won't watch it and still will sit there and say they don't believe it. Fuck.
Man, you threw your whole point off bringing that Trump shit up.
Bro, I'm just listen. I'm just saying. Listen, bro. You motherfuckers couldn't deny that 8 minutes and 47 seconds with George Floyd and the knee on his neck, right? But you still found some other motherfuckers to find other ancillary shit in the video to pay attention to. This the shit we talking about. I'm just keeping shit a buck, bro. One motherfucker done changed up a lot of what he done said, and the other one hasn't.
We talking about Earl Spence and Bud, man.
See what I'm saying? Again, another deflection.
Talking about Spence and Bud.
Man, fuck, bro.
Try to invoke some emotion.
Bro, man, see, man. Bro, it's, you know what? I be having a conversation with some intellectual motherfuckers, but it's always one. It's always one that want to pull the motherfucker away from the seriousness or intellectual part of the conversation. You know what's the worst shit ever? The worst shit ever is having a name that a motherfucker gave you that you ain't proud of, and it's got to do with who the fuck you are.
What you mean? You said I'm not proud of it.
Fucking clown. God damn, bro.
Oh, there you go. Personal attack because you can't take the heat again. 817.
Boxing, please.
Because you can't, because you can't keep it on the boxing. You can't stay serious. You can't stay 100 about shit.
I'll give you a hug.
Hey, guys. This is why I never want to
push you on the swing, man.
Man, bro, look, like I said, man, one motherfucker just kind of keeps it 100 and kind of stays along the same lines, and the other motherfucker, he change up. What you eat don't make me shit, but don't sit here and play with my motherfucking intelligence and tell me some shit I didn't see or hear. The fuck?
Okay, so
but
not that I didn't enjoy that, fellas, but
make the fucking fight. Fuck all this shit. We know what happened. Motherfuckers like to change history.
Really disingenuous.
Hey, your guy, the A-side, right? Tell him make the fight.
Make the motherfucking fight. Sign the motherfucking contract. Release that shit so I can buy my motherfucking tickets. I'm sick of talking to you niggas about it.
Man, we know the contract coming down, man. People got to be patient, man. Motherfucking fight getting made, man. These niggas got
we've been realistically we've been patient for about 2.5, 3 years, Reggie.
This shit is here, DJ. I mean, we know the fight is
2017.
2017.
It's on this way.
Reggie, right. When it come down to contractual stuff, that's the business. That's the business of boxing, man. Or any other business. When it comes to contractual stuff, it ain't always overnight, man. It takes a minute to hash out all these legalities and all the crunching up the numbers, man. So let these guys do their business on that end. We already been told we're gonna get that fight from inside information. I'm not even worried about it. That's why I'm not really talking about it. That fight,
especially when a motherfucker really don't want, especially when a motherfucker really don't want to smoke, they're gonna drag their feet. You ever ask your kid to wash dishes? Ask your kid to wash dishes.
Let him finish his point.
But both parties already said they want to fight. I believe them. And the inside information that when me and Champion Hart and Cal were together in Dallas, the inside information we got, I trust it. So I ain't ready. I don't know what Bud said recently. I hadn't checked those interviews, and so I don't have much to say about it. But at the same time, I know when it come down, I put it like this: somebody throw a contract in my face for the business I'm doing, he better not expect no answer right then and there. He gonna have to let me go home, check it out, and I'll get back with him. I might have some counter offers for him, but contracts ain't. You don't. It's like a girl you trying to get the coochie. She don't want you. She don't want you to think you're a host, so she ain't gonna just say, "Hey, open up, get it." You know what I'm saying? She gonna want you to work for a little bit. A real female, you know. Now, she just gonna let you come in and do what you do damage, you know, and keep your own business or whatever. So let's just be patient, man. The business of boxing is the business of boxing. We don't have inside information about those contractual documented information that's in the contract. So we just got to be patient.
Hey, Kyle, you can hit that chat up. I know they was cooking a little bit in the chat. I just want to make sure because I don't want them to feel left out. Yeah, I don't want to keep reading on you.
Yeah, man, it's all good, bro. We here.
Yeah. But Champion Art, I felt the same way. So yeah, I stopped talking about it too because until it happens. But I know that this one, what we're doing right now, is building the fight, as they always say, and I'm pretty sure they're aware of that. They know that a lot of people are emotional behind this fight and looking forward to it. Like they say, it's going to be one of the largest ones. I just hope that everything stays peaceful at the venue. That's one thing I'll be thinking about because it's going to be a lot of heated individuals whenever this goes down. And if it's not a knockout or whatever people decide, it goes to the cards. That's one of the things I was concerned about how
you can't tell me that these interviews, these 3 interviews that he had with them people, you can't tell me that them pictures that he took don't help the fight.
That's why I say everything is building the fight right now.
Thank you. Okay. Yeah. So when I said,
is that an impasse right now? We're at that point where we're just ready to, we're ready to explode waiting on this fight, man. And now I feel like we're closer than ever for getting this fight. So now tensions aren't going to die down. If anything, they've gotten higher than ever, man. I really think we're going to get this fight in November. Hell, me and my guy L-Dub, shout out to L-Dub Boxing. We've been trying to piece together when this fight could possibly happen. I've been looking at the venues in Vegas and seeing what's going on, who's open. Raider Stadium is open November 5th. So I mean, goddamn, it's an easy choice for me. The MGM Grand is booked up until December. You got the Thomas and Mack Center, which that ain't gonna hold enough people. And even if they do decide to put it in there, or the Mandalay Bay, which is now Michelob Ultra Center, those places only hold like 12,000, which means they're gonna wham your ass over the head for ticket prices because they're gonna try to pack they're gonna try to get as much bang for their buck as they can. I want a bigger arena so the tickets will be cheaper. That's right. One thing the UK has figured out. They will put that bitch in an 80,000 90,000 seat stadium and charge you $12 to get in. It might be the nosebleeds, but damn it, they'll charge you $12 to $20 to get in. So, and I'm being, I'm over exaggerating. I know it's a little bit more than that for the UK fans out there who probably
you might be close, DJ.
I mean, but I know that Klitschko and AJ pay-per-view was $25. I know that shit. Yeah. But anywho.
And what was the football team you said earlier? What
the Raider Stadium. Allegiant Allegiant Stadium is open November 5th. And I think Reggie can attest to this. As far as like the tensions that you were speaking on In Shape Street Fighter, I know nobody want to go to jail in Vegas. Don't nobody want to go to jail in Vegas, man. I've heard some horror stories about going to jail in Vegas. There's so many drunk and belligerent people and people on shit in them jails, man. It's hell on earth from what I hear about going to jail in Vegas. And I heard the cops, since they deal with so much bullshit, ain't nothing they ain't seen in Vegas. So I think everybody will be on their best behavior. I just think that at this time now, everybody's ready to see the fight. Like I said, it's been 2.5 years really building. It wasn't since 2017, like Meck said, because Bud was in a whole different division then, and I can break down the timeline if y'all need me to when this fight could have actually happened. And that's why I say ain't nobody ducking. I'm just tired of the narrative. I have never picked the winner in that fight. A lot of people think I veer towards Errol, and I really don't. I don't veer towards Bud. I just don't like the narrative that Bud can do no wrong. He has done no wrong. And he's this big bad boogeyman that everybody's running away from. No, he made a choice with his career in 2018 to, instead of going where all the smoke was, all the other champions, he made a decision after he beat Jeff Horn to chase after Manny Pacquiao. He did that. Those are the facts of the situation. Now, after he re-signed, it became clear to him that he wasn't going to get that Manny Pacquiao fight for whatever reason. And by that time, the ship had already sailed. You can't then veer back and say, "Oh, Errol, what you want to do?" It's kind of like we give Keith Thurman shit for doing it, but Bud kind of in a way did the same type of shit. That's the only problem that I have is the narrative surrounding Bud Crawford. I love Bud Crawford as a fighter. I've been watching the man since he had dreads. I say that all the time. But we're gonna stop acting like these two fighters are afraid of each other and one fighter don't want to fight and another fighter does. I think both guys want to fight. Hell, we heard Errol say late last year, it was sometime last year before he got the Manny Pacquiao fight, that he and Bud have spoken 3 different times on the phone about trying to make that fight, and they didn't know shit about making no fight.
Yeah, so, they did say that. That was the point I was going to bring up earlier, DJ. You cooking, baby. Yeah, they said they both admitted to where they tried. Yeah.
Even going back to 2019, Bud said he didn't want to fight Errol coming off of that car accident because he wasn't going to get credit for it. So when Mex and other people bring up the fact that, oh, he could have fought him then. He had a fight for that wasn't for a belt. Well, he didn't want to fight him. Even though the Danny Garcia fight may or may not have been signed at that point, he said he didn't want to fight him. And Errol told Danny, "No, I don't want no tune-up. I was going to fight you before then. So let's go ahead and get this fight out the way." But
okay, Mix. I mean, wait a minute. Stop, DJ. Stop. Real quick. Just stop right there real quick, right? He said he didn't want to fight him because he wasn't going to get credit, right? But he flew down, right? And watched the fight, right? And then in the fight, after the fight, they asked him, "Okay, you want to fight now, right? You seen he not damaged goods, right? You seen what he did to Danny Garcia. Do you want to fight now?" DJ, what did he say?
I mean, we all know what he said at that point, but
okay,
it's on like, and I say the biggest hindrance to this fight was that fucking car accident. We could have got that fight. And with the car accident, COVID, those are 2 things
that side of the street shit happened before all that shit.
COVID is a great point, DJ.
There you go. COVID, because he wrecked his car. My man went face first on the pavement, cracked all this shit in his face, had a horrific car accident. That's on Errol. He's admitted, "I got drunk and flipped my shit," right? That's on Errol Spence. That's what he did. That shit happened. We can't take it away. We can only move forward. After that car accident and then COVID hit, and at the end of the year is when he fought Danny Garcia. So I'm trying to figure out between 2018, when Bud actually moved into the division and called out 3 names that wasn't Errol Spence, even though Errol Spence already had a belt, and everybody references when Errol told Bud, "Get a belt." Listen to what he said. "Get a belt, come over here, and we'll fight." Those are his exact words. "Get a belt, come over here, and we'll fight." Everybody just acting like he told him, "Oh, get a belt, now fight you." No, get a belt. You got one more fight with your promoter, or 1 or 2 more fights with your promoter. Get that belt, come over here, and we'll fight. Bud made a decision with his career to stay over there where all the smoke wasn't. He made, no matter how we look at it, whether it was for the money, chasing after Manny Pacquiao, whatever it was, he made a decision with his career to stay with Bob Arum instead of going over there where all the champions were. He wouldn't have to worry about Bob Arum sending no offers to Danny Garcia, Keith Thurman. Keith Thurman don't want to fight no goddamn body. We see that shit now. Keith Thurman don't want to fight Boots, even though he's ranked number 6 in the IBF right now. And I think they're gonna try to try to finally make him fight Boots Dennis, which is beyond me. But if you really want your spot back, you're gonna have to go through some of these young killers. That's been my only problem with Keith Thurman, is his inactivity. I don't have the same venom for him now that our brother Kyle got, but it's been his inactivity, man. You can't sit on the sidelines, sitting on your pussy for 2.5 years and decide you want to come back and jump the line after beating Mario.
Hey, DJ, where'd you get that whole "come over here" shit? Because I'm reading the quote to the article right now. He said,
"Watch the video. Watch the video. Go find the video." He's like, "Go get a belt, come over here, and we'll fight." That's exactly what he said, Max. I've seen the video several times. Those are his exact.
Shoot me the link. Shoot me the link, because I ain't finding this. I'm finding the whole transcript of that shit.
Okay, I'll find it for you and I'll send it to you through Instagram. How about that, buddy? I got you, bro. I got you.
Thank you.
I got you.
I was trying to get the timeline together because I know that after that undisputed fight, he said he's ready for any champion at 147, who at the time was only Thurman, Spence, and Horn. That's it. There was only champs at 147. So if he says I want champs at 147, there's only 3 people he's talking about.
Man. Okay, and when he moved up,
with Top Rank,
and then after he beat Horn, they asked him what he want next. He said, I want the other champion, who was still Spence, and Thurman had just relinquished one of the belts, but not the other one.
I can't wait to pull the video, man. I'm gonna pull the video
with Top Rank, bro. Like it, man. And
okay, I'll tell y'all what.
And I'm saying, all I'm saying,
Reggie Santos, Pittsburgh, y'all hop in wherever y'all can. I'm gonna find that video and I'm gonna try to share my screen so we can hear his exact words. Y'all go ahead. I'm gonna go on mute for a minute.
Yeah,
please. But I'm saying, all those things I just mentioned happened before the face-to-face meeting, before the other side of the street mentioned. All those things happened. He called out the champs before.
Okay. So Mix, I'm gonna break it down for you. I'm gonna break it down before I go and find that, right? So Bud beat Jeff Horn in June of 2018, right?
Yep.
He then fought Jose Benavidez in October. When they met up, and when they met up a month later, when they met up almost a year later, right? When I went to Errol fight Mikey, he fought Mikey in like April of 2019 or something like that, right? March or April of 2019. Yeah. By the time they met up, Errol had already signed to fight Mikey, and Bud had already signed or was about to sign to fight Amir Khan because he fought Amir Khan a month after after Errol fought Mikey Garcia. So I mean, and then 6 months later, Errol said, "Why don't I? Sean Porter got a belt too. I'm gonna go get Sean Porter." So that fight was easier to make. A lot of people say, he's gonna go the easy route. Okay. That fight was easier to make than going to drag out.
Where you at, DJ? But you're missing a big gap because
I'm not missing a big gap. I'm looking at the dates. He fought in April of 2019. Errol fought in March of 2019.
Okay, but between Spence fought Ocampo though. Spence fought Ocampo the week after Bud won his belt against Horn and said he wants the other champion. So he had from June till March of next year. Or you say he said the fight was
he beat Jeff Horn. He beat Jeff Horn in June, and then 4 months later he fought Jose Benavidez.
Yeah.
So in between time, he was supposed to negotiate a fight with Errol Wynn.
There was no negotiation.
Okay.
So Earl had from.
So is that a duck on either side? I'm just checking because I like timelines. So I'm checking when was somebody supposed to have been ducking, didn't want to fight, when it's clear both guys had fight scheduled.
This is what I'm saying is Spence had a fight 1 week after Bud won his belt, and then he didn't fight again until March of next year. He fought in June and didn't fight again until March of next year, and it wasn't because of any. I'm not seeing any major event that happened. The face-to-face meeting was in November.
It was because he was ducking Bud, bro. He was ducking that smoke, staying on his side of the street, bro. I guess Bud just didn't need any other belts because he had already been undisputed. He was already Mr. Accolades and Mr. Hall of Fame.
Was Jose Benavidez a mandatory or no? I don't remember. That was 4 years ago. That's almost 4 years ago. Was he a mandatory or no?
I don't know.
Because it's a form. I'm looking at it. It was from June to October when he won the belt and then defended it against Jose Benavidez. It was a 4 month time span. So I'm trying to figure out when was he supposed to fight the other champions between that time? When was he supposed to fight Errol in a 4 month time span? And so a month after he beats Jose Benavidez, that's when they have that famous meetup in November because that was at the Mo Hooker fight, right? He had already signed to Mikey Garcia.
So he signed Mikey Garcia in November then, 5 months in advance.
Bud fought in October. So clearly they weren't negotiating with each other in 4 months. Between Bud beating Jeff Horn and beating Jose Benavidez, that's 4 months. Between June and October, that's 4 months. Between that time, that's why I'm saying I'm looking at the short time period. That's why I asked, was Jose Benavidez a mandatory?
Didn't Bud fight during the
pandemic too? On Bud's timeline, I understand. Now, but I'm saying on Earl's timeline, Earl had a fight in June, and his next fight wasn't until March of next year. So he had plenty of time to negotiate whatever he wanted to at the time.
So, okay, so was Bud supposed to be negotiating two fights at once?
I mean, we've seen it happen before.
Okay.
Man.
We seen Canelo already sign.
Okay. I'm gonna go on mute and I'm gonna go find that video for you. I'm gonna go on mute and I'm gonna go find.
Hold on.
But what? But wait a minute though. Wait a minute though. That brother. That.
This is what happened. Hold on. This is what happened. Earl's team had told him it's best for him to wait on the Bud fight so it could build up because they knew that was a big money fight. Okay? And Bob Arum wasn't trying to make that fight happen either because he knew it was a big money fight as well. Earl's team advised him to. That's when Earl came out with, I'm going to clean my side of the street, you clean your side of the street. Because he had been advised, go ahead and wipe one of the guys out. That makes the fight even bigger. Both promotional companies were in the same flux about that. They all both agreed on that. They just, it's common sense. Neither one knew that fight wasn't going to happen then,
no matter what we wanted. Santos, you cutting in and out. But like you said, it wasn't going to happen no matter what we wanted. Because, again, both parties recognized that those fighters were the best of their bunch.
But I don't agree with that. I don't agree with that on y'all because, look, Bud has not, and is not a pay-per-view fighter. So if I got a pay-per-view fighter that would be Earl, Bud would need to build his name up at that point. So Bud was the bigger name, and he was the prize when he talking about. But wait, let me finish.
That point that you're making and y'all making is a good thing because look.
Well, wait a minute. Let me finish, bro.
But Bud was the highest paid fighter.
Let me finish. Let me finish my point. You talking about? See what you talking about with Bud? You're talking about the money he got from promoters. What I'm talking about is at the gate, at the pay-per-view. If you had a fighter and you have a fighter and he's already established and he's already a pay-per-view fighter, you would advise your fighter not to be fighting at a certain level of his career in the business of boxing. You'll be derelict in your duty to be encouraging that fight for somebody like Bud at that point. Now, Bud at this point, he has not, even up until now, he has not built his name up to be a pay-per-view fighter. So Errol might want to fight. Bud might want to fight, but the people around him dealing with the business, the money, that is not a fight that they wanted because there's no money in it.
So let me put a ball on it. So let me put a ball on it because I'm running with you and I'm running with Santos.
I got you.
Listen. I'm running with Santos and I'm running with you, fam.
I got the counter for that. Well, go ahead.
Hold on. The business of boxing, right? The guys around it may have wanted it, right? But the business of boxing says no. Promoters, right? Build a fight or whatever because y'all the two best, are stable, whatever. And Earl, you the pay-per-view star. You sit from this position. It makes no sense. You're going to give up more money, more whatever, right? The business of boxing. Okay. The same business of boxing was in the way for Teofimo and Loma to fight again per Bob. Tio said, fuck my promoters and the business of boxing. I'm going to do this victory lap and take this motherfucker. I'm not going back to fight Loma and take that because you tried to give me a loser-ass contract before I fought him. Fuck it. It's the takeover. And before Tio went on his bullshit, a lot of people said, well, goddamn, Tio finally stood up to Bob. Somebody finally stood up to Bob. So if the business of boxing was telling Bud the same thing, he won undisputed.
But the business couldn't have told him that. Hold on. Business couldn't have told him that he was going to get the same as Bud.
That's not even comparable.
All I'm saying is this. All I'm saying is this. He had the opportunity at that point to go outside of his promoters and use the rules of boxing.
You're right.
To go ahead and fight this dude if he really wants it. And he did not. So the business of boxing said no, and he said no his fucking self. And he's been holding on to that WBO belt since then. He didn't fight Manny to get a piece of the WBA, or he never went after Ugas. And his motherfucking promoter told you that those guys were available and even had one of them signed, and he turned that down. And I will never go away from the fact that he could have fought Danny for the WBC strap that was vacant after Thurman dropped it and got a way better split than he would have got going with Earl and the IBF route. I won't take that he was scared of Earl. I will take that he was going to make less money going through the IBF mandatory rules. Cool, makes sense. But you could have went and got the WBC. You could have went and got a piece of the WBA and been in a better fucking position than you are now. Fuck your fucking self.
Thurman didn't relinquish some shit until April, and he fought in June. That contract was already signed. He couldn't have went after that belt.
But why isn't Bud a pay-per-view fighter? The bigger question is why hasn't Bud
I got the answer for
why isn't he all these years later, why he a pay-per-view fighter?
I'll make it very simple. Any pay-per-views that are done on streaming platforms undersell versus the one-touch pay-per-view system of Showtime. Period.
Who put him on?
No matter
who put him on streaming? Who put him on streaming?
Exactly. That's Bob's fault for doing the ESPN.
But why did he resign with him? So why did he resign with him?
Okay, but once again, he was the highest paid boxer in his division.
No, bro, but that's not going to get you a fight.
Guaranteed.
That's for you individually. That's that. Okay, so now you want to, if you want to ride off of being guaranteed, then that's what it is. But now you can't cry about somebody not trying to stoop down to your level and taking less because you took that contract.
But look at this. Look at this, bro.
Go ahead.
But he's not going to take less either. Why would he take less when he's the highest paid?
Hold on, bro.
Hey, Max, listen to us go.
Hold on. Take all that out of it. Hey, Pittsburgh, think about what you said, because I know you know business. If it's come to you and your family, what you gonna take? You gonna take the bird in the hand or the two in the bush?
It depends on the contract, bro. Look, that's like that. No, it depends.
Well, listen, hear me out.
Okay, go ahead.
The highest or one of the highest paid in your business. No matter what you
breaking up, bro.
You're breaking up bad, Santos.
Breaking up.
Yeah, I'll tell you why. I already told y'all. Sometimes you gotta put the shit on the line when the shit ain't always in your favor.
Say it again. I can hear you now. Go ahead.
Oh, we can't hear you at all, man.
Hey, breaking up.
They've been getting money for a long time.
But you can't use money.
Listen to the temperature of the conversation. All we hear is what Bob and Bud should have did with no accountability.
No, man, but you can't. Listen, man, you can't use money as an excuse when you're saying you're the highest paid. One fight. No, wait. You said he's the highest paid, right? You said that. So if he's the highest paid, what's one fight gonna do for you? If you're the highest paid, and it bothers you, you really want to fight this guy that bad?
So you should be getting paid more. It's the biggest fight in boxing.
No, why? If he's not a pay-per-view fighter.
If he's already getting a certain amount of money to fight supposed lesser competition, then why would he not make more money to fight?
Because he's not a pay-per-view fighter, bro. Look, boxing ain't like any other sport. It's not like basketball. It's not like that. If he's not a pay-per-view fighter and the network has to buy that fight, the network got to buy that fight. What network is going to buy that fight and pay Bud more than he's making and then pay Errol? What network going to do that? Who going to do it?
They would do that shit, man.
It's going to happen. That's exactly what's going to happen.
They weren't going to do it when back then, bro. They was not going to do that.
Let me say this.
Okay, go ahead.
People run to the default of Bud not being a pay-per-view star. You got to look at what stars have Bob Arum put in a position are creating of being a pay-per-view star. A lot of that shit runs on the type of promotion and backing you get from a promoter. Bob ain't do that. Bob ain't even really do that great of a job with fucking Manny Pacquiao. Manny Pacquiao could have been more of a megastar than what he was. And then even looking at the pay-per-view talks and Bud's not this and that, fights are really generated. Pay-per-view fights are really generated through the person that you're in the ring with. Earl and them numbers aren't just some meteoric type numbers. The Charlo numbers aren't meteoric type fucking pay-per-view numbers. There are no meteoric pay-per-view stars out there.
But wait a minute. You don't. Okay, go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
They get into the ring together. This is a fight that people are going to clamor for.
Earl did numbers without Ocampo.
They know what both fighters bring to the table.
None but he still did the same type of numbers with lesser competition.
Astronomical pay-per-view numbers. Yes, some fighters are getting pay-per-view opportunities, but they're not doing great fucking deals of numbers.
What did Tank do with Rolly trash ass? Come on, bro.
He sold out.
Sometimes it is about the other guy that you're in.
You're in there with certain people, bro. But wait a minute. Who? Okay, hold up. But wait a minute. Yeah, but that's not pay-per-view. You can't listen. A fight that we want to see as boxing fans is completely different as the casual fan. For you to get those kind of numbers, you need casual fans. Gervonta Davis get casual fans.
Facts.
Deontay Wilder get casual fans. No casual fans are watching a Bud. I'm not. I don't know. Are watching Buzz promotion. It just ain't happening. Now, Errol, you can.
Because they not promoting him. Reggie Wright too. They not promoting him. Believe me. I was in Vegas and they wasn't promoting him the week of his fucking fight.
But that's what I'm saying. But that's only proving my point. On his side, his promotional team is not promoting that fight, right?
Fact.
So they're not promoting that fight. So one guy is bringing all the promotion to the fight. He's dragging all the promotion to that fight. Now, when you look at the demographics of the fight fans that are actually watching that fight, where is Bud drawing from? Is he drawing from the same pool as Errol? Are they drawing the same pool of fans?
He will
probably.
Week, which got people in
probably.
People
so now, who paying for it?
Casual fans gonna hear what those retired legends just stated. They're gonna get the Floyd push, because the other factor into this whole thing is the Floyd Mayweather push that a lot of the PBC fighters got. Without Floyd pushing them or mentioning them or them sparring with Floyd, they would not be in a position they're in.
Okay, so then when I said that the nigga went for photo ops, y'all wanted to clown me like I was hating on Bud. But check it out. If your pay-per-view numbers ain't on hit and you can't win at the negotiating table, and the people that you fucked with never really promoted you, then it does you some good to have a motherfucker who known in the game to be patting you on the back, taking pictures with you, validating you. So like I said, he needed them photo ops. He needed them handshakes and photo ops. They helping him sell the fight. They helping them validate the bullshit 5% that he in there begging for. Right the fuck now.
Okay.
Like I said, I just say shit in a way that ain't comfortable for your motherfucking ass.
What responsibility
These other brothers are saying it in an intelligent, comfortable way.
What responsibility do you think Earl and PBC have in this? Zero?
No, it's not their responsibility. You can't pass that shit over to the PBC.
No, I'm saying it takes two to make a fight, and all I keep hearing is about what Bud and Bob should have did, what Bud and Bob should have did, what Bud and Bob should have did.
That's their responsibility, man. No, you can't pass the buck. That's the problem in this country, is that people, a person is allowed to be a fuck up and bear no brunt of responsibility. It was shifted over to the next
point and say, well, look at him. The fuck?
But that's what I'm asking. If there's
keep looking in the mirror. Don't look at nobody else.
If there's responsibility on both sides, then what's the responsibility that PBC and Earl had?
But you gotta take responsibility for your shit first. Don't move to mine and you ain't taking responsibility for yours.
Don't worry about it, right? Don't worry about it. Just don't worry about it.
We gotta take responsibility.
But wait a minute. Bud can't be pushing on. He can't push that on nobody.
He can say the same shit in return. He can say, "Don't come for me. Why don't you talk to Earl and Al about it?"
But he's suing his promoter, bro. But wait a minute, he's suing his promoter. So therefore, he shouldn't have been with his promoter. So that's his fault.
If you guys
that's the same motherfucker that he said we didn't know his heart.
He's really the one that controls negotiation.
The same.
Why did he resign with him if he was so unhappy and he's so racist?
That's the other thing I said earlier.
He got the bag.
I'm somebody that follow Bud. I mean,
so he can't pay so much money. So your racism got a limit. So much money. Why you suing him now? You got paid him money.
So your racism got a limit. Your racism got a price. So wait a minute.
Promoting him.
His racism had a price, man.
Opposite of what he should have said as a promoter.
No, man. He said he could deal with the racism because he got a bag. So it's a price for him to be called. So it's a price for him to be treated less than, right? It's a price, right? That's okay, right? It's a price for him to accept racism and bigotry. It's a price for him to accept less than, right? And then to tell us that we don't know his heart, and then to come back and sue him for that shit. And then when I say he changed up, you try to tell me some other shit.
But look, 817, their standards a motherfucker got to adhere to in the contract. You represent a motherfucker.
You can't come out here and do the opposite.
There's standards, but you can't have acceptance for shit for a price.
You don't state what you can buy and what you lost with this person when this person's been everything for your damn company.
Man, he could have walked away from. Hey, look, Reg, he could have walked away from him.
He ain't make no money off of Lomachenko like that. He ain't make no money off of Teofimo like that. But he points to the one star that could have changed everything for Top Rank, and he chose to bash this dude. And that was the wrong thing for Bob.
Mix,
And for him not
you
to
can
get
have
the
what
guy fights. He comes out there and speaks. Bob Arum come out there and tell him how he the one that put the stop to the Manny Pacquiao fight because he's concerned with Manny Pacquiao. It's a number of things he did to railroad this dude's fucking career.
and he protected him while he did it.
And then on the day they launched that fucking ESPN app, and then you put Bud in one of his biggest fights on your platform on that shit, that was foul as fuck.
He protected him, Reggie. I agree with you. But he protected him, Reg. He protected him and told everybody who had something to say about all those things that you just brought up that we didn't know his heart. And he turned around and he sued him for the same racism. And Mick said, well, he stayed in Resign because he had that bag. And I said, well, goddamn, you got a price? So if you got a price of racism, what else you got a price for? Do you have a price for your asshole?
After he resigned, you act like he sued him first and then resigned.
Bro, it was the same fucking practice. He wasn't getting the shit before. Nothing changed. That's what everybody was challenging him on and asking him, why the fuck are you even thinking about resigning?
What do you mean? The last fight he had before he resigned was to get the belt with Horn, and then he resigned.
Is Kyle still here?
It wasn't until he resigned, then he realized he wasn't getting shit. But his last fight before he resigned was the fight with Horn. Then he resigned to become the highest paid boxer in the division. And then 3 years later comes the fucking lawsuit.
But you'll turn around and praise Dev being the highest paid fighter in his division, giving up all his shit.
He's not though.
Going to sign. Boy, yes, he was. Who the fuck making more than him at lightweight? Tank fight at 135, 140, 130. He ain't no solid 135 pounder.
Okay, so you're gonna take out of it to make your point? All right.
Tank fought at 140. He's fought at 135 and 130.
He's campaigning at 135.
He's held titles. He's held titles at each weight class.
He currently holds a title.
Devin been at 130 fucking 5.
He currently holds the title at 135.
God damn, bro.
His last two fights have been 135.
Hey, is Kyle or DJ still here?
No, they are not. Well,
okay. No, I just didn't see the chat lighten up. Nobody was switching it out. I know they over there. Like I said, I don't want to pull away from y'all, but yeah, they just keep hitting up.
No, Philip H. I made mistakes. I done made mistakes a lot, and that's what I'm saying here. We all make them. That's what I'm saying about Earl and why I respect him. He made them, but he offered, he owned up to them and offered explanations for him when he didn't have to give them for nobody. No, I realize that we all human, fam. We all make mistakes. And what I'm saying here is Bud has made some mistakes in his career and has mismanaged it. And the excuses that he gave are just that, excuses. He damn sure could be in a better position than he is now. He could have attacked more belts at 147 than he did now. It was important for him to be undisputed at 140. He made the effort. His promotional company made the effort. They did not make the same effort at the next weight class. And he had opportunities outside of the promotional company to do it, being undisputed, and he did not choose them. It is what it is. Now, at the end of the day, you're still going to pick who you're going to pick. I'm still going to pick who I'm going to pick. That's it. But don't omit the fucking facts.
There's a lot of facts you omit, though, when it goes the other way. So be consistent.
Man, bro.
Yeah. Only one man has constantly been calling out the other. Like, Spence wasn't even mentioning Bud in post-fight interviews. Bud has always answered the questions and talked about the shit. And even if he did say it fights beyond me, he still answered the question about it. And then also, we forget Bud tried to become a mandatory for those titles and just put a petition to become a mandatory just to get the fight done, to make it have to get done. Like, he's done everything. He's constantly pushed for that fight, and it's been hold on. And then yes, after the Ugas shit, Spence was ready. I love the call out. It juiced me up. I'm happy to see it. But it's been 2 months, and there's still no paperwork done. So, I mean, until that happens, I'm just going, I'll wait. And when the fight happens, then fuck it. We'll see what happens. And for everybody that got sad about the Hall of Fame shit, just remember this. If that fight would already happen, that moment would have never happened. The questions would have already been answered.
Hey, shout out to you too. Anything 214. He was speaking to all of y'all, so I'm just shouting him out right quick. He gave a shout out to everybody on the panel. He named it specifically too.
Yeah, salute to the brother.
Where's 214 at? Where is it?
This shit's sad. It's Dallas, bro. This shit's sad, man. God damn, man. Look, bro, I'll be so glad when this shit go down. Like, for real, bro. Like, if it ain't one fight in boxing that I'm looking forward to get past, is that win, lose, or draw. I don't give a fuck who wins.
The fight ain't that
like, say, bro, it's kind of like it's like that orange motherfucker, bro. I just want either the motherfucker to die or for us to die. Like one of the two. So we ain't got to hear the shit no more, or he can just go and ain't nobody got to deal with shit. Like some shit is just divisive. This some divisive ass shit. A motherfucker ignore the sun, the moon, and the stars for this shit. This shit lame.
The fight really ain't that divisive. People have created this dumb shit. YouTubers have created this dumb shit. This is a fight that fans should just sit back, be ready for, and relax. But it comes to where you're dealing with fan bases and fandom, regardless of what side it comes from. They have created this fucking back and forth animosity for the buildup of a fucking fight. That two fighters got to fight, not fan bases.
It has to be fed, though.
I heard some men call it, man,
has to be fed, bro.
Blue blood, bro. That was
crazy. The fans will be fighting.
Man, those monsters have to be fed, bro. Listen, those monsters have to be fed, right? They have to be fed, bro. Right? These fan bases or whatever, right? The people that the fan bases are behind have to acknowledge the shit and then turn around and feed them. You know what I'm saying? With the shit to keep the fervor going. You know, one motherfucker feeding his fans gunpowder and the other feeding his fans goddamn dog food, man. I'm saying, bro, like you can't tell me in one instance, you know, a motherfucker, you know, you looking for a motherfucker and you really want some smoke with this motherfucker, this, that, and the third, and then 2 weeks later to be like, shit, I already knew that shit was signed and shit. I already knew that shit. We was just sitting back. That ain't what you said 2 weeks ago. Like, man, bro, man, anybody on this motherfucker, y'all know what I'm saying. If a motherfucker you fuck with tell you one thing and do another, if they do it to you too many times, you ain't trusting them. You ain't fucking with them. You ain't putting a lot of stock in what they say. You just gonna.
Are you expecting Bud to take less money for this fight?
Man. What the fuck, nigga? Why not?
That right there is relative. When people say take less, you know what I'm saying? The thing I be thinking about is like they say, you know, what you always hear everybody say, men lie, women lie, numbers don't, man. When they sit down at the table with them numbers, man, you got to pay who bring the numbers.
You take you get what you earn, man.
I don't mind that. I don't mind that.
You get what you worth and what you earn and what you negotiate.
Hold up.
I ain't saying nothing, brother. I've been quiet the whole time. Okay,
I already said Earl is the A side. He got 3 belts. He got pay-per-view numbers. He's the A side. I'm not debating that.
So why the fuck would you ask that question?
What I'm saying
is, the question: would you take less money?
This is what I'm asking. So this is what I'm asking. Let me clarify. Is that Bud got, what was it, 5 or 6 million for the Sean Porter fight, his last fight. So that would be his starting point of a negotiation for an undisputed championship. And so you're thinking at least 6 mil minimum, right? At least $1 million more than we got for Sean Porter.
That's not even a question. I'm pretty sure Allen's going to pay him more because of the whole, the size and the weight of the fight. Like, that's a gimme, man. He's not going to offer him less, considering if he did pay him well with Porter, because we know that Errol is a bigger star. Errol has more belts.
That's what I'm asking.
You just heard Errol did a 57-43 split with who? With Ugas, right? Okay.
Yeah.
Man, goddamn, bro. And we talking about a full what, possibly 2%.
Even 55-45 for this one.
And listen, I know. Hey, look, 2% in money and in them terms, it's big money. You dig what I'm saying?
2%
we talking about
extra shit. Though.
But I mean, you can't sit here and ask me in one breath, hey, would you take less money, and then turn around? Hey, I've already acknowledged that Errol is the A-side. You already answered your fucking question.
I'm just saying, so when the reports come out that he don't want to take X amount, it's like we agree he shouldn't be. He should be getting paid accordingly. He shouldn't have to take less, because what it is he has no leverage. He has no backing. He has no promoter behind him. It's just him versus PBC, Al Heyman. So really, they could strong arm him if they want. Like, well, shit, if you want this fight, we're giving you 5. Take it or leave it. And it's like that wouldn't be a fair thing. And but then he would be
being
looked at
unrealistic
as,
because
why
that's
would you
not
not
what they're
take that?
doing. You're being unrealistic because that's not what they're doing.
I'm not saying I don't know what they're doing. I'm not saying that is or it isn't. What
Right,
I'm saying is I do
I'm just
understand
saying.
negotiation tactics. So when someone has all the leverage, they can bully you into a situation you don't really want to be in.
See, you talking about that bullying you into a situation. No, I'm gonna tell you where PBC was flexing their muscle. PBC was flexing their muscle when Tim Smith came out and made the first goddamn statement. And then what's his name over Showtime when he came out, and Stephen Espinoza, when he came out and said what he said. That's what you call negotiating in public and flexing your muscle. And basically they wasn't doing nothing but telling the goddamn truth. The same shit the other brothers just told you before.
I don't know.
His numbers don't dictate. His numbers don't dictate that he get more.
And Ugas' numbers did? Like any of these other people's numbers did?
And Ugas didn't get more, and Ugas didn't get more than Earl, but he got a fair deal.
Yeah, but a fair deal would be
he got a fair
more than what you got last time.
He got a fair deal considering that he beat a legend.
Who?
The same legend that your boy turned down, that he had a signature on.
You talking about Ugas?
Yeah, he got the Pacquiao fight. That's a torch.
I was saying Mikey Garcia didn't even have a pay-per-view to his name yet when he fought Earl.
Bruh.
No, but Manny Pacquiao
where did we flip? Where did we flip from? I mean, we flipped quick. Why we flip to the other side of the pancake? Because you need something to protect you from that? Because that was the truth?
What you talking about? No, I'm just saying.
Okay.
So,
you're right. You're right.
Neither
one of them had a pay-per-view. That's why they did 50-50.
Minimum 6 guaranteed.
But Max,
neither
you
one
can't
of
excuse the fact that you guys did get the Manny Pacquiao fight. He was impressive, so that kind of worked up his ability to negotiate a good percentage in that fight. And the fight a legend is to have the torch passed to you. And
why do you think Bud wanted to fight? Because he wanted that. Not only did he want that validation, he wanted that on his resume. So when he went in there to negotiate, he could say he got a legend on his shit too.
From a negotiation standpoint, if put yourself in Bud's shoes, you got paid $5 million for your last fight against Porter. That's the starting point's got to be 6 for this fight. Before you even talk to me, don't offer me nothing less than that. And we can work up from there, obviously, because I want more than just $1 million for fucking undisputed. So you probably think at least 7, 8, and then some royalties on the back end, which percentages probably got to be worked out, and then the split. So there's a lot of other shit that goes into it, but as far as the guarantee, because that's the only shit we can really talk about, we still don't know how much these fighters make on the back end. We don't know the percentages. We don't know what they really bringing in. All you can really compare is guarantees. So it's like, if I know for, like, these things are well-known numbers, you can find them anywhere in public information. As far as the guarantees go, then just logically, you got to think you're going to make more than what you got with Bob.
So peep game. The guarantee bag is over there at Top Rank, right? We can only go by the reported. We can't go by the back end bag and what they get, right?
Yeah.
So how can you blame Bud, right? With peep game, a lot of these same motherfucking fighters that you talking about over at the PBC or whatever, you know what I'm saying? They reporting smaller numbers, but all of them shining and all of them happy. Ain't now one of them trying to sue Al talking about he fucking over him on the money. But I can name a few that did it with Bob, including your boy. So that upfront bag for the fucking is good, fam. It's real good.
That makes me feel confident.
It's real good
that he'll get a fair shake. But at the same time, all those people, they're signed to Al, so I think they're gonna probably try to make him sign a PBC agreement for. I don't think it's gonna be like like a Haney situation where he has his own promotion company and there's like a co-promo or whatever, however they work their business. Because as far as I understand right now, like Bud still don't have a promotion company, right? Not even his own. So he's gonna have to sign a PBC contract, right? And I doubt they're doing a 1-fight deal, which means he's probably getting at least a 2-fight if that includes a rematch, hopefully, and a possible third, most likely, similar to a Devin Haney situation.
Excuse me. Let me ask you, Max, if he doesn't sign a Showtime deal, okay? If he doesn't, right? He's already talked about moving up to 154 to challenge Charlo. So
he's also on PBC, same shit.
Facts. So
yeah.
So any of those guys up at 154, your Fonduras, your Lubins, all those guys are where?
Hey, what Kevin, I was just gonna say he gonna have to sign something because the only place he can fight is PBC. Ain't nobody in Top Rank for the man to fight. Period.
Facts. Unless he's gonna drop back down to 140 pounds, which what did moving to 147 mean for you anyway? And why would you drop back down at this age, cutting weight off to go fight younger and tougher competition? So we are talking about some shit that really is irrelevant. A whole signing, multi-fight deal, whatever. This shit is really irrelevant for him because he don't have options. We can say that Canelo had a few options, right? We can say he even had enough to sit on the goddamn table and figure out which one because he got options. There's some fighters over
he was
there.
an A-side to everything. Yeah,
not just.
You got what you call the phone number because Reggie fell off. He was trying to get back. I told him DJ and them gone.
Yeah, I'm saying not just Canelo being the A-side to everything, fam. I'm just saying that, it's some other fighters on other networks that he can slide and fight. You feel what I'm saying? Ain't no other fighters on the network that Bud can really slide to fight to where he can put on the table and say, man, I really don't have to do business with these motherfuckers. You feel what I'm saying? Everybody left on the plate is all on that side. So he having to come to the table after he done said, fuck them, they live check to check, whoop the blam.
He most that if I'm in his position, I'm definitely signing a PBC thing, but it's like if my intentions is after this Earl fight, if I'm confident I'm winning or whatever, that
he cut out. But even if your intention has to be to retire, because if you have any other intention, you're going to fight somebody on the PBC. You're going to.
Because they're not going to for sure pay him anything to fight anywhere else, man. Ain't nobody going to watch them fight.
No.
They want to see him fight them fighters over there at PBC. That's been the main conversation, man. I don't even know why folks acting like he ain't going to sign. He going to have to sign, period.
Facts. And there's no other platform for him to go to. I mean, Eddie already told you can't come to my platform. I don't have the fights for him.
Yeah.
There's no other platforms. ESPN, he's suing. So, man, stop, man. Stop. This all the runaround, fam. This is what I'm saying. This is what I'll be talking about, being genuine and having honest, genuine conversations, man, and not wasting time. We wasted 45 minutes on that shit, and at the end of the day, we came to the conclusion that what? He ain't got no other fighters nowhere else, no way.
I've been thinking the whole time I've been sitting there waiting for that to come up. I'm like, man, there's nowhere else he can go. Like I said, I've been following Bud for a long time. And I'm gonna say honestly, I don't like how certain moves he made,
God damn. And bro, when I say that he could have had other belts in Shape Street for all I'm saying is, bro, you didn't have to wait on this one man. All this, he told me to get a belt. When in the hell has a dude like Terrence Crawford listened to another man and what he said and actually follow what he did? He wouldn't even take the motherfucker that was paying him word and do what the fuck he told him to do. You know what I'm saying? Let's get out of all the other shit. Let's just be honest. Think about it, bro. The motherfucker that was paying him the bag that Mex keep jumping on was telling him to do shit, and Bud did his own thing. So you mean to tell me the only man he decided to listen to was Earl? The fuck out of here. He wasn't waiting on him.
He said he wanted to fight the other champion.
Broski, he ain't fought none of the other ones, broski. Stop the cap.
It was Horn.
He ain't attacked no other champions in the division. He got the belt, and there is nowhere else for him to go.
There was only one other champion in the division after he beat Horn, and that was Spence.
Just like we said before you faded out, there's nowhere for him to fucking go.
I agree.
Going to continue boxing. So what the fuck are we talking about? Is he going to sign a one fight or a multi-fight?
On the deal.
Is he going to fight? Is he right? Devin shouldn't have got raped on the deal either. But in order for him to get the shot with Bob funky ass, look what he had to go through. Now, right? Earl from the jump, not even having the control to make the fight, not even having the ability to make the fight, was shouting out a better percentage than Dev even sniffed with a lesser motherfucker in Kambosos. Oh my God. Man, bro. Boy.
I'm saying, if PBC signs that deal and Bud signing for whatever, right? And he happens to beat Spence. Why would you say, okay, when you move up to 154, we're not giving you Charlo, you're gonna get Fedora? Why would you waste that? Because Charlo's gonna make you way more money as a company. especially if he already just got undisputed at 147. Why would you waste a fight with that? I don't think they'll have him fight lesser like a Lubin or a fucking Fedora or someone other than Charlo. If he signs and he wins, now if he loses,
go to link, Reggie.
Then if he loses Spence, then yeah, give him. You're not gonna feed him to Charlo because fuck that. But if he beats Spence, I mean, it makes more sense to have him fight Charlo. It's still gonna be a crazy big fight, money wise, for PBC. PBC winning in all this at the end of the day, like master strategy, and it works.
All right, I'm back.
Whopped up.
Damn.
There we go. Everybody trying to get in.
Bud screwed his career up, bro. Bud screwed up his career financially. Now, you said y'all talk out of both of y'all mouth when y'all talk about finance. On one end, y'all say he got paid the most. Then on the other end, when it comes to a contract, he can't take that. So if you've been getting paid the most, what difference do it make?
Just
and why are you suing your promoter?
So you can't take less than that, is what I'm saying. You can't take less than what you got paid the most.
Why? Look at your predecessors that came before you. Well, I'll tell you why. Look at your Lennox Lewis took less when he fought Tyson. Why did he do that?
The boy got a lot of false pride. Thank you, fam. Who
was the draw? Was it Lennox Lewis, Oscar De La Hoya, and Mayweather?
Who was the draw? Mayweather. He ain't take nothing on that fight. I was waiting for about to bring that.
So you got to put your pride to the side and go get that respect
down, bro.
And hold on. What do you mean? Mayweather took more to fight De La Hoya than when he was getting offered to fight Margarito.
What?
Bro, he did, man. Go look it up, man.
63-37 63-37.
Yeah.
63-37.
Go look it up, Max. It's documented, bro. He took way less. He wasn't that kind of Mayweather back then. De La Hoya had all the leverage when it came to that fight.
And Mayweather said he was taking less, and that was going to be the last time he did it.
And it was.
He took less because he had a game plan. He bought his way out of the contract with there, and he was getting back end and front end money. He was getting running off.
I'm not talking about getting paid more than.
Hold on.
No, you guys got me twisted though. You're not even.
Hold on, bro. You get $25 million up front. I mean, he was getting 25. That was what his take was on the front end, and he got some back end. Now he knew the game plan. He knew in order for him to become the next level, he had to beat a De La Hoya. Yes, he did take less. And De La Hoya was the
okay. Let me clarify. I know he took less than De La Hoya. I'm not talking about taking less than your opponent. I'm talking about taking less than what you previously made. That was the most money he made in his career. He made more money than he made with Bob.
But who knows what Floyd took before that?
No one knows what took before that,
bro. Come on, y'all. Like, man, come on. Devin just did that, bro. Devin just took one of the worst contracts, and he got a rematch. Plus, he's not even on American soil. I'm like, bro, you know that you're not hurting for money. So it's not about the money.
Thank you, because Dev wasn't worried about the money. Dev been getting money, but Dev wanted something bigger than money. He wanted respect. He wanted respect. He wanted respect. He was tired of being called the email champion and everything else. He had fought the way up. He had did it the right way, became the mandatory, and they kept fucking him over. But he was
cool.
patient.
That's Devin.
And when the time, let me finish. And when the time came, he had his pride to put to the side and what he been making and taking less. He did all of that because he wanted something more. So to say that and say this, Bud Crawford been getting the money. He been in the catbird seat. He ain't been challenged over where the fuck he was. Now he wants something more. He wants to be validated among his peers and among the fans and everybody in boxing as being that guy. That in order to do it, he has to put his pride to the fucking side.
Is ridiculous, yo. Y'all ridiculous, man. Y'all ridiculous.
But Mex, all I did was use your argument. Mex, you just did that earlier, and I did the same thing to show you what you were doing. I brought up Devin,
all I'm saying is
just like you brought up somebody when we started talking about Bud. You say, well, what about this guy? What about that guy? So I just did the same thing. I just wanted to say that.
No, I'm just saying, all I'm simply saying is Bud should get paid more than he got paid for Porter, whatever that number is. That's it. I think we all agree on that, right? No?
He will get paid more than what he got for Porter. And then you're right, Max.
Okay, that's all I'm saying. That's it. That's my only point.
What everybody need to realize, bickering back and forth. What we need to realize, both of these guys need each other to get their biggest payday ever in their career.
On both sides.
So whatever makes sense to them is what's going to be, and that's all we can do is wait on that.
Yeah, because I don't really care about the money, man.
It's going to be their biggest payday, and percentages don't make the fight.
I think, hey, Centos,
the fight is made by the fighters.
I think that's with a caveat. I think that's with an asterisk. I think one of them has more opportunity for bigger fights than the other. But that's neither here nor there.
So what do y'all think about Errol saying, once I get this last belt, we're gonna see who's holding up the fight then?
There is no bigger welterweight fight to be made at this point in time than that fight there. Period.
I didn't say that. I didn't say that, Santos.
That's gonna be one of the. Okay, well, I'm gonna clarify for what I'm saying. There is. This is probably the most valuable welterweight fight, next to maybe some Mayweather stuff that we've had in a long time, and there won't be no others for a while. So they one needs the other. It's not one can do it all himself. Both these guys need each other to have the biggest payday, whatever that payday may be for this guy and whatever it may be for the other guy. It will be their biggest payday.
So does it make any difference who has the most belts?
I don't always made the difference. It's always made the difference. Only way it won't make a difference now is when Devin and Tank fight. Tevin is going to make more money than Devin. Okay. I think that's fair enough to say, even though Devin got more belts.
I'm the type of fan for boxing. Go way back. We didn't care nothing about the money as fans.
Santos, that was 30 years ago. We talking about now. These guys care.
It don't matter. But what?
Some of these guys care, Santos. That's what I'm saying.
You guys don't. Those fighters ended up broke on their contract.
I was just going to say that next. Yeah, things have changed.
All those fighters ended up broke.
Hold on. What person has impact on these guys' contractual agreement on this panel? Name me one. Name one of you.
Name what? I didn't hear what you said.
Okay, that's what I figured.
Well, you broke up. I didn't hear you. I didn't hear you. Sento, you broke up. I didn't hear what you were saying.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
I said whichever one of you guys have an impact on these guys' contractual agreements, speak up now.
Oh man, that's bad.
Oh wow!
Here we go. Here we go.
That's the way boxing has always been.
We're gonna play the straw man.
Okay.
Like I said, yeah, I'm just saying because Errol has put in some work, man. Like I said, I'm not picking a side on this. He has put in more work as far as getting these belts, man. That's
all I'm saying. Nobody was arguing. Nobody was arguing that Deontay Wilder should get more money because he was going to be fighting Anthony Joshua. Why? Because Anthony Joshua was quote unquote the bigger star, even though we see that shit ain't true now. He was quote unquote the bigger star, and he had 3 of the belts. So he was going to get the lion's share of the pot, and he was going to get to pick the venue and everything. Now that Errol is asking for the same shit, we call Anthony Joshua all kinds of ducks. Now that Errol is saying the same shit, I'm the bigger star. I got more belts. I want to pick the location. We call him a duck for that.
I have no problem with that.
Huh?
I have no problem with that. That's what I'm saying. Whatever. Terrence is going to be the base, right? He's going to be whatever he gets.
But the difference is Wilder said, "I don't give a fuck. My belt say heavyweight champion of the world. Give him whatever you want. I want to get him in the ring." Bud ain't keeping that same type of energy. He ain't saying give him whatever he want. I just want to get him in the ring because it's about my legacy.
This that Kobe contract. This is the end of his career. He's retiring after this shit. Everything he's putting in all this, he's gonna get the most amount of money he get.
Now he's retiring. I thought he was fighting Charlo after he win.
Well, that's
so it just comes to a question now.
This contract.
Oh man.
It just comes to it ain't a one-fight contract.
The fucking contract. Just start chewing when you say it, bro. Just start chewing, bro.
It's one of the two because I don't think you can do both. I really don't think you can do both. You either gonna fight, you either gonna go for legacy or you gonna cash out. I don't think you can do both. Personally, that's just my opinion. I don't think you can do both.
DJ, if he thinking about this is my cash
I've never
out
seen
fight,
so many men like
DJ,
want
if he
someone to
got
not get
in
money.
his mind
That's crazy.
that this is a cash out fight and he going to fight Earl Smith, he's
Y'all
lost before he's got
why
in
he
the
should
fight.
take way less money than what he's worth.
If you thinking about cashing out before you fight somebody, you done lost already. You gonna get your ass.
If you're not thinking about cashing out every time you step in that ring, you're failing yourself.
So okay, Mix. So
the money gonna come anyway. You need to be worried about that motherfucker putting hands on you.
We can talk about Dev's contract, but Dev is 24 and he's getting money already. So he's already focused on the money at 24.
Okay. All right.
Bet you wasn't thinking about the bag when the bell rung. He was thinking about beating the shit out that white boy.
Yeah, but because he didn't have to, the bag was already there.
Stop the cap.
Clear before the bell
he had the bag before the fucking fight.
Mix, is it fair to say, and I want everybody's opinion on this,
they putting brand new socks on every day. Them niggas not worried.
I hate bringing up this fucking part of it, but goddamn it, it's a part of boxing. Is it fair to say that Bud Crawford in his last 4 fights has made more money than Errol Spence?
Yes. On the numbers we have.
Say it again, DJ.
Is it fair to say that Bud Crawford has made more money than Errol Spence in his last 4 fights?
Yeah.
Don't know about that.
Only off guarantees
just basing off what's reported, because we can go look at what's been reported.
Yeah.
Now the whole back end shit we can't prove.
Yeah, I was going to say I won't fully agree with it, but off the numbers that we get
told, based off of their guarantees, based off of their reported, I'm saying reported, based off of their reported guarantees, Bud Crawford has made way more money than Errol Spence these last 4 fights.
Right.
So you couple that with you saying go by market value. So boom, PBC should offer Bud $6 million, right? That was market value. That's what he got paid to fight Sean Porter. That's his market value at this point because he doesn't sell pay-per-views. He's a big attraction at the gate. I'll give him that. He's a huge attraction at the gate. I saw him do good numbers with Sean Porter at the gate, right? So you go by that and you double that. Errol doubled what he did, even though the venue was bigger. Errol doubled what he did in his last fight, which means he had a higher gate and he's done more pay-per-views. So going by that logic, I'm all for the athlete. I don't care what fucking sport it is, because they're who we come to see. We don't come to see the GM sign fucking contracts, just like in college sports when everybody has a problem with these football and basketball players getting paid. I ain't ever seen 90,000 people show up to watch a fucking badminton or a soccer match. So or a college soccer match or a fucking tennis match in college. So give these guys everything that they should get. By you saying that Bud should get market value, his contract over the past few years has been reportedly $4.5 million, right, for every fight. Errol Spence ain't been getting that kind of guarantee. So is it fair? I'm asking, is it fair in your eyes that Errol Spence get a bigger split of the pie? I know it's a long-winded question, but that was my question.
No, I don't think Bud. I think Earl should get the bulk of the pie. I think he should, but not by a large majority of the split. But he definitely deserves to be the lion's share of that split.
And Reggie, again, I mean, it was reported that Ugas got 43% split, right? On that deal.
That's pretty good. So
right, on that guaranteed money. Right. Exactly. So I'm just saying, if we're using that, you know what I'm saying, for a basis or whatnot to think about, you know, as far as negotiating with champions, right? And sure, this guy's up under the banner or whatnot, but he's still got a 43% rate with just that one belt. We're having just that, you know, that one major fight with Manny Pacquiao. So if you're talking about negotiation tactics or with recent guys, I mean, you've seen they negotiating in good faith. A sanctioning body didn't have to go to them and force them into a purse bid for their fight, did they?
All I'm saying is whatever these guys want, give it to them. I think if PBC offered Bud $8 million for this fight, just throwing out a number, I think that's fair market value. To me, that's fair market value. I'm paying you more than what I'm giving you a higher guarantee, because I don't think Bud wants to do the back end shit, right? I really don't think he wants to do the back end money, or this depends on the ticket sales and the merch.
Nah, because he ain't never experienced that back end bag
before. He wants to do that. I don't know. I'm not in their camp.
DJ,
I'm gonna keep throwing that out there.
DJ, common sense tell you he don't want to do it because he ain't did it before.
Hold on. He don't even have a promoter. He won't have to split that back end with no one but himself. He damn sure wants back end.
Say,
He don't have to cash out Bob.
Next, he ain't
But why
got
he
back
don't have
in
a
before
promoter,
though.
Max?
Next,
But Max, why he don't got a promoter if his promoter was paying him so much money? Why he ain't got no promoter?
Because PBC don't fuck with Bob and Bob don't fuck with PBC.
No. Bob was paying him the most money. That's what you said. Stand on it. Bob was paying him the most money. He was getting paid the most. So why he ain't with Bob right now?
Because he ain't never seen that back end bag. Because he ain't never seen that back end bag.
No, and he don't know nothing about the back end bag. He never got the back end bag.
And that's why he not willing
what does
to
that
take
mean?
it
So
now.
He don't deserve it now?
It's not that he don't deserve it, man. He don't know what it looks like.
About it now.
He might not understand it.
Learn from his past experience and say, "Fuck that, I need the back end now."
He was earning. It was about the fights he wasn't.
This is what I'm talking about. Y'all like, oh, he never got it before. He don't need it now. He don't need it now. Like, what the fuck?
That ain't what I said.
Didn't nobody
No, that's
say
not
that.
what I'm saying, man.
You just said why not willing to take that because he never had it before.
No,
From what I
we said
understand,
he's not
Max,
willing to
he's
take
not
it because
willing
he's
to
never
take
had
that.
it before. He wants it
a
all up.
high guarantee. He wants
Thank you.
whatever, 8-10 million off top.
No, I understand that.
They don't do that. Unless you're Canelo, the PBC don't do that for no fucking
Thank
body.
you. And he don't have the numbers that a Canelo has to come in and even demand that. He don't have the fan base. He don't have none of that shit. None of it. So he can't command that same type of shit.
He's still going to get a percentage of the back end.
Okay, but listen, Mex, listen to what we're saying, okay? You
yeah,
said that Bob Mex, you got to stop talking to listen. You got 2 ears and 1 mouth. Now listen, I heard you when you said Bob paid him the most money. That's why that brother popped back on. Okay, we understand that. So in this spot, he don't have the leverage. He want all the money up front because he ain't never seen a back end bag because Bob never let him see a back end bag. He don't know nothing about a back end bag. Plus, he was never promoted. Plus, he was never promoted in order to even think that he would get one. Merchandise and none of that shit. When he looking and seeing them numbers, why would I depend on the back end when all my money depend on that when I ain't been getting it before? But the PBC, they promote the shit out of their guys. So they understand I can take this smaller guarantee because I'm going to kill on the back end. On some shit that I ain't, like AB was saying to you on the cool in the interview, on some shit I ain't got to report to the man, fool. Because I still got to pay taxes on this money, not only to the sanctioning body, and to these cut men, and to these motherfucking promoters and everybody else.
So you think that Bud don't know that? You think that Bud don't know it's going to be one of the biggest fights in welterweight history? You think he's not going to want a piece of the back end?
Mitch, check this out. Check this out, Mitch. This one will slap you across the face. He figured it fucking out. That's why he left Bob and he trying to sue him. Now, shut up about that shit. And
that's not what he's suing him for. Why you keep including everything? Why he's suing him? He's suing him because he counter promoted him
for money and for not representing him properly. He's suing him for money and that he did not promote him properly.
And directly related to him counter-promoting.
He's suing him for money and he didn't promote him properly.
All right, then.
But that's what lawsuits are about. Lawsuits are always about money.
In more recent news, I think we've all gotten to the point now where we all know where everybody stand. And once Bud clear up this shit, because we can debate the splits and who we think gonna win the fight and why, but at the end of the day, in doing my due diligence, talking to different people, from what I understand, it's about getting Daniel Canahan out the way. PBC don't want to deal with him, and that was Bud's advisor for a long time. So that's
because
the big
the feds on his neck.
Other than the date, by my understanding, shout out L-Dub. By my understanding, they want to make sure Daniel Canahan doesn't have his greasy, dirty, filthy, corrupted fingerprints nowhere on this fight before they move forward with anything.
Because if he does, then that means that the feds in their bed too.
Both camps want to make the fight. But the people at Showtime and the higher ups at Premier Boxing Championships want to be absolutely sure Daniel Canahan has absolutely dick to do with this fight. And that's my final piece on that.
Hey, you don't think ESPN nervous?
Injustice going on right now in boxing is Jermell Charlo having 2 fucking mandatories, not even a month after he won the fight. Now you got Bakram and Zoo fighting over who's gonna actually get that fight. because Bakram was his IBF mandatory, and Tim Tszю's been the WBO mandatory for a couple years. Well, actually, he was supposed to fight Bakram first. So now Bakram and so now the IBF and the WBO are going back and forth trying to figure out who's going to get that fight. I think it's bullshit that Jermell Charlo has 2 mandatories lined up, and Canelo didn't have absolutely shit after he won Undisputed. But that's my piece on that, man. Y'all go ahead and speak on that.
Well, you know what type of timing they on. Shit, you know what type of timing they on. The belts wasn't even on the plane before they was trying to put Tim Tszyu in the spot before the goddamn fight happened. He was up there with 2 goddamn braces on his hands, looking like a motherfucking handicapped person, talking about how he was finna fight. I mean, his hands wasn't even right, and they was already pushing that fight. So you knew Tim Tszyu was coming.
I think that the rematch is kind of what fucked up that timeline for that shit. Like, right? I mean, if he would have won the first one, then the mandatories would have been taken out the way. The mandatories had to wait longer because of the rematch, right?
Yeah, but I mean, look, I mean, come on, bro. Has Canelo faced any mandatory since he's won Undisputed? Has
no, but
anybody pushed
he didn't have a rematch. That
within but within 30 days, did they have any type of motherfucking mandatory waiting on him? How many times has David Benavidez won a WBC eliminator at 168?
Yeah, fact. See, but you see how Canelo wiggled around that bullshit by fighting that trash ass Yildirim fight, which was supposedly they became a mandatory. So that cleared him of another year of not having a mandatory for WBC, right?
After a loss.
That's what I'm saying.
No business getting the fight anyway.
But see, that's where the impact of a fighter profile, the impact of a fighter's profile and star status outweighs whatever structures that these organizations try to put in, and that adds to the flaws of the sport of boxing. The rules are interchangeable. They apply to some, and others live outside the rules, because ain't nobody gonna say no, you can't do that, Canelo, especially with the type of money he attracts. And if it's a big fight, they looking to get they chunk out of that shit. So it's certain fighters that will bend the rules. Floyd
want to put that WBC on anything that Canelo do, because he know the Mexican money coming. So he willing to bend over and take a fucking and be embarrassed in public. If he gonna get that bag, he got a price.
Yeah, he gonna do it with Monster anyway too, because the more Monster continues to win spectacular fashion, the more if they can get Japanese or growing Asian crowd into the sport of boxing, Monster Indian. That's the reason why they keep putting them in the that stupid ass pound for pound shit. But it leads to where fans will buy into it.
Pound for pound list trash as shit. But my bad. Go ahead, Reggie.
Yeah, but it's all part of the strategy of developing this guy into an international star and celebrity, and all the organizations are going to try to wrap their filthy hands around that dude, and he keeps winning, he'll be the next dude with major control inside the sport of boxing.
Until he run into cool boy Steph, they are trying to move in a way the same way they were moving Lomachenko. And I promise you, as soon as Lomachenko decide to put down that AK and take them boots off, he will be the WBO mandatory for one Devin the Dream Haney. I will pass the mic. Go ahead, Pittsburgh Mex. Best pugilist, what's going on, brother? Cento.
Dude.
Yo, what's going on, brothers? What's going on?
What's up, Peace?
I was just listening, checking it out, listening to everybody's perspective. A lot of good things said this morning. I will say this much, but as far as that pay, yeah, Terrence gonna get more than he did that last fight, because it's a bigger fight. So he's gonna get more money. Simple. It's not even fucking rocket science. Now he ain't gonna get more than Errol. And he shouldn't. But he's gonna get more than what he got in the Sean Porter fight. So it should be something that he ain't gonna sneeze at and be good with, because he's gonna make more money than he ever made, and have the opportunity to claim all them belts and be the undisputed champion and be considered the best at welterweight. So, and boxing period. So, and he'll get enough that'll make him happy enough with what he get. He's not gonna be the A side in that shit in terms of the money, just because of the business of boxing and the way it's set up, you know. So ultimately, I think he'll get more than enough that'll make him willing to accept the fight. I don't think that'll be the thing that'll keep it from happening, you know. And it's all said and done. And at this point, the fight looks like, you know, it more than ever, it looks like it's a go, you know. So I'm expecting to hear something between October and November that is set. Both parties agree that they want to make it happen. So there's a very high chance that it's going to happen, as opposed to not. You know,
we at the end of the road, fam. It's gonna, you know, it's gonna happen. It's got to happen, fam.
Yeah.
I mean, me and In Shape just said it. I mean,
deal.
Yeah, the boy ain't got nowhere to go, fam. Best views, real talk, fam. Real, just real shit, right? Negotiations aside, all that old bullshit. What my nigga gonna do, bro, if he don't fight her? Real shit.
Yeah.
Like Charlo got the zoo shit going on. He PBC. Everybody up here PBC at this point. The nigga not dropping back down to 140. So the shit gonna get done, bro. Like, it's already done on the cool. Because, I mean, if you talk to the right people know the right people, and they already said what time it is. So, my nigga, just chill, bro. Stop with all the cap and the extra shit. Just lay back. The motherfucker you going for, all the shit you said, all this shit leading up to it or whatever, it's all on these lives. Motherfuckers got it. So the shit gonna age like milk. You feel what I'm saying? Some shit already stank that a lot of you motherfuckers done drop. So it's coming, bro. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
just like it was before.
I'm gonna tell you what I have.
They both said it. Like
the Rolling Tank
never
shit,
heard
we
both
had
of them
niggas in
saying
here.
it at the same time. So it's going down.
Man, we had motherfuckers out. What's the old boy that stole Trill Will? He Ill Will. He all on talking about the money. He on bet on Rolling, and I'm gonna be here and all this shit. Rolling ass was laying on the ropes. That nigga changed his name. We ain't seen it no more. Bro, go back to the Leo fight. Motherfuckers was doing that, talking about Tank losing to Leo. Dale was gonna lose to Kambosos. Kambosos' hook is ferocious. The hooks he throw, all this old shit. He went in there and got blank 12-0. I ain't seen no Kambosos fans. None. It took goddamn me 2 weeks for everybody besides Money Brown to come out of hiding when Bivol beat the shit out of Canelo face. So, man, bro, look, we know what time it is. It ain't no different. This just one we was waiting on. All the Pacquiao fans, if y'all was doing this shit when Manny and Floyd fought, y'all seen the same shit. Same shit. Motherfuckers had a million reasons why the fight hadn't happened, and it wasn't his fault. And Floyd was on this, that, and the third until he got on that ass. Then Manny's shoulder was hurting, and he had a million excuses.
Yeah, that was a fact. You chose no lie. You chose no lie on that shit, cause that's exactly what it was. Cause from day one, when everybody, y'all don't know the goddamn fucking debates I had about that shit, man. For all those years.
And bro, it was
like,
the
this
same
shit
with
ain't
me, bro.
never gonna be no contest. It was never. I don't give a fuck when that fight happened. He was never gonna win that fight.
Yeah, it was always gonna be an ass whooping. But
Floyd he was gonna never going. The only thing that might have happened, it just would have been a little bit worse. That's it. But he was never winning that fight.
Floyd was a master at making you believe the other guy had a chance. Like that's why I say he was one of the best snake oil salesmen on the planet. But I tell you one thing, right? As disappointed as boxing fans would be if Bud and Errol don't fight this year, the great thing about that is somebody gonna have to fight Boots. Because he's number one in the IBF and he's number two in the WBO.
And let's be honest about it. And so let's be honest about it. Neither one of them wants to right now. Neither one of them wants to right now. I'm gonna tell you,
it don't make sense. It don't make sense though.
It don't make it. Listen, it don't make dollar sense. It don't make dollar sense for each one, and the threat is way bigger. The threat is way bigger.
Yeah, it doesn't make sense at this point. It should just be them. Period. Point blank. Ain't nothing else to be said. Nothing else need to be said. Them.
Well, the longer they take to get this contract done, the more time Boots has of wiggling in, man.
Ain't neither one of these cats walking away from the table, and boxing not letting them walk away from the table. 147 not letting them walk away from the table in regards to this, because if it does, it's gonna be some dropping of the belts and some scramble shit, and they just gonna go back to that. You feel what I'm saying? And these sanctioning bodies, they want that payday. I don't give a fuck what nobody say. These sanctioning bodies, these networks, they want that money, bro. Especially with Bob out the way, and everybody like DJ said, everybody not trying to take into account the Daniel Kinahan situation, but ESPN was sweating goddamn me and was on Bob ass about that, and that's why Bob was trying to distance himself as much as he could.
Hell yeah, absolutely.
Don't
know other
one.
100%.
Josh Taylor right now. I'm surprised Josh Taylor got a fight.
Facts.
But go ahead, my bad. I didn't mean to cut you off, Best Views.
Nah, but he's right. He's 100% right on that shit though.
Shit 100%. Crazy, bro. Like, but at the end of the day, the shit gonna happen, man. The shit gonna motherfucking happen, bro. We ain't got nothing else that can happen. He ain't dropping back down to 140, fam. And he 30, and somebody else is talking about now he got, big fights in the future. The nigga finna be what, 36 after this one?
35.
35.
He's 35 now, 35 right?
In what, October, August, what's something like that? It's later this year he turns 35. So
okay, yeah. So shit, bro.
I'm not sure when his birthday is, but I know I think Errol just turned 33.
Yeah, it has to happen.
33.
Yeah, bro. It
has to happen. There's no other way it can go.
It has to happen this year. Like, I'm very adamant on this year. I don't want to see it next year. I think after next year, it's the expiration date done hit.
It's not happening next year because somebody gonna have to fight a mandatory in between that time, and that ain't going down.
And Boots, both they mandatory right now. Well, I think they still got Virgil #1, but shit, Virgil can't get a fight right now. And personally, I think Virgil should move up to 154. Man, you almost died the last time you tried to make 147. And the past 2 or 3 times before that, you missed 147 on the first try. I mean, by God, son, just move up.
Yeah, really.
That's easy for me to say. And you got B-Hop, which
but it's true though.
It's saying, I think Virgil should move up. That's just my personal opinion. Man, after you almost died trying to make weight, and we've seen the situation happen several different times. The only person that I've seen that it came back and it didn't really affect was it was in MMA, and it was with Habib. I remember Habib's liver shut down before he was supposed to fight. I think it was one of them Tony Ferguson fights that did happen. So I mean, and he didn't move up. So it's touch and go right now. I think David Avanizian just pulled out of his fight. So I think I just pulled out of the fight with Virgil. So but he still has an August 6th date. Let's see if he finds somebody at a catch weight, or if they can get McKinson to step back in there and take the fight. So we'll see what happens, man.
Didn't McKinson just get his ass whooped though?
I don't know. I don't think so. I don't think he's fought since then.
Didn't McKinson just lose? I thought McKinson got his ass whooped.
Hold on, I can look it up real quick. See, now you got me curious, and I want to look it up.
Right. I thought McKinson had a fight and he got his ass whooped, if I'm not mistaken. I don't know. I might be fucking up though.
His name Michael Mickey
McKinson. Right.
McKinson.
I thought he was scheduled to fight or had a fight and he lost.
Let me see. No, he's 22-0. Well, yeah, he just fought in March.
Okay,
he fought in March and he won that fight.
He won. Okay, I know he was scheduled to fight, but it was wasn't it a decision? Wasn't no knockout, wasn't it?
No. It was a decision. He's never been in a 12-round fight, and my man couldn't bust a bag. It
was on somebody's card. We just seen it.
Gave him a thumbtack. So
yeah, we just seen it. It was on somebody's card, if I'm not mistaken, fam.
Whose card was that? Well, no, it's because Savannah didn't fight until April, right? I think that was the Brooke. Was that the Brooke and Khan card?
Brooke and Khan card. He fought on somebody's card. I remember watching.
No. Let's see. Let's go back. God damn it. 817.
Because I'm telling you, fam. Because
No,
when
that
I
was in
seen,
L.A. That was in L.A. and Brooke and Khan fought overseas. So who fought in L.A.?
listen, when I watched the fight, I was like, damn, this McKinson, you know what I'm saying? He ain't got a He ain't got shit. And he ranked number
Yeah,
3.
he's a southpaw, but he's quote unquote a slick southpaw. So I just strictly took that as Virgil prepping for somebody. He's prepping to either fight a switch hitter in Terrence Crawford or southpaw in Errol Spence. Seeing as how he's number 1, I think McKinson was like number 3, and I think Boots is number 2. So
But goddamn, I mean, McKinson ain't gonna prepare you for one of them. I mean, if that's what you was doing, you could have got a better southpaw looking goddamn East sparring than you would fighting McKinson. Shit, trying to prepare for one of them.
Absolutely. Yeah. Yeah, man. My man can't bust a grape. Shit, I think my 9-year-old hit harder than him.
Facts. That's what I'm saying. When I was watching, I know, you know what I'm saying, when you was talking about McKinson or whatever, I was like, we just seen him recently, and he wasn't hitting on shit, but I couldn't remember exactly what card it was on.
Yeah, I think they're gonna try to either reschedule that fight or, you know, put him in there with somebody else. Like I said, probably at a catch weight, probably give him 150-pound catch weight, 148-pound catch weight, or some shit like that. Just to get him back in the ring. Because he ain't fought since he beat Mean Machine, right? I think that was the last time he fought. And not Virgil, but Maurice Hooker ain't fought since he got knocked out by Virgil. Well, he didn't get knocked out. He got stopped, but, you know.
I think Mo done, fam.
You think he done?
Mo got a lot of kids. He made a little money. I think Mo done.
What about
Mo is my sister's ex-boyfriend was like best friends with Mo, went to school with Mo, all of that. I text him or whatever and ask him, but I mean, last time we talked on the cool, I think Mo done. You feel what I'm saying? He kind of in that
respect. If he done, then respect.
I think he kind of in there reevaluating my career mode, really deciding if I want to keep doing this. You know what I'm saying?
If it ain't in you, don't keep doing it, bro.
There you go. I think that's where
see, that's the same shit I said about Wilder, but talking to my bro Tate Jones, he was like, yeah, I think he really want to come back. But if it ain't in you, I say this all the time about fighters, right? I don't want it to be after you get knocked out or in the 8th round of an ass whooping that you sit there and think, what the hell am I doing in here? Why did I come back? Why am I in here? So, you know, I don't want that to happen to any fighter. And I saw it, the most recently I saw it was with Manny Pacquiao and Ugas. I saw it in Manny Pacquiao's face around the 8th, 9th round when he was in there with Ugas. It's like, why in the fuck am I still fighting?
Right. And then you also got to think too, like if Mo Hooker is brought back, right? If he is brought back, then who are you going to bring Mo Hooker back against? He's already shown that he ain't at that championship level, that upper crust level, right? So if you're Mo Hooker, if you Mo Hooker, what are you becoming? You becoming a gatekeeper. Now they're gonna put you in with young, hungry lions, and you're gonna be in tough, hard fights. And you've already taken damage. If y'all ain't listen to him talk, you don't talk out, you know, like the shit flowing like water.
And it's just and that Mo Hooker thing you bring it up brings to the other side of fighters and the money thing, putting themselves at risk when he shouldn't be in there. If he didn't make the paydays or do right with his money, they end up staying in here way longer than what they're supposed to. And eventually he's gonna suffer the brain effects of that shit.
Right. And I think Mo got some moves. I think he got some moves, you know what I'm saying, as far as his change that he did. But I know Mo got a lot of kids, bro. He got a lot of kids, bro. Real talk.
That's the problem.
Right. We may see him get back in there.
Him and Broner pretty much in the same situation. I'm not in Broner's camp. I'm not in his personal life. I'm just going off the shit that's been public with him going to court and everything about his money troubles and him owing money. Broner also has a lot of kids, and so, you know, is he taking this fight because he truly wants to keep fighting? I think he's taking this fight with Omar Figueroa because he truly does not know what else to do. And it's the same reason why Floyd, even though Floyd's a billionaire, he's not hurting for money. I don't think Floyd knows what else to do. I think he's bored with his promotional company. I think his money's making money, and he just doesn't know what else to do. I think Adrian Broner didn't reach the same level of financial security as Floyd, but he doesn't know what else to do. And we all sat up there and listened to this man last February get on that stand and beg Showtime, please keep me busy. I need something to do. I need a fight. I can fight again in July. Please give me a fight. And I think a lot of people turned a blind eye to that, just thinking AB being AB, he being goofy. No, I really thought about that because a lot of kids in the neighborhoods coming up, they just need something to do. They not bad. You feel me? They're not wayward kids. They just really need something to do. And I think Adrian Broner, even though he's 31, and Adrian Broner 31, he's 31, 32 years old. He's still fairly young as far as, as far as life goes. I just think he needs something to do, and he doesn't know what else to do. He needs a way to feed his kids.
Hey, DJ, in these podcasts that we're starting to see, and salute to him, man, I enjoy a lot of these podcasts, the pivot, you know what I'm saying, shit like that. But a lot of times what we see in these athletes, you know what I'm saying, especially the ones that are in the transition or actually trying to pivot, right? One of the things they struggle with is not getting the cheers no more, that adrenaline rush, the crowd. And I think that's part of it. You know what I'm saying? AB's a fighter through and through. And I don't think he know anything else but boxing. I think boxing saved his life. I mean, he talked about him being in jail and then coming home to box. You feel what I'm saying?
Absolutely.
And I think that's part of what made him who he is. And I also think AB needed to happen. Unfortunately, you know what I'm saying? There are some of us that in life, we got to hit rock bottom. You know what I'm saying? I got a partner like that. You know, I had to pick myself up from my bootstraps or whatever, get my shit together and start standing up as a man at a point. All of us do, right? But some of us, some of your partners or whatever, they'll fall a little lower. It take a little longer for them to realize shit. And you know, AB last little post, I don't know if y'all seen it or whatever, one of the last little posts I seen of him, you know, he was talking about, I'm by my goddamn self. Ain't nobody around me but Mike Stafford and my cut man. And you know what? I kind of want to keep it this way. You know what I'm saying? That's the same shit that fostered that hunger and brought us the problem. You did. So sometimes you need to be humble, man. I say it all the time, like the brother was saying in the chat earlier. Yeah, like you ain't made a mistake. Nah, my brother, I'm quick to say I make mistakes all the time. I'm trying to get better every day. But what I will give myself credit for is acknowledging the fact that I'm not perfect and I make mistakes. You know what I'm saying? That's how I know that I got the ability to be a better person, right? So AB had to find that out for itself. You have to have some people around you tell you no. You have to face some consequences. You have to go through some things, you know what I'm saying, before you start valuing shit and realizing, you know, what kind of blessings you got. And I think, you know, he the type of motherfucker that had to hit rock bottom and have everything taken away from him for him to realize some shit. Now the proof gonna be in the pudding. He looked good. He looked like he taking it serious. He in motherfucking shape. He in dog shape. He in better shape than he was for that bullshit he pulled before. But you know, we'll see. You know what I'm saying? It's like somebody who went to jail or some shit. I ain't gonna rob no more, or a smoker, shit, who went to rehab. You know, are you gonna follow the steps, or you shooting to the south side?
I think this fight is it at a catch weight or like 145 or 144 like it was for his last fight? Is he fighting at 147?
I'm not sure exactly.
Anybody know? Anybody on the panel know what his fight is taking place?
Oh, for AB?
Yeah, for AB. Yeah.
Anybody it's on the 23rd, and it's the 23rd.
Not the location. I know it's in Chicago. I'm talking about the weight. Is he fighting the catch weight or is he at 147? I know he can't make 140 no more.
Oh yeah, that I don't know.
Okay.
Hey man, I think he was trying to push to come back at 140. I don't know. Let me see.
Nah, because his last fight last year with the guy
I know it was
Antonio
144,
Russell
145.
That was at 145. I think it was scheduled for 140, but I think like 2 weeks out from the fight or a week out from the fight,
they moved the weight up.
Camps got together and they said, "Look," AB said, "Look, I ain't gonna make 140. Can we still do it at a catch weight?" And they changed it to a catch weight because that guy is really a 40 pounder. Because in his next fight, after AB beat him, which I think AB won that fight, it was a close fight, but I think AB won that fight. he went in the next fight and got knocked out by Antoine Russell. So,
Right.
you know, he's really a 40-pounder, but he was coming up to fight AB. I think AB should stay in that pocket at 145 because he's still an attraction and people will fight him. You will get 40-pounders coming up or 47-pounders going down to fight AB at that 144, 145 weight limit. You know what I mean?
My lady just told me it's at 147.
Just live in that, bro, because we know you're not a championship contender anymore. We just want to see you in the ring, happy and fighting, bro. Happy, healthy, and fighting.
Hey, it's at 147. It's at 147.
So he fights at 147.
Right, and he is. And here's the thing: he's the type of fighter. I know he says he wants to win a belt or whatever, right? But we talk about those one-off guys. He's the type of fighter that can be a one-off guy that don't necessarily have to have a belt that everybody's still gonna come to see. You feel what I'm saying? He's one of those guys. He established himself, his mouth, his persona, and what he's done in boxing has kind of allowed him to do that. And also hey man, shit, you go down his roster. He done fought some motherfuckers, bro, and he ain't fight them when they was just washed or nothing.
No, AB didn't turn down no smoke. We all know that.
He didn't turn down no smoke. You can't give him no shit about turning down smoke. You know what I'm saying? So yeah,
your ass was available. He fought you.
Right. Yeah. So I again, man, we just gonna have to see. But he ain't never belonged at 147. I hated that he went up there and fought McDonough at 147. I always felt like he should have stayed at 140, and he would have dominated at 140 at least for a little while.
Prior, bro.
Yes, sir.
He could have had that type of run at 140, in my opinion. But go ahead, I'll pass it around. Y'all go ahead, fellas.
Baby should be partnering with some of these promotional companies. Because that skill that he has, he's far more marketable than most of these fighters we've been talking about that have belts. That when he goes strap up and he go get a belt. Say it again?
Why is he on Showtime doing fights, bro?
No, but that's what I'm saying. Like his marketability is way higher than a lot of these current guys that we saying. A lot of these guys.
Man, you can flush Abner Mares off that motherfucker. You feel me? You can even put Tarver crooked lip ass up there.
But why is he on PBC? Why isn't he working with these guys to get them better promoted or Top Rank or whoever the fuck? It don't even matter. The Zone. It don't fucking matter. Why are these boxers calling him? Why are the boxers individually calling people like that up that don't know how to promote? They're not promotable. They're not promoting themselves. Their star hasn't grown any, and they still running off stuff they did like 5-10 years ago.
If AB was smart and had his shit together, right? I come back, win a couple of fights. Really, he fucked up when he took Tank over to Floyd. You know what I'm saying? But he ain't have his shit together. I would have took what little bag I had and put it in behind Tank, like Floyd was capping on this little fight hype shit, saying until you can advance a fighter $3 or $4 million, let somebody else promote him. I feel like he took his bag to Floyd and let him snatch it from him. You know what I'm saying? And they left him out in the motherfucking cold.
But what I'm saying is, okay, he got paid what he got paid. He did what he did. That shit over. What I'm saying is going forward, it's like a basketball player that ain't got no legs. He can't jump no more. He need to learn how to shoot a J.
You damn right.
He ain't dunking no more.
Fact.
He ain't dunking no more. So, like, for him to stay to get money and be in the sport he loves, he need to transition over. And it's a lane for that brother. He got a skill that most dudes don't have. He just has it.
But he is ignorant as fuck. And that's the other thing that limits AB.
That sells, man. That sells. Look at our TV shows. Look at our movies. Look at our music. That sells.
But he's not a person that can teach marketing genius. I don't think he's a person that can elevate a person marketing wise. He does have fighters that were signed under him, and he hasn't been able to do anything. I think people attract to the buffoonery of AB.
Absolutely.
The reality of
but he's still marketing, brother. He's still
marketing where it's gonna pass off. AB can't endorse another fighter. He can't be like AB, like how Floyd can do. Floyd can market you and pass you.
Floyd ain't marketing nobody, man. Who's Floyd marketing?
Every fighter you name that's a big star in boxing is because of fucking Floyd. I don't care. You've been
wait a minute. Who's Floyd marketing?
But listen, it's the branding. Both of you guys are right, but it's the branding, right? Both of you guys are right. Reggie's right, and you're right too. Floyd's not doing much of a job, but Floyd's name alone carries weight and puts them guy on a bigger pedestal. So both of you guys are right. It's the branding with Floyd. Floyd is a brander. If he says your name, if he certifies you, people will look what Floyd Sr. did. Floyd Sr. said, what about Dev when it came to Tank? It ain't nothing to talk about. One dude led the dance and it was Dev. What you hear these motherfuckers saying now? You know what I'm saying? All the people who question maybe if Tank could be Dev before, Floyd Sr. on that little clip. Well, damn, Floyd Sr. done forgot more boxing than we know. Now that's what everybody running with. So it's the branding.
Yeah, but Floyd also is a fighter who will market his exhibition during a fighter's fight that he's promoting. So let's not act like Floyd is doing some promotional branding genius here.
But you bringing up the Tank thing, that shit didn't affect Tank. Tank has elevated to where he is because of Floyd. Errol Spence is known for who he is because of what? Sparring Floyd. You had even the dude who's past his prime from Saturday, Josue Vargas, rising to what he was trying to become because of sparring with Floyd. Devin Haney being who he is because of his work inside the Floyd Mayweather camp. Canelo being who he is because of the Floyd Mayweather fights. Floyd
but that's not promoting.
It's having the Floyd plug. Floyd plugging your name in there brings a lot of attention to you.
55th plug and board.
This past Hall of Fame shit, people ain't paid attention to Hall of Fame inductions until this dude comes into it. He has a big time allure with this sport. You ain't seen Hall of Fame fight events attract this level of attention. That just shows how meteoric this dude is, regardless of you may hate his comments. You may hate his comments because of what he said, because of the Gucci shit. The dude is still a motherfucker that attracts a lot of attention to the sport. Now, Tank has been propped up by who Floyd is. Floyd doesn't have to fucking push him in a stroller anymore. Tank is there. Tank is right there, but he got there because of his connections with Floyd. Floyd is a motherfucker in the sport, man. You can't take that away from him. Hate him or love him.
But I'm not taking that away. What I'm saying is you're talking about Floyd as a name. Like, people know Floyd's name, they get up under his umbrella, they're gonna try to check out their fighter. What I'm saying is once they get up under that umbrella and their star is X, how many of those fighters outside of Gervonta have grown? That's what I'm saying. That's where an individual that would have to come in. You call it like, we could say we don't like Floyd, but we okay with it because they under the umbrella and he getting these fighters paid. But you could say the same thing about AB. I don't rock with all the ignorant shit, but he damn sure promotes shit. He gets your attention. So it is what it is.
AB attention came from him gravitating himself towards Floyd as well.
Some of it is. Some of it.
I see what you're saying, but not necessarily.
It
came from people comparing him. He didn't really catch himself. It was people comparing him to Floyd Mayweather, and he had the mouthpiece and the skills to really back that up. So that's where his cachet came from. A lot of these guys are just plain as a sheet of paper, but since they got either fought on Floyd's card or got that Floyd cosign, it's just different. You understand what I'm saying?
Richardson Hitchens is a great example.
They're not self-promoters like Adrian Broner was.
Exactly.
Like Tank Davis up until about 2 years ago was plain as a sheet of paper, didn't say shit. Canelo didn't even speak English 2 years ago. You get what I'm saying? And then you got
but Tank didn't have to. His knockout promoted him
a little bit, but he can't fight. So it's just that's where all of that came from.
Tank knockouts promoted him. Richardson Hitchens ain't that type of guy. He ain't got them knockouts either. You feel what I'm saying? Yeah, he signed with TMT, but he ain't got that kind of persona. He ain't got that kind of persona. You know what I'm saying? That's pushing him. Facts. AB co-signing him and wanting that co-sign. I say it again, just like I said about Bud with the photo ops and shit. They want that cosign. It'll put me on a bigger platform. They already comparing me to him. I want that cosign. You dig what I'm saying? Shakur, they was doing the same thing, but he took a look at it and figured out I'm not going to be able to be the man I want to be up under him. It's cool. I appreciate the comparisons, but I'm my own man. Some of them guys wanted that cosign and gave up their manhood in a way for it.
Yeah, I agree with big big Tank in here saying on about it came from AB calling Floyd Big Bro, because that's what I was going to say. He did, his association with Floyd did take him to that other level. It wasn't just that they was comparing him to him. He had that big mouth. When he attached his name, attached himself to Floyd, and was like, oh, it's my big bro, and hanging around him more. That also took him to another level. Being connected to Floyd Mayweather has a lot of clout in the sport of boxing. And once you attach, your name is attached to him, it's going to bring a whole nother level of, you know, of media hype to who you are. And
how many palms he done greased too, Bespuge? You feel what I'm saying? And his family been in boxing for what, 45, 50 fucking years?
Wait,
how many people
palms?
they know?
Who greased palms?
I'm talking about the Mayweathers, period.
They ain't greased no palms. They took the hard route. You listen to what Andre Ward spoke of this boxing game.
No. I don't mean earlier. I don't mean earlier. I don't mean in that way. I don't mean in that way. Hear me out, Reg. When Floyd move around and the people in his circle or whatever, right? If you're around co-signing,
that's right. Thank you, LV Sugler. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah, if you're around slapping him on the back, co-signing him, you know what I'm saying, wiping his shoes, not looking at his bitches and co-signing he the best, shit, you're gonna get what he getting and around what he getting. You feel what I'm saying? It's so many people that want to be on or want to be cool with that motherfucker who might shoot you 200 just because you're around in the crew or you get an outfit and shit like that. We heard Mickey Bay say it. A lot of them guys sign just to throw on the hat and shit and be seen in the shit. You feel what I'm saying? So when it comes to challenging him or questioning him on some shit or whatever, he's 50-0. Undefeated in the ring, and everybody love him outside it, and everybody benefiting from it. Hard to go against it.
But it's smart to. I mean, any person in the industry is gonna try to make right with a person that's in it. You need your foot in the door. So I mean, they're doing the right thing. I don't care if you're going into Apple computers and you're moving up. You're gonna find a motherfucker to be mentored up under. Floyd
saying it ain't smart. Yeah, it's smart to get up under Steve Jobs, nigga, if you want to fuck with computers.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. And that's the thing with Floyd. Floyd is the guy who can revolutionize sport, but it ain't always just being up under Floyd. It's about really studying what Floyd done. And the unfortunate thing, the ones who have benefited off of really studying Floyd have been white people coming into this entertainment side of combat. Conor McGregor, fucking Jake Paul, Logan Paul, a couple of other ones who have really kind of mastered what Floyd has done and also kept the elements of business on the other side of it. And it's
Canelo
unfortunate
Alvarez.
a lot of these other dudes and Devin Haney and his father are picking up on that. Those are the things that people have to gravitate towards, not so much as just want to be up under Floyd or sign to him. You got to put the other pieces together, and you have to master that shit, because the shit that Floyd done that has done has worked. And Andre Ward spoke key shit at their damn presentations is about how lonely this damn sport is. And Andre Ward speaking more of it with his biggest, when they asked him what's his toughest fight. When I was hearing him bring that question up in his talk, I was thinking he was gonna say Kovalev or some shit. And his answer was boxing. Boxing was his toughest opponent. And it's a sport that these dudes love, but it's also a sport that they hate because they get fucked in so many ways. And Andre Ward speaks passionately about that. Floyd came in the game and changed all that shit. Canelo's ascension through the sport has been what he has learned from Floyd Mayweather. So outside of what people take away from Floyd, I mean, there has to be appreciation for that motherfucker.
You goddamn right. That's why hate it or love it, he is who he is. Yeah, he do some buffoon shit, and you may not agree with some personal shit that he's done. But when he goes to talking like that, and then like Money Brown doing them spots and then them sentences, you can't refute it. You cannot refute it. A lot of these dudes are getting paid because of the shit he put down, but they ain't following the script the wrong way. They got the game fucked up.
Yeah, you find the white entertainers who are following that shit. And a lot of people get mad. Oh, this white boy getting this. No, that white boy ain't getting that shit because he's white. That motherfucker getting it because of partially, I ain't gonna take that away, could be getting because of that. But a lot of it has to do with what they're doing that they have watched Floyd Mayweather do to a motherfucking benefit, to a huge benefit. And you watch Conor and them do. Conor, even it's not even just inside the ring, the outside the ring of shit to market yourself. You watching Logan Paul do it. AB and them should have been doing it, and they have to take the patience. The next motherfucker that's gonna do it is gonna be Devin. Devin's patient. He's humble. Even like listen to him saying happy birthday to motherfucker Kambosos just shows a different side to this dude. He's gonna be a likable guy. Even on the other side of people hating him, because even with some people's hate and falsified disdain of a motherfucker, they eventually turn to fucking love a motherfucker. But these dudes have to follow that damn game plan. It's concrete.
And he laid it out for him. It's right there.
But everybody can't be Floyd, fellas. Everybody can't be Floyd. Everybody cannot. No, you can't.
Everybody don't have that personality, man.
No,
like,
your personality will not let you be Floyd if you're not Floyd. Then people gonna see right through that. Because right now, people in any sport, you name the sport, people want to know your story. They want some kind of connection to you. You could be the best of the best, and you're not gonna be revered that way. People won't notice you until you get up out of the sport. From Ray Allen to whoever you name it, without any personality, without any connection, people don't revere you like that. So the money isn't gonna be there without that, and you can't fake that. Because right about now you got the camera in your face all the time. So you might be able to fake it a little bit, but you're not really gonna be able to fake that like that. It's not gonna work.
You got to be able to market yourself in that arena, and I mean that's one of the things. Rest in peace that we was talking to Batman about for his brothers, right? We was talking to him all the time about Gary not getting fights and this, that, and the third, and actually not getting the push from the people for the motherfuckers in power to do right and to put him in more fights. Well, it was also the personal responsibility upon his brother to do the leg work. You know what I'm saying? To do that as well. It's a shared responsibility. It's the same thing we talk. That's the same thing we talk about when it came to Bud and Bob and their relationship, the on and off again. It is a shared responsibility. Just like that man had a responsibility to promote him, pay him, and do things properly. He had a shared responsibility as well to show up to them different places, be accountable, and be willing to speak to different platforms to maximize his earning potential. It's give and take in that, you know what I'm saying? And also respect and other things going that, and policies and procedures and all of that. At some point, that shit got out the way, but that shit was in question long before and had been shown by evidence with many other people. So again, there's a shared responsibility in any agreement. That's why it takes two people, one piece of paper, one pen, and signatures.
You know what? I'm gonna respond to my brother, the Sweet Science Examiner, real quick. You know, it's all of these dudes are following Floyd, but not all of them are prepared for what comes with having that attention on them. Devin has a father who has been able to guide him. Not everyone can say that. You know who else can fit in that pocket, but it doesn't? So far from what we've seen, right? And I've seen interviews and I've seen him post-fight. It doesn't really fit his personality to do something like that. And that's Boots Ennis. Boots Ennis can be a mega star in this sport, from the way he fights, but it's just not his personality to be flamboyant, go out there and bash another fighter, go out there and just big himself up. He is a very humble guy. I've met him before. He's just a humble guy, man, and it's never gonna seem like that's gonna be his cup of tea, so to speak. He's going to be more Marvin Hagler than anything. He's not really going to do much talking. He's going to let you know who he wants to fight, but he ain't going to go out there and say, I'm the best. I'm the man. Can't nobody fuck with me. I'm the can man, so to speak. Nobody can fuck with me on this planet at 147, 154. It don't matter who you put in here with me. He's not going to go that far. He's going to talk about himself and say he's the best. He ain't going to go that far.
He does it.
Not right now.
He does it, but he doesn't do it like Floyd. He doesn't do it like AB.
But he don't do it in a malicious manner. And check this out. He has charisma, but his charisma does not necessarily come from his mouth. It comes from his ability. You also see it in his dress. And see, that's another thing, and I want to touch on real quick before I get out the way fucking with y'all. But look, he's flamboyant in his dress and in his fighting style, right? So so when those microphones go to those legends, right, and go to asking them questions about fights and abilities and fighters, right? They see that. They see the dress, they see the confidence, they see the flashy fighting ability as well. That has charisma, that stands out to them, right? So those fighters that have that ability to do that, that catches more of the casual eye as well. Your
casuals like shit talkers. They want to hate somebody, they want to love somebody, or they want a shit talker.
They like shit talkers, and they like Mike Tyson, who are very silent people.
Yeah,
but you can get certain pushes from people. You don't got to be flashy and brash and all that, because Mike Tyson wasn't none of that.
His fighting style had charisma, though. His fighting style was charismatic.
The thing about Mike Tyson, no doubt. The way he fought, and this is to 817's point, the way he fought, because he was silent, made him more menacing. Because he didn't talk, that's what made it more menacing. Boots is doing some interviews, but he's not, nowadays with the social media age and everybody has a microphone, and everybody can conduct an interview at any time, right? You see him talking, it's just like, I'm good. I just stay training. I mean, his approach to it is very matter of fact. You get what I'm saying? But we see the real boxing fans see his skill set. They see his skill set, they see the way he dressed, they see the way he fight, but the way he carries himself, which is absolute. If that's your personality, be yourself. If you come out and start shit talking and it's not you, we're gonna see right through it, like we saw right through it with Kambosos this last fight. We saw that wasn't Kambosos, and even Devin saw it. That's not your personality. I'm trying to remember another fight like that, where somebody was shit talking and we saw right through it. That's not your personality.
This kid is who he is.
Up now, we know that's not his personality.
This kid is who he is, and you know what's scary about him? He's not impressed by it. He's not impressed by it. He's been look. His daddy been boxing. Look, it's something about that formula, right?
Right.
We see Steph Curry, right? He wasn't impressed by the NBA. Why his daddy was in the NBA? He was on the court as a kid, little ball boy, all of that.
Yeah, the bright lights don't bother him.
Bright
lights don't bother him. So being in the locker room don't bother him. Getting his hands wrapped before a fight don't bother him.
Thank you.
I hadn't been back there, but I don't believe these guys get the shakes like that because they've been in this situation their whole life.
Thank you.
But when you get your hands wrapped, you either gonna have still amped up one way or another. When you get those hand wraps, anticipating the fact you're about to get in that ring. It's still a different energy than what you walk around with. But I'm saying this about Mike Tyson. Mike didn't do a lot of talking, but being that he became the youngest heavyweight champion in the world ever, gave him more fan base than he had before, and that put him in a whole different realm above every fighter that was fighting at that time. You had to be witnessing that time to know what I'm talking about. It's a phenomenal thing. People like myself was already following him, but people like myself also started following him even closer, and the ones that were not, the casuals of boxing started taking interest in Mike Tyson. Mike wasn't getting no coochie before he became the youngest heavyweight champion of the world, not on no regular basis. He became the heavyweight champion of the world. Coochie fell in his lap.
Coochie everything, yeah.
I'm just trying to tell you. Ask Mike, he'll tell you. It's coochie game.
Money and pussy, huh? Money and pussy.
hey, if you're getting a lot of coochie, you're getting a lot of popularity. Believe me.
Facts. But to that point, Sentos, to that point, the only time, like, of course he did, like Good Morning America and shit like that. The only time we really heard from Mike Tyson was right before a fight, right after a fight. Nowadays, you pulling up on these guys in training, you pulling up on them at other people's fights, you pulling up on them at the grocery store, You know what I mean? It's so you constantly being bombarded with interviews, which is not a bad thing for fans, but at the same time, you get to see more and more of these guys' personality. The only time you heard Mike Tyson and a lot of the greats of yesteryear was them heading into a fight or promoting a fight. You didn't really get a whole lot. You saw it here and there, but you didn't get a whole lot of guys just doing interviews.
There was only one Ali, one Sugar Ray. But I was
right. See, back in the day, you know, you weren't.
They didn't say
now,
I
mean, back in that day, right? You didn't see a whole lot of interviews of guys coming fresh out of the Olympics, and you know, what do you think about this guy? When are you gonna fight this guy? So now it's just with the way media is now and the way boxing is covered, you get to see more and more of these guys' personalities. And these fans want to latch on to somebody, and they want to either like you or hate you. People hate Jake Paul. They don't love him. That's the reason why he's so big now. He brought his fan base over from YouTube.
People hated Jack Johnson. And then we didn't have
and he was a megastar.
We didn't have the cameras back then like we have now. But the thing
and that's what I'm saying. Fans want to like you or they want to hate you. If they don't really, it's the same model the WWE has been following for almost a century now.
I'm trying to bring you to
either they want to like you or they want to hate you. If they don't give a damn, then you're in limbo.
But this is what I'm trying to point out about Mike Tyson.
I got you.
Before Mike Tyson became the champion of the world, the youngest champion of heavyweight history, he didn't talk a lot before or after. He didn't talk a lot because they were a little bit controlling of him because they weren't sure if he was capable of handling the media anyway. But after he became the champion, the youngest champion ever, and he started, knocking them gals off, when they put that mic in front of him, he started talking a little bit more. If you look at the history of Mike Tyson, his interviews after the fights changed. He went from the humble legal fighter, just a fighter, to the exciting guy that say whatever you want. I want to eat your babies. I want to fuck. He was saying everything. Because of it. But I mean,
okay, we comparing pre-prison, pre-champion Mike to after prison Mike.
No, we ain't even talking about this is before the prison. This is before the prison.
Okay.
Mike developed his charisma in front of that microphone after he became a champion more. He was not outspoken before that. He was more outspoken. He didn't go around looking for Mike, but they stopped putting him on Mike. Mike was even running around before prison. Mike was even running around telling guys in the hip hop industry, man, put me up on your record, or put me on this show or whatever. He was hitting MTV, Yo MTV raps, all that, man. I mean, it was less cameras then, true enough, but it was the same. The avenues that we had for media back then, it was the same excitement. It's just we got more outlets now than we ever had. That's different. But Mike was on a whole different level, man. I'm just telling you. It wasn't. If Mike had came up in this era and he had the same effect, it'd be a phenomenal situation. But at the same time, Ali was another person who did it. Of course, he ran his mouth and he talked. He was a showman. He knew what time it was. He knew what he needed to do to get his dollars right and get his tickets sold. But he did it without social media. He did it without as many cameras as people have now. No one had camera phones and all that stuff, but he still pulled it off. And Ali is still irrelevant and one of the biggest names and most notable persons in boxing to this day. So I mean, it's something. It's about what you bring. And like A17 was saying, Boots, he may not talk a lot, but he is well known because he's got the flair, the outfits, and that boy can fight his tail off. He come in with that funky fresh flair. Let me tell you something. You come in with those nice outfits like that, and them colors and stuff like that. You know who watching them? Them females watching. When the females are watching, that means the girls are. That means the guys are watching too. I'm just keeping it real. See, you gotta.
I feel you.
Women love colors, man.
Going.
And if they see some flashy outfits, let me tell you something. Roy Jones was not a hellacious talker like Floyd Mayweather, and he didn't try to be the bad guy, good guy, none of that. but Roy could fight and he had flashy outfits. My wife didn't care nothing about boxing, but she cared about Roy Jones because the women thought he was handsome. The guy had flashy outfits when they come on. He had different outfits compared to his opponents. And his outfits went him over the top.
Centos, it was his fighting style. He didn't necessarily wear flashy outfits, but it was his fighting style. And Roy had a mouthpiece on him. Roy came to the ring rapping. I mean, come on, man.
Roy
yeah, that was with Roy.
Look, let me check.
That was just Roy. That was just his personality.
On his shoes. He's had tassels on his shoes before. He's had flaring outfits before. He didn't have over the top outfits, but Roy was one of the few that come in. His robe looked like a suit, like a tuxedo. It wasn't many fighters doing that back then.
No, he wasn't Prince Nassim Hamed or nothing, but he came in. He did his thing.
And Roy came in there and like, even because I was young during Roy's career, the one thing that even the older folks that was the allure with Roy was his speed and capabilities. And I think, and on top of that, he was an Olympic fighter too, right?
Yeah. They cheated him in the Olympics. They cheated him like they did. They gave him civil. They cheated him like they cheated Mayweather. They both went on to have legendary careers.
Yeah, they
let me tell you something. Inside or outside the ring, Roy has always been flashy. Always.
Yeah, he had some definite charisma with him from the jump. But let me go back to Mike, because I couldn't really talk because I was leaving my job. So I was closing up the place and getting out of here. But Mike had a charisma, but he was trained by how to do that shit too, because of the people that he was with. You gotta remember who he was with.
Right.
He was with Cus D'Amato, Jim Jacobs, and Bill Caton. And Cus D'Amato was a very, very historic figure in boxing, man, and he know the way that he fashioned Mike's image to be a certain way. That's why Cus helped design all that shit. Like, the reason why Mike Tyson wore those no socks and those black boots and shit, that shit was all by design.
Absolutely.
That Cus had a design. Cus had a design. Cus came from that old era of boxing where he was around, them guys that he looked up to, like Jack Dempsey and all these guys, and the marketing strategies that they used. And Cus taught Mike all that shit. And Jim Jacobs and them, who at the time had the biggest fight film collection in the world at the time. These guys is historians, absolute historians of boxing. So they know so many different ways in which to market a fighter at that time. See, up here in New York, up here in New York, by the time Mike turned pro, they was doing shit away. Before y'all got to see Mike nationally, whenever Mike Tyson fought here in New York, they made it their business to make sure his fights was on the local news here. And there was a famous newscaster here in New York who was a big fight fan. His name was Warner Wolf. Warner Wolf was a big newscaster. He worked on ABC and then CBS. He's a big fight fan. They made sure that Warner Wolf got Mike fights after every one of his fights, knockouts. That first string of 19 knockouts he had, and they marketed him like that. They made sure he was on local. Before y'all got to see him nationally, the New York fans was already knowing about him as a pro. I knew about him because I was fighting amateur with him. But the general public, Jim Jacobs and them, and Cus and them, they knew how to market him. And he was already doing little local interviews and shit like that with the little local New York news media. And specifically, when they linked him, made sure that Warner Wolf was always getting those fights. And Warner Wolf had this famous saying, "Let's go to the videotape." And he was showing them the Mike Tyson fights and him knocking everybody out like that. So they was very crafty in how they did what they did with him. They were very calculated in all that they did with him. And when you did see Mike speak, he spoke a certain way when he spoke. And he already got that, he already had that unique, funny ass voice on top of it, but he was trained to speak and behave a certain type of way. He was groomed. Cus was grooming him to be the heavyweight champion. And it's like, and in doing such, Cus had an image of how a heavyweight champion is supposed to be. You understand what I'm saying? The same way he did with Floyd Patterson. Same way. So he groomed him to be a certain type of way. So Mike had a certain mystique about him from the jump, because this is something that they had designed from the moment he turned pro and shit. They had a particular design for how he should be, how you should speak when you're in the public, the particular persona they wanted him to have. This was all a part of their design when they brought him to the public. That stuff was all very well calculated. Jim Jacobs was brilliant at that shit too. So that's why when Cus transitioned and died, Jim Jacobs took over everything, and he was brilliant at that shit, at how to market him to the public and things like that. This was all by design. So they wanted him to have a certain type of image, and a certain type of imagery. And that stuff wasn't just by something that happened haphazardly. That shit was all very calculated. Why you think Mike said shit like, Mike would say some off the wall shit, like, yeah, I was trying to put his nose bone up into his brain. That shit was by design, yo. Telling him to do that, have him say stuff to make you look like you're the most ferocious boxer on the planet. That was all by design. They wanted to push that image out there to get people to follow him, which worked brilliantly because of his style and how they marketed him. He wasn't quiet like that. Mike would say shit when he would get interviewed. He would say real crazy shit like that what I just said, like something real violent. Sort of that image of a very brutal fighter. That type of imagery, that's what they wanted to. Like the baddest man, which he became known as for a while, the baddest man on the planet. That was the image that they was pushing for him, and that shit all was, like I said, that was all by design. It didn't just happen by mistake, and they had that stuff very well planned out, and they knew he had a certain charisma to him because of the style in which he fought, and they catered and they played to that. And it sold to the public, and the public ate that shit up. They ate it up. And then before you know it, like you said, he was on Good Morning America, the NBC Today Show, this and that. And those are all New York locals. Those are New York local shows that get produced to go nationally. So all those guys like that, you just gotta find, to make a fighter marketable, you just have to find that particular guy's his niche, and you just sell that to the public. That's all you got to really do. You got to be yourself, but find a particular niche and sell it to the public. And once you do that, you have a chance, especially if the fighter any good, at creating a real big following that the people gonna follow and be looking forward to seeing that guy fight, on a regular basis. But I'll yield on that. I just wanted to interject that point about the Mike thing, but I couldn't really get to it when I was closing up at the job.
Yeah,
those are key ass points too.
Big Tank, the Sweet Science Examiner, was agreeing with you. He said, "Don't forget Jim Jacobs in his film archive that he gave Mike access to." Said Bill Clayton was promoting Mike a certain way too. Yeah, don't forget Bill Clayton and the way he promoted Mike. Yeah, so yeah, he's agreeing with you. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, that's very much a big part of that.
Mike used to study Greek and Roman war theology. He studied war generals throughout history, what many may call a nerd. No, absolutely.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he studied. They had they had that boy on that type of tip, man. Some people, the people that he was around, like, that was very calculated. That stuff was all planned out. You know, it started with Cuss, and he brought in Jim Jacobs and Bill Caton, who he worked with a couple of other fighters, and they had a good relationship. And this stuff was all plotted out, man. They had this stuff all plotted out, almost to a T as to how they wanted it to go. You know, they marketed him a certain way, and they marketed him on being this real brutal, hard punching, fast handed fighter. And that's how they laid the groundwork for him to become the fighter, the phenomenon he became, to the point that he's still so well known right now. You know, you say Mike, you don't even got to say his full name. You have to say Tyson. When you say Tyson, people first gonna think of Mike Tyson. They don't think of the chicken shit no more. You think of Mike Tyson, the boxer, first. You know, because of the job that they did at marketing and creating the imagery that they created with him. And Mike took to that imagery too. You know, he took to that imagery, and so did more. You know, but all that stuff is very well calculated and planned out. You know.
I think it's going to be harder for a new fighter to follow that because they got cameras in their face all the time. So a lot of stuff these guys did from the 90s that they could hide, they can't do that anymore. Like your Michael Jordans, you could just name the star from back then. They're false. Like any faults you have now, you're more likely to end up with an AB when you become like a mega star and you have any fault or any accusation. You fall real hard, and most people can't handle that kind of attention. So I think it's a different.
I agree.
But see, that's where the father's. That's where the father becomes important. A lot of the careers of these fighters, and even if some mothers, if it's a strong type of mother, but
it should be the father though. Yeah, it's gonna be hard for a mother. It's gonna be hard for a mother to manipulate that situation. It's gonna have to be a father, because can't nobody check you like your dad can check you. Your mama can tell you some shit, but it ain't gonna be the same.
Oh shit, you ain't met Susan Jones.
I mean, when you're talking about money, you gotta think most of these dudes at that point, they're millionaires. They got a whole camp of yes men behind them. So your family gonna have a certain latitude, and everybody's family different. You're right, so I don't know, but I mean, your family would have to do something. But I just think that the level of where you got to fall and the mistakes that you actually got to make, they not that severe. You ain't got to kill nobody to really have a fall from grace.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
You just don't.
Yeah.
Like what Tiger Woods do.
Changed. Each generation.
What did Tiger Woods do?
Yeah. Now all it takes is for society to not really accept what you do or your lifestyle for you to have a fall from grace. Like bringing up Tiger Woods.
And the thing that exists now,
maybe him and his wife
that didn't exist back then. They got this thing called a cancel culture now. That didn't exist back then. You didn't have no cancel culture. People finding ways to cancel you for something that you said.
You had the cancel culture. You couldn't say that about the Jews. That's always been there. There's certain groups you couldn't talk about.
Yeah, but that shit don't apply to them because they ain't shit in sports.
Nah, but you couldn't get up there and talk about them. You couldn't get up there and have no interview and talk crazy. You see what they did with your boy from the Bulls. What's the guy name that went to the White House with a list of demands with the dashiki?
Craig Hodges.
Craig Hodges. Yeah, you can't certain shit you can't do.
Yeah, that's my bro. I know him from. He used to come to the mosque. Real good brother, man.
Yeah, excellent, you go up there being pro-black. You go up there talking about Jews be pro-black. They gonna get you out. They gonna try to cancel you out. Rahuv. What's his name? Muhammad. I was butchering the brother's name.
But that's a different. That's a different. But that's different though. That ain't the same thing because now you can get canceled for anything. Now you couldn't get canceled for everything. You can say something. You can say something about a woman's dress. Now a woman's dress and get canceled culture. Now it's different. Yeah, the Jews always been in the position of power to do that shit.
Pro-black too.
But it ain't the same thing.
Pro-black is the same. When you go pro-black, you real pro-black, they're gonna get you up out of there. They don't want you to have a platform for that. And that's been going on from before we was kids up until we was kids.
I think some pro-black people I think some pro-black people just get weak. I don't think they just necessarily get canceled out. I think some of them become weak.
Craig Cox got canceled. He was on. I mean, it's countless stars that went pro-black and they were good athletes and they just canceled their ass. I ain't talking about no fake. They were good. I'm talking about really good.
How many people also come to their defense? Sometimes they end up on their own because a lot of other people are afraid to align themselves with them and protect them. And that becomes
nobody comes to their fence. Nobody comes that, but that's why it's so easy.
That becomes the issue when you try to stand out there on this kind of thought of speaking out for your people on these racial type issues. Even Cam Newton dealt with the same shit when he came out speaking about the reason why he was hated was because he was a black athlete. They never seen nothing like it. You had other people, and unfortunately, you had people like Dion and them stating it ain't the right time, brother. You shouldn't be speaking like that. And even within his team, you even had people on his line who wouldn't guard him in the way you thought they would have. It was, and those things change. You even see with black leaders, they become these inner turmoils and stuff. So sometimes it's hard when you're gonna go out there, expect to be on the island on your own, especially when people are changing up. I think people just have these fears of the unknown, shit that don't exist. Like I can speak
but
on
I
being
still don't
black.
agree with that cancel culture being the same with the Jews and shit and that and the pro-black shit. Because like back in the day,
Jews can't say certain shit.
I'm almost 60 years old. I'm almost 60 years old, right? So I done seen that shit. Like you could say shit about a gay person back when I was a kid, you ain't getting canceled for that shit. But you say something about a gay person now in that LBGB, your career will be fucking over. We used to call a motherfucker faggot all the time. Anytime out in public, you say some shit like that. But you can't say that shit now. Like one of my mentors was Emil Griffin. He got called that shit in the 60s as a fighter. And nobody get in trouble for that shit. But it's different. You try that same thing now. Your career be fucking over.
But I think even in this current, but Best, in this current age, you say certain offensive shit about any group, you're gonna be canceled. I think the country's
That's what I'm saying. It's a cancel culture.
Listen,
not really.
Let me say this.
Not if you white.
Let me say this.
For everything.
Let me say this.
It exists for everything now. It did not exist for everything.
Trust me, white people lose a lot due to that hate shit. White people, some ignorant white people may say some hateful shit, and best believes it costs their ass majorly. Don't let that media. The media bullshit fool you. It's a lot of white people.
No, I'm not saying that. I'm not talking about
hateful shit. The other side,
prime example of what Reggie talking about. Amber Heard out of there. Like I'll be surprised if she works again.
Yeah, but she was like a B. Yeah, she was like a B celebrity. That ain't. You know, that ain't.
It's a true cancel. It's a true cancel culture, meaning anything you say could be used to try to cancel you. It was not like that. But
you can still talk about black people. You can still have racist jokes about black people, and black people still fuck with you.
Look what happened.
That's a fact. But black people always been like that, though.
Yeah, black people still fuck with you. Look at the Chinese restaurants, the Chinese shit, the Chinese store, the Arab store. Yeah, they'll fucking say all kind of ridiculous shit. The hair store, and women still go down there and get the nails done at places where they know the people don't fuck with them. So that's not necessarily, some shit ain't never really, like, I get what you're saying, but some of it hasn't changed that much. There's been some little nuances, but some of that shit ain't really changed. And then the way we act is like, we get on these jobs, which most of this shit, even this boxing shit, is a job. And for the most part, everybody clicks together. And when you go outside of that, they kind of like, they feel like they got to go against you. Like they got to go against you to keep their job. They can't even try to, they know you say you spitting the truth. They distance themselves from you. And then they not only distance themselves, they gonna try to shit on you to impress boss. They can't fuck with you like that. It's just not gonna happen. That's why you don't really see that pro-black shit. You ain't gonna really see it like that.
And see, it's all a mindset thing. I think some people don't have authentic mindsets. That's why you see people drift in their beliefs. 1 minute they're this, the next year you'll see them in this sort of belief, this sort of group, and this sort of ideology. Then it'll change in the next 5 years.
people aren't consistent in being who they are. Just be who the fuck you are. Stand for what you stand on. And if it's for just just the equality or fairness, however you fucking label the word, stand on that shit and not be afraid of it. You ain't got to be all rah and over the top with a lot of that shit. But the thing is, what gets canceled out is hate. A lot of motherfuckers canceling out hate. A lot of people talk about the Jews having power, but you don't hear Jews saying a lot of hateful shit about people neither. A lot of times they're targeted for a lot of shit, but they're
organizing. They canceled out
that shit is not true.
They canceled Farrakhan out.
That's not true.
He ain't do nothing.
They have said, if you've done a lot of reading, you know they've said a lot of hateful shit about a lot of people, yo.
Like say,
and I read a
what
lot
have
of
you heard them say publicly?
Jews have said a lot of, they've said that shit, but since they control everything, they control the media, and they always have.
Through organizing,
the media,
creating the models,
and they control imagery, yo. Like Hollywood.
You can't take that shit away from them motherfuckers.
Yeah.
These motherfuckers have created the models. They organize it. They know how not to step on each other's toes. This is like I was listening to somebody else. Matter of fact, it was the white girl that Fred had on his channel, where that girl talked about in their community, or what is that? Orthodox or Hasidic Jews. They live in a small radius of some New York City block. And they do every interaction financially with one another. These motherfuckers have created the model structures that black people can create they goddamn self.
Can't do it,
and not have to harp on that. Black people can create industries, and when you see black people create it, they got to do it along and do it with other people, because black people will interfere with it. You can't even start a business and try to bring black people along. They wouldn't stick with your model. By the time they work 1 week, you need to fucking give them a pay raise. These are the problems, but they have to be worked little by little. We can do the same shit these other motherfuckers do. Just got to have the patience and motherfuckers that understand the models. Everything's about a model in the system. A lot of motherfuckers ain't ready to work in the system, but you got to also have systems that flow freely too, to where other people can create and become entrepreneurial within that system. And Jews have fucking for centuries done that shit.
The biggest problem we have, guys, as far as working with one another, as far as our culture, is the fact that no one wants to listen to the next black man or black woman, and we have this embedded sense of jealousy for one another that we should have. Let me tell you one thing about the others. They can hate each other's gut, but they will sit down at the table and make that dollar together, because they understand the assignment and they understand the business at hand. And that's why those Jews that Reggie was just speaking about, that's why the Jewish people are successful the way they are. They understand the business at hand, they understand the assignment. Our folks ain't trying to understand the assignment. I want mine, I want all that old bull crap. You know, if men and women of our culture can sit down and look at the big picture in the future for our folks, they understood it a little bit better years and years ago, like Oklahoma, Tulsa, Oklahoma, and Rosewood, places like that, where we had all these successful black communities that they destroyed. They understood it, and
I was just about to say that, Santos, that they burnt down,
and they killed it. So now we got these idiots these days that don't want to pay attention to anything but mine, you know, and it's bull crap. And that's one of the big problems. Our group don't want to, these days don't want to, I'm going to say the last 2 generations, or maybe the last 3 generations, don't want to sit down and take care of the business at hand for our people, our culture. And that's the problem, because everybody want to say, this is my slice, that's your slice, and I'm taking my slice and going over here. And that's the problem. We got all these multi-millionaires, and we got way more black millionaires in this country than we ever had now. And we still don't have nothing that we can say we run. Nothing. It's crazy.
But we don't have any resources. That's the biggest problem. We ain't got no resources to distribute and control amongst each other. So we constantly working for somebody.
Rosewood didn't have no resources. Tulsa, Oklahoma didn't have no resources. All them back then didn't have no resources, but they did.
No, but Yeah, but what happens is when you don't control the resources, the government is actively seeking to destroy everything that you do, and they easily do it because you don't control anything that the government needs. So it's easy for them to disrupt that with the FBI, CIA, local people, whatever you want to call it, whatever group that you entity, politics, moving stuff, shutting down things. It's easy for them to do that and move that post away because you don't control anything that's of value. You don't control Hollywood, and in sports we participate in it. And a lot of the sports stuff, that mindset.
That's why Tyler Perry created his own Hollywood in Atlanta.
Nah, he don't. He's got a partnership. He don't necessarily. That's not necessarily true, brother. He don't. He's still. Remember, he's still.
Running up over there. A lot of brothers and sisters way down there.
Yeah, but he don't control Hollywood. He still got to work. He still got to work with a major. Still got to work with a major. Still got to work with a major network.
That is a start, bro. What I'm saying, I hear what you're saying. But the first thing we got to do is cure our own internal problem. Once we cure our own internal problems, we can do better. Until then, we're never gonna do better. No matter we get them out of the way or not. If we still got our own internal problems, we'll never work together.
Oh yeah, but that's what I'm saying is that we can't do that because the biggest problem that we have is we get in these groups and we're so competitive, even i.e. sports, but we don't see each other as brothers. We see each other as competitors. And we got to one-up each other. We got to get awards and medals and pats on the back and who making the most money and all that kind of foolishness. And it creates that wedge.
It ain't just the sports. It's also in our churches.
No. At work, too. When you get
churches as well.
At work, too. Work, you got to get a medal. You got to get an award. You get a little pay raise. You go to church. You go to politics. Every group that we've been segmented into, it's a level of competition that breeds this dissension that we can't get past. Even if you go on a sorority, they got levels of that crap. Like it's levels of the church. You know, you got different levels of that. You got levels of every little avenue that we get into. It breeds this competitive edge that we don't know how to turn off and look at our brother as a brother. We ain't understood that yet. And I work in an environment where I see it. Go ahead.
I'm gonna tell you what I've seen over the years, man. I've seen us form committees, different type of organizations. And it'd be brilliant ideas, something that's great for the community, something that's great for the group. And then we start having this influx of where a couple of people don't like each other. And they so venomous toward each other, they refuse to work with each other, and then everything gets torn apart internally, outward. That's been our problem since I've been living these 54, almost 55 years. And it's still a problem to this day. And until we cure stuff like this, that's what I'm saying. The other folks, they can hate each other, but they can sit down and still make that money together. When you look at the movie Hoodlum, Dutch and Luciano, they didn't like each other. None of them folks seem to like Dutch in the syndicate, but they was willing to let him make money. He was willing to make money with him.
That's because we don't understand business, though, bro.
It ain't even that, bro. I'm telling you, it ain't even that because there's a lot of very business-minded black people. You know that. But the thing is,
no, but it's business, though.
People understand business because they understand it. They understand it when they're selling dope. Motherfuckers understand the business when it comes to selling shit.
John don't like James.
No, they don't. They snitch on each other and dope all the time.
But
what I'm saying is that
John don't like each other, and James is getting more coochie than John. Is going to be a problem when there's jealousy involved, or when Susie. When Lauren is don't like the way whatever the other sister's name may be. If she don't like the way she cooking better than her, it's going to be a problem.
But that's only because we don't. But listen, if in business, most business at the top, you talk at the upper level of people who run those companies, they do not fucking like each other. But they understand that's what they need to have that business work. If you watch all them shows at the top of them business levels, be it whatever show you want, you watch them shows where they have them law firms and they got the name on the door. They fighting to see who's gonna run the whole goddamn firm. First they fighting to see who's gonna get the name on the door. Then they fighting to see who's gonna get on the top. And then they go out and have lunch with each other. They cool with each other because they understand how business works. We don't have anything enough to
burn the house down. What I'm saying, they don't burn the house down. We burn the house
because they understand. They understand how business goes. And then even I'll take it a step further. They hire lawyers to build out contracts and change one word just to fuck the other person over. And then once they get it over on them, they laugh at each other at the court at playing golf. They ain't trying to kill each other about that shit.
That's true, but at the end of the day, that business entity that they created, they don't burn it down. I'm saying if we do too much internal burning down from the inside out, that's our biggest problem.
But we in survival mode.
We let this is just like I'm saying go. Little stuff, big stuff. I mean, little stuff popping. I mean, big stuff popping. Little stuff stopping. Right? We let little stuff kill what we should be building on, and we let it happen from the inside out. I mean, it don't necessarily have to be a Fortune 500 company. It can be a organized situation that we form in a neighborhood. We kill it internally before it's done complete. We don't give it a chance to cool down and exist and all. We kill it internally and we let it burn outward, man. I've seen it too many times, man. It's still going on to this day.
But one of the things that happens is, let me interject this. One of the things that happens is the fact that that's Americanism, man. That competitive shit that the brother was talking about earlier, when he said that competitive stuff, that's Americanism. That's what they push. And our group, because of the conditions that we exist in, that competitive nature don't work for us. Because we're not in the position for that shit to work for us because of the position that we are in this nation. So he's right about that competitive nature of Americanism. It works in a detrimental way against the so-called black community here in America. It don't work good for us because they'll tell you like all those other groups will work together, and in the black community you'll hear, well, I got to get mine, kid. You got to get yours because I got to get mine on a selfish way. And that's the thing. That's one of the major things that has held us back here as a group. In that way is Americanism, living that American competitive way when we're not in a situation to use that properly at this under the circumstances we exist under, the corporation, which is the United States government and shit. We haven't been in a position to really do it. And the times that we have tried it, that's the places that have had a little success, obviously the powers that be made an attack on those things as well. You understand? The few black communities that did try that, whether it's Tulsa, Rosewood, North Carolina, all these different places, they've always made an attack on it.
Atlanta,
that competitive nature, Atlanta. So you have, and another thing that affects us. So now, the reason why I use Americanism, because Americanism makes black people think like an individual and don't think as a community. See, they'll push that shit because the things that whites can do, we can't do in that way in their system. You got to do it differently.
But why not? That's bullshit, Bess.
But it's not our system because it's not our system.
No, it's not our system. This look,
not our
Mexican system.
It's not.
This ain't the German system. This ain't the Polish
system. It's not our system, broton. It's not our system.
This is based on America. Is based on European centricity and all that shit. It's not based on our system.
It's still a fucking system. It don't stop
it's
black
not
people.
Our system. We don't run it.
Then what's your system then?
You can't complain.
This is what we about to debate. What's your system then?
You can't complain. You can't complain. If you come in a baseball game with a fucking football and try to pitch that shit ain't the system. Everything don't work. It don't work.
It's a system that works.
You can't bring a basketball game into no football game and think, I'm gonna switch the ball. Shit don't. That's just not true. And that's the problem we got.
Look at how many cops. Wait. Look how many cops.
That's defeatist.
Wait a minute.
That's defeatist bullshit. Because you're not black people.
Look at how many judges. Look how many cops that try to say they're gonna change the system.
On each other. Y'all stepping on each other one at a time.
It's not gonna work.
Look at how many cops then try to come in and say they're going to change the system. They're going to be the cop to change the system, or the judge that's going to change the system, or you're going to be the president that change the system. Not even the president couldn't fucking change the system.
Can't change
None of that shit works.
Changing that system.
It's a
You gotta
system,
destroy
bro.
this shit.
It's a lot.
The only way this system gonna be changed when this shit is destroyed and some new shit is started.
Exactly.
But
Man,
you're
ain't
not
nobody
changing
destroying
their
nothing.
system.
That sounds good for storytelling and all
No,
that other bullshit.
nah,
That's a
But
fact.
when you
it's
look
a
at the
fact,
system,
man.
where do
How
we
you think
come from?
America got? Look,
Time
if you
out.
know anything, and I know you done read, how you think America got started? They fucked up somebody else's system and took this shit and created their own.
It's old shit, and wasn't no system in this country when they came to it. So we can
Yes, it
defeat all that
was.
bullshit.
Yes, it
It was just
was.
open
It was system.
land.
And
The natives did not have a
the
system.
indigenous people here had their own fucking system, man.
They lived on this
They had their
land, man.
own system, and these other motherfuckers came,
economic
demolished
systems.
that shit, and put their own system in play.
Bro,
Like
they
when you,
didn't have
like I just explained
systems the way that this.
explained to these young brothers the other day. When you talk about America, you got the 13 colonies, and when they became a United States, what did they unite? There's a reason why they united. What did they unite for? They united to keep those indigenous motherfuckers from having their shit. That's what they united for.
Indigenous people that
If
have
y'all
these
pay
systems.
attention, if you pay attention to this shit, you can see that shit. There was
Regardless of
13
what y'all
colonies.
want to feel
Those
about the
13
shit,
colonies was
indigenous
individual.
people.
Those 13 colonies was
I
individual
think,
colonies,
hold
just like
on.
the individual states right now.
They were
The reason why
setting
you
up
got the
systems.
United
We're
States,
going over
they
the,
had to
I
have
think we're going
something
out
to
of lane
unite
right now.
against.
No,
They had to
we're
have
not.
something to
Period.
unite
It's gonna be
against.
heated. Pinto, it's gonna be a heated topic. It's gonna be heated. Let it be heated.
Yeah, they had to have something to unite against. Go ahead, go your ass on. Go.
But
Now I'm
the
trying to
thing
get. I'm
is,
driving.
the
This
thing
guy's
is,
saying crack. I'm gonna fucking
like y'all
crash.
speaking defeated shit. Like black people, you
Nah,
act like
ain't nobody speaking no defeated shit.
Let me make
That's
my
your
point.
That's no, it's not.
Let me
No, it's
speak my
not.
point.
It's just
Let
like
me
no. Let me
speak my
just say
point
this
though.
because I hear
Let
you
me
saying
speak
this
my
all the
point
time.
because y'all
But
talking
I never
about
said that point. Let me just
you
say this
talking
real quick.
about.
I'm gonna give you the floor because
Go
like
ahead.
when you say the shit about the white supremacy shit. When I say that shit, I'm not saying that shit about them being superior to us because I know what to mean. That shit mean. That shit ain't got nothing to do with them being or me thinking or putting them in a position of superiority. Because I know the facts. I know the facts about that shit. And the same thing with that. That shit ain't got shit to do with putting them in no speaking no defeated shit. Nothing whatsoever.
But wait,
I
we can't
know
even.
exactly
But wait a
who
minute, we
I know
can't.
my history. I know my history and
But
I
wait a
know my
minute.
heritage. So I do not speak. I don't have no defeatist nothing. And when I say in
But
regards to
wait a minute.
whites, never.
But wait a
I
minute. We
never
can't
have.
even. But we
Hold
can't
on.
even
Let
fix the
Reggie
problem
finish what he
because
was
we don't
about to
even
say.
know.
Let Reggie finish what he was about to say. Go ahead,
Go
Reggie.
ahead.
Like y'all keep talking about we don't know the problem on this. Ain't none of this shit as complex as people make it. It's only complex when you don't want to figure the shit the fuck out because everybody don't want to understand shit. Everybody's defeated about shit. You got black people in the system who fucking have figured it out and they're fucking making tons of fucking money within this system y'all claim is for other people. This ain't no Polish system. This ain't no Mexican system. This ain't no Asian system. This ain't no goddamn Iraqi system. And when motherfuckers come over here and they fucking figure out the system, they make it work for themselves. Black people have lost many ways. Yeah, we have dealt with fucking the oppressions and attacks of the system, but there are ways to fucking make it in the system. Each one of us can go into jobs, fucking invest in the stock market, put away shit in 401k systems, IRA systems. We can buy property. We don't come from slavery anymore. So what we mean that the system is just against us. Yeah, you dealt with that shit, but it don't mean you harp on it because when black niggas get money in their pocket, which we see around us, they rather drive and fancy shit to show out. And I mean, even like street level niggas. So we can talk about what the system ain't designed. The system is still designed. The system don't care who the fuck wins in it. You get certain people that will target you, but if and black people get so thrown off their fucking course by a motherfucker calling them a nigger. You can call a white person a fucking honky. You would throw them off. You can call everybody every offensive shit. Does it throw them off? Does it rattle their system? No, but for some black people, everything rattles them off. Why they put this person on the list? Motherfuckers can figure this system out and win at it. It ain't just a black thing. Most Americans in this system are dumb as fuck to it. And white people lose in it. Asians lose in it who don't understand it. But when you get the minds that know how to fucking function in it brilliantly, they win in it. It ain't no more of that shit about this ain't our system. It wasn't a lot of people's system, but you can win in it. It's an economic system. You have to figure out how to win in it. And you can do business. There's a lot of black people doing fucking very well within this system. And black people have come from a lot of shit that we don't exist in. We are far removed from living on plantations and being slaves. So regardless, we can go back to the goddamn Tulsa shit. If they would have been better fucking armed and better able to protect themselves against insecure whites, pussified whites, sucker premises whites, they could have avoided a lot of that shit. But our thing is we tend to
Reggie, in all fairness, the city got firebombed, bro. So I don't think any type of firepower that they had would have prevented them from getting firebombed.
Okay,
the city got firebombed, and then the people stormed the city and shot everybody that came out of the building.
Exactly.
Right, but still, moving forward, you can still win in the system, regardless.
But see,
wait a minute.
Reggie, in all fairness,
can't agree with that shit.
That's
not right, Reggie, man.
We speak of Tulsa and Rosewood, but there's been too many instances of where black people have been built in independent communities, completely dependent from the rest of the world, and they still came and burned them down. You got Elaine, Oklahoma, not Elaine, Arkansas,
Yes.
Memphis,
Arkansas.
Tennessee, East St. Louis, Springfield, Illinois, Chicago, Illinois, Detroit, New York, Eufaula, Alabama. There's been in New Orleans and Thibodeau and Colfax and Vicksburg, Mississippi, Clinton, Mississippi. There's been plenty of black independent neighborhoods, and people burnt them down. What the Black Panthers were doing when they were coming up, they were protecting their community, and they were vilified. They were called the most dangerous people on the planet because they became independent. They started giving away free health care, free breakfast, independent of the government, and the government
still going on today. That free breakfast is still going on today.
They couldn't stand it, man. And it's been too many situations. Now, I get what you're saying about black people being victims and everything, right? I get that. I get your argument. I completely get you. I get it, brother. But there's been so many instances of when black people tried to do exactly what you're saying they tried to do, and they killed them. You understand that?
And
you gotta be willing to die. You gotta be willing to die for your shit.
The moment that they notice enough of us doing it, they're gonna change the game. They always do that. So that's why I can't agree with that part.
But wait a minute, even right now today, there are whole industries that black people are locked the fuck out of. Do you know that when they built that iPhone, you can look this up. When they built that iPhone, they put that facial recognition shit on there, and they shipped that out to the masses. That shit didn't work for black people. Why? Because they ain't had no fucking black people working there. So that shit didn't work. So it wasn't that they had people qualified. They ain't fucking hiring them. I know this because I was in that industry, trying to be in that industry. Got every certification, everything I could get, and they locked me out of that industry. And it gets to the point where you're going to work for free to do the shit for a year or two. And everybody can't afford to do that. So, I mean, there's certain things you can do, but there is a reality when it comes to that. Now, there's a part of it that is victimhood. There's a part of it that is victimhood where you can just lay there and wallow with it, or you do like most people and you pick up and you change where you thought you was going to go and you go somewhere else and you make a living. But there's a lot of places that we are locked the fuck out of. And the biggest problem that we have is from all the way from our history that we know very little about, because it all started from slavery with American blacks. We always go to slavery, and we don't even really know our real fucking history. So all our history comes from the white man enslaving us. That's all we fucking know. And we don't even know the depths of it because we get over here and we want to do religions that they were given to us by the white man. We want to get in sororities that are Greek, that were Greek sororities. Now, if you know the history of Greeks and you know what they did to black people, look up the first Greek pharaoh and look at the foolishness that he started. So the whole system that was brought over here, it was started many, many, many years ago. Right now today, I'm going to say this, I'm going to let y'all talk. Right now today, we in the year 2022. If you look at the Egyptian calendar, which is called the stellar calendar, we are actually in the year of 6,000 and something, mankind. But you wouldn't know that.
So what? What the fuck that got to do with anything?
You don't know the truth, brother. How could you create anything when you're living in a line of psychosis? You're living in psychosis in a line.
It's cool to learn the ancient shit, but don't apply it to
fucking. No, it doesn't. So what's your history? Is your history slavery? Is your history slavery? Because that ain't my damn history. That's as far as you can go.
Who said that? Do I focus
That's all
on
we go
slavery?
to is American blacks, brother. That's what I'm telling you. Out of all the years that we've been on this earth, we concentrate on those little.
Oh wait, what
But
happened?
what year is
my
this?
bad. Damn, I think he got knocked off. Damn.
What year is this?
It don't matter what fucking year it is.
No,
It's a
what
modern
year is
fucking
this?
year.
So
It's
it do
technological
apply.
shit going
It
on.
do apply.
Learn
'Cause you can't go
technological
around
shit.
it.
This is the
It
future
do
for fucking
apply.
kids. All
It
this
do
shit y'all
apply.
talking about in the
Nah,
past,
that's
you
not
ain't
a
going
fact,
back
man.
to it.
That's
It's
not
time to
true,
move forward.
bruh.
Where is
The
the
reality
future
is
headed?
that the
All y'all do
system,
is cry
like you,
about some past shit.
no,
Where
it's
the
not
future
crying
headed?
about it, man. It's
Where
not
the
crying
future
about. I'm not
headed?
crying about shit.
Where's the future
The
headed?
viewpoint. No, the viewpoint I take. I don't want to be. I want to be. I
Where
want to be a
is the
part. I want to
future
be a part
headed?
of some shit that could create some other shit. That's what I want to. That's the shit. That's the shit I'm working towards in my goals in my life. And the people around me, the same. And I'm gearing the youth around me to do the same, to understand that shit. Because that brother brought up a brilliant point. Like he's saying, there's certain shit you still to right now.
What is
That you're gonna be locked out of. That you're gonna be locked out of. One of this Jewish woman
Where's the
who I used to
future
work with
headed?
years ago. I remember she told me she was one of the first graduates from Hofstra University, right? When that shit opened. And she said, I'll never forget, brilliant lady, Jewish lady. She used to tell me, she said when she was going there, she said her best friend was a black girl. She's like, this sister was brilliant. And now the lady I'm talking about, her name was Nina Diamond, brilliant lady, nice Jewish lady, smart and everything. But she's like, I couldn't hold the candle to that system. But she couldn't get into shit. She said, I was Jew, but I could hide my Jewishness. I could hide that shit because I was white. But she, as brilliant as she wasn't allowed to participate in certain shit simply because she was black, because she could never hide that shit. And I couldn't hold a candle to her. You understand what I'm saying? And that's what I mean about the system. I had an uncle who was a cop in the 70s and shit. And he was like, that shit was corrupt as shit. So you try your best to try to do the right thing in that shit. And that system won't hardly let you really do nothing. You understand what I'm saying? Yeah, it's things that we could do. Like you talk about getting money. Money ain't the only shit that base success on in life, man. Money ain't the only shit, because most blacks in America ain't fucking rich. But you can still have a successful life. So that's not the only thing that base that shit on. And you saying, as far, like I said, as far as you saying, like, yeah, it's plenty of blacks getting money. But yeah, boy, they ain't doing shit with it because of the system.
Why they not doing nothing with it?
Because of the system that they locked into. Now, if you create your own shit, you can do what you want to in it. That's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about. Because you got all these. I'll never forget a fighter. I met this other black fighter from another country, and he asked me one. This was in 1989. I remember this shit like it was yesterday. And he's like, "Yo, y'all got all these rich blacks over here, like." And he mentioned a bunch of different rich black people, that famous people, Oprah, Michael Jordan, Michael Jackson, all these people, right? He said, how come y'all don't have things like y'all own banks and shit like that? I was like, because of the system and the mindset of the people in the system. They don't think outside of the system. And that's what I mean when I say that shit. You understand what I'm saying? You cannot get, look, right now, you see some of the things in the government system, but things that go on and how these motherfuckers react about the most basic of things. All of us on this panel left was pretty much raised in, as many black people are in some form of blacks live on the lower end economic scale. And ain't none of us never thought, like you from fucking, where you from out there, Gangtown, USA. But you ain't never seen them gang niggas running up here trying to kill the whole fucking school. Never. Even in the worst conditions that they exist in. The same up here. And I know kids who ain't know where they fucking meals was coming, not for a day or two, for weeks. And never thought to do no shit like that. And got picked on and bullied and all that. It's the system. And when you're talking about the successful blacks in here, if you trained on how to work for that system and you're not geared towards building up your own community and stuff like that, and then people get in the position where they starting to make a lot of money, and then they get threatened by losing that shit, they acquiesce to that system. They acquiesce to that shit. So that's what I'm talking about when I'm saying like you don't never hear me. You don't ever hear me talk from a perspective of some defeatist or some, not me. You don't hear me talk about that shit, but that's not gonna make me deny the fact that I understand what I'm up against. And we all up against. And the more that the sooner that we understand that shit, the better we could really be. But most of our people don't really want to do that shit because it's going to take a real sacrifice to do that. To understand, you got to understand. You can't defeat. It's like it's just like me as a fighter. If I'm fighting somebody, I got to know exactly what I'm going up against. I can't be fucking creating some delusional ass shit in my mind. Nah, this motherfucker don't punch hard. He don't punch hard. He don't got a good defense. He don't got fast hands. I got to be realistic about that shit so I can know how to really deal with what I'm dealing with and to contend with that realistically. So to say that, nah, it ain't the same system to everybody. Nah, the shit don't apply the same way. And we have to have the strategy, figure out a strategy to be able to use that shit to make it work to our benefit, to eventually get rid of that system, to make it a system that works best for our kind, like that. But as it stands now, it's not as it stands now. That's just not a reality. Listen, now I understand some of what you're saying. I know it's a lot of black people in the community that got that defeated shit, but I'm not one of them, and I oppose that shit every opportunity I get.
Let me speak on this system because we can talk about boxing and we speak on boxing. You got two black people that fucking have elevated to the top of this game, have understood the system, figured it out, stayed within the realms and the rules and guides of the sport and have conquered the shit. And that's Al Heyman, Floyd Mayweather, Leonard Ellerbe, and a list of these other black motherfuckers inside of a deeply racist system. You look over in Hollywood, you got fucking Tyler Perry doing major shit. You have had prolific black directors in the film industry. There are people making head waves in the game. You got to understand the system that you're in. The system ain't meant for it to kiss your goddamn ass. We can go into jobs. We can earn a living in a job. Now, the factors of how well you do in life is how much you put aside, how you spend your money, how you invest it, and how you waste it. And a lot of times people are wasting that fucking money. We've come into an era back in the 60s and 70s where black people owned shit and quickly lost it because they didn't prepare themselves. They lost out on the lessons where people go back into speaking to Black Wall Street. Black people didn't do it. It became a me thing and to out-compete you rather than you organizing this shit, collectively putting shit together. Black people began to compete with one another and became too individualized, getting caught up into capitalistic mindsets of out-competing each other, doggy-dogging, having to have more than you. That's where that Jones shit comes up. It ain't so much of white people being some powerful fucking force. It ain't that.
I never said that. I never said that. I never pushed that shit.
Best. I'm not just saying you saying. This is from what I hear people say. It ain't about just what we said here. It's about what I hear continuously globally about what people say about what they can't do in the system. Black people can do anything in the system. The one thing people say, you can't keep a true black motherfucker down. And that's one of the truest statements ever stated. When a black motherfucker is on his grind, has an understanding of shit, nothing can stop him. And that's even what I say. That shit is about the future. Regardless, it's great to learn the history, but it's about the future. Where the fuck are we headed? What are these kids learning? Our course is set on fucking a rapid technological age. Are these kids learning this shit? Fucking space exploration is big. Are kids learning fucking aerospace, engineering, all this other shit, computer programming? What are kids from our fucking loins learning today? A lot of adults can't have these fucking conversations on what the future looks like moving forward. People don't think that far ahead. They rather talk about opening fucking clothing stores and shit like that, hustling on the block. where is the fucking future heading? The world is about competition, not so much of us competing with one another, but competing on an intellectual level. You have to be intellectually gifted to move ahead. You sell ideals, there's other people with big money looking to buy that shit. You create the design, sell the shit.
Okay, and to that, Reggie, I say this, right? And I made this point, talking to my coworkers. I, living in Alabama, man, y'all already know what type of state I live in, right? So
exactly.
I mean, it just I tried to break this down for my coworkers, right? All black people, you know what I'm saying, who don't necessarily go after those type of jobs, they don't know how to, and they don't know anybody who does know how to, because you're talking about just one of the examples you gave. You're talking about aerospace engineering, right? Nobody that I grew up with nobody that I grew up with, right, that didn't have a scholarship could afford to spend 150, 200 grand on that education. They had to eat today. They couldn't see the future because they're starving today, because their parents did what a lot of black parents do to their kids. 18 or 19, you getting out my fucking house. I'm tired of feeding you. I did my job. You're not going to live. And even if you do go get a little job, you finna pay half these bills in this house. That's how a lot of these situations go. And when a lot of these kids get stuff handed down to them from their parents or from their grandparents, I've seen kids get handed down a grocery store and sold it. You understand? Sold it. That's been in their family for generations. Started the store back in the 30s. And it's been in their family ever since then. And come 2010, 11, 12, they sold it. You know why? Because they were drowning in student loan debt and they needed to pay it off. They wouldn't let them back at school because they couldn't get approved for another loan because they had acquired over $200,000 in student loans, and they sold their family's business. So that generational wealth that we try to acquire, you see more cases like that than anything where people will sell it. I've seen people sell land, other assets just to live today. It's easy. It may be harder to hold on to that, but they're not thinking the same way that these people thought back in the 70s and 80s and 60s and 50s. Mm-hmm. They're thinking about, how can I live today? My lights are about to get cut off. I'm working hard in this store trying to keep it. And I have another job. And between that, I'm studying to be an engineer or a nurse. We ain't got a lot of black kids in these poor neighborhoods don't have time to spend 8 to 12 years in fucking school. That's just the sad truth about it. That's just the way. And that goes to that system. And that goes to that system that Best Pugilist and my guy Pittsburgh T was talking about. And that's just the way things are set up. We're not set up to necessarily. You get anomalies, sure you do. You get kids who are smart enough to get people who can to pay for school for them. Like if I didn't get a scholarship, I wouldn't have went to college. I probably would have went to the military, or probably ain't no telling what I would have done. Right? If I didn't get somebody to pay for me to go to college, I wouldn't have went to college. Straight up and down. I didn't have, outside of football, I really didn't have any other plans. I went to, but that's just, I go off on a whole nother tangent.
Yeah.
But a lot of black kids and a lot of Latino kids I've seen as well. And hell, even some of these, like all these Indian kids that live here, they families don't own gas stations. Some of them came straight off the boat, didn't know what the fuck. Now they were probably doctors in their country, and their shit didn't transfer here, which is why Israel Adesanya's family moved from Nigeria to New Zealand, because America didn't recognize his family's. They didn't recognize their education coming from Nigeria. A lot of places don't do that.
They don't.
So you get situations like that where a guy gotta do whatever he has to do. He gotta work at a grocery store, gotta work at wherever just to make ends meet. So you just get different situations like that, man. I mean, it's just, if I made any sense. I know I started probably talking in circles, but you get situations like that as well.
Exactly.
And that's more the norm than anything.
What what you're saying,
Remember,
DJ.
everybody who work at these labor jobs is not necessarily that's where they qualified at. That's where they landed at.
Yeah,
So we
absolutely.
sometimes we think that the garbage man or the UPS man or the FedEx dude or the guy working at the water treatment plant, that's all he could do. Nah, situation happened. Like most of us, usually we only got one shot to go to school. So if you go to school and you get out and that industry price you out of it or they lock you out of it, the likelihood of you going back to school to do something else, it becomes more difficult because you got more responsibility. You just don't have the time to do all that shit. I've forgotten more about networking than most people know.
Absolutely.
That's a fact.
More about that shit.
So it ain't even. From the Cameroon. She was from the Cameroon in Africa, and she was living in France. And she was in France. She's a nurse. But when she got here to America, it's like, nah, that shit don't rock here. You have to go to school all over again over here. But she was a real nurse in fucking France. I seen her in the uniform and everything, the pictures, everything. I seen her in her shit. But she's like, I said, so why you in? She's like, yeah, because they saying my shit don't carry the same weight here in America. I got to go back to school and study for another such amount of years. I was like, wow. And she's like, I did all that already, but here it don't matter. So then she was doing some acting. She did a couple of acting. She was doing some acting roles because she was on that show that be on Channel 2. She had a little cameo in that shit, and she was doing some of that type of stuff.
Look at big tech right now. Look at Apple, Facebook, Google, Amazon, all the big tech. Look at their percentages of hiring African Americans. What they are, they're abysmal. And it's not that it's lack of qualifications.
It looks dismal.
To my other point, right? I got a guy that I work with right now making damn good money. We both make damn good money. He is 29 years old and still lives with his parents. And don't pay shit. They are allowing him to stack his money until he meets a girl and wants to move out. And then they'll just let him go. He ain't got to give him nothing. Black parents will not allow you to do that. I wouldn't do that. My wife wouldn't do that.
Me as a black
you
parent,
turn 18,
now I do
it's
agree.
time for you to get the fuck out of the house.
My kids will do that shit. My kids will be able to stay here until they're ready. I'm not doing that.
My daughter will always have a home.
Understand that shit.
My daughter will always have a home. If I got somewhere, as long as I got somewhere to stay, as long as I'm breathing, my daughters will always have a home. But the black parents that came from my era,
I always thought we put our kids out too young, man. We put them out too young.
That happens a lot. A lot of people put their kids out before they're ready for the world.
My generation,
and you got to make sure they're prepared. Because that's your job to make sure they're prepared.
That point you brought up right there adds into what's the problem inside of our society. It's the fact that we put kids out here when they're ill prepared to fucking exist within the society. That's a major fucking factor into where
that's a major problem.
I think we're all going to agree with
that's a major problem. That I agree with 100%.
But
that's what we fell on that.
I think the main thing we need for our people is ownership. I know we don't all agree with what Fred says sometimes, but he speaks well about when he says ownership, he's 100% right. Because I'm gonna tell you something. When you got a situation like me personally, I have a felony, so a lot of doors are closed to me. So even before I broke the law and got that felony, I always wanted as a kid to be an owner of something. Some type of business. I didn't know what at that time when I was a kid, but I always knew I would own something. Now, I'm not where I want to be in my business right now, but it's paying my bills and I'm taking care of quite a few people behind it. You know what I'm saying? But at the same time, ownership is the key because, see, you call your own shots. It costs you to be in business, but it's still nothing like it to me. For me, and so I wouldn't just say that we need to jump into like I was saying something about the aeronautics and stuff like that, aviation. That was my field of study, in high school. But at the same time, that's a controlled environment. We're so behind in aeronautics, we'll never catch up as a black people. So we'll never have ownership on that end. That's government got that locked down. So we need to be in spaces. There's certain technological fields that we're way behind in. But we have to remember, when I say ownership, I ain't talking about just owning your business, but we have great minds that have created a lot of product throughout the history of this country that has served
most things you see
that you can make millions and trillions of dollars at. So we still got to learn to keep our ownership. We've given our ownership away, and a lot of it's been stolen from us. So we gotta create a product, keep it, and don't sell it, and don't be afraid to be pressured about it, about selling it from these other folks. Because you'll never, if you ever sell it, you'll never reap what you could from that product that you created. So we need to create, we need to own, and we need to go forward. We need to unite, and we need to stop, letting little fights kill the whole company.
Sorry, I've been neglecting the chat. My bad, fellas.
So
go ahead, Cinto.
Yeah, so a lot of stuff. What I was talking about earlier, we do too much infighting and burn down the whole house. Instead of you're gonna have infighting. Every entity, every organization have infighting. I don't know of one that doesn't, but they stay focused on the task at hand, and that's keeping that entity that that business or that idea, whatever it is, they keep it alive. We can do it. There's no ifs, ands, buts about it. We can do it because look at all these churches that's been around for 100+ years, man. Black-owned churches. They've been doing it. We've been doing this stuff for years, man. We can do it. We just gotta stay focused on the job at hand and understand what the big picture is. That's what kills a lot of these little things that we do. A lot of times is the fact that we don't stay focused on the big picture. And once we stay tuned to that, man, we can do whatever. We can build our own cities and towns. I mean, we got a lot of black-owned organizations that are buying up a bunch of land and creating their own communities to this today. And some organization in Georgia is doing that right now, from what I remember. It's stuff going on. We just gotta stop telling ourselves we can't do it because of this, or we can't do it because of that. If there's a problem because of some outside interference that may come in and mess with our situation, we gotta keep them out of it. We gotta create it. We gotta figure out a way to work around it. Then if they change the system of what that we're working within, if they change it up, we gotta stay caught up on what the new changes are and work and adjust and overcome. Shoot, let me tell you something. They went up on my insurance. They went up on my insurance. Like, let me tell you, an insurance company to put you out of business, the trucking business. They went up on my insurance so bad. Man, look at him. I'm still rolling because I was determined that, hey, it is what it is. I just got to make more money. So it's the opportunities are there. We just got to pay attention to what we're doing and pay attention to the business hand and the greater picture of what we're trying to create, what we're trying to achieve. Because the infighting that we give to each other is the problem, bigger than what they giving us on the outside. It's one ain't bigger than the other one. They both just as big. Yeah, we have obstacles that's created by other people and the system and things of that nature. But we got to learn how to help one another more than hurt one another. And we do. Our infighting hurts us worse than anything because we burn the whole house down a lot of times. That's the problem. I think okay, me and my wife, we shouldn't be getting a divorce, but it's the little bull crap on the inside that burned down the whole house. And I ain't going back in there. You know what I'm saying? Forget it. I'll build a new house. You know what I'm saying? Fuck that.
No doubt.
But the thing is, a lot of that me and my wife didn't have major big problems like a lot of people we know. But the problems we had, look where we're at now. Divorcing. So I mean, there's a lot of stuff we create problems ourselves, man. We got to stop doing that bull crap. So I'm gonna tell you, me and that woman should be slated. We should have 7 or more digits slated next to our names every time we pay taxes right now. But she didn't want to work with me. She didn't want to do a whole lot of stuff. Nah, I don't want to do that. I don't want to do that. And then she didn't want to give up the cooch half time. Okay, now you going over there by yourself, be by yourself, pay your own bills. You understand me? And I'll do this by myself continuously, and I'll get everybody else's coochie. So, we don't have to make these problems like they are, man, but we just don't understand it. You know what my wife told me? The one thing I regret is I didn't help you with the business. Oh, now you realize it happened.
See, Jones, like you say that until, but I ain't gonna kick my kid out over that. Like, I'm gonna let you know, like, okay, you want to play grown, then I got something for you, but I ain't gonna put them out. I got different ways I can handle that.
And if you do a job as a parent raising them, they ain't gonna disrespect you to the point that people see when they're dealing with it. When you're seeing people dealing with disrespectful children, that's because they have allowed that shit to manifest
for the longest.
Yeah, they didn't check it when they were supposed to.
Yeah, check it when they were supposed to. Tiny ass kids. A lot of people.
It also depends on if both parents are on the same page, or if they're not.
That too. I mean, that too.
Yeah.
Because what I've noticed, what I've also noticed with that,
I've been raised
is parents got different sets of rules for and you'll get kids playing the parents against each other, sometimes not intentionally, but you'll get kids playing the parents against each other because it's two sets of rules.
Kids do that. Kids do that.
You got rules at daddy's house that you ain't got at mama's house. You understand what I'm saying?
True,
so,
but
or you got rules at mama's house that you ain't got at daddy's house. You know, it's vice versa. So you get
one
that.
One thing kids recognize is that they're gonna take the path of least resistance. They know which path
they're gonna line step. Of course, they're gonna line step. That's what kids do. I line step.
They do it intentionally because that's natural. That's just a natural act of mankind. Period. You want to take the least route. I mean, the route of least resistance, man. It ain't somebody trained the child to do that. It's a natural what they do.
But you also got to ring a child in because there's certain shit my kids can do that they can't do at their mom house, but also let them know you can't go over there doing this type of shit. And it's up to like with what we bring up is like truly what's the failures within our society, and it's putting our kids out there into this environment ill prepared and way too young. And then also when you're dealing with, like you speaking on marriages and shit, relationships that fall out. And it's the fact that we can't come together as a union inside the homes. And it's not just a black thing. This is a fucking American thing. But being with what we speaking for ourselves is that when you have failed unions within a household and children who are split between two homes, those things factor in, but they don't have to be a crushing thing because you can have parents who do it from two households who also bring enough peace to where the kids don't have to see anything that affects them mentally. But it's just like these type of things have to be worked out, like, and I wish men and women work better together before bringing kids in the world. But even if they did, some relationships going to fail, but you still have to learn how to prioritize. The kids are the priority at the end of the day. And that's just to ensure that they're going to do the right shit. But to like putting kids out at a fucking 18, like this is why you deal with so much ill shit. Why these young kids out here robbing, killing shit because of the pressures of knowing they probably getting put out. They probably out here homeless and shit. And it's just all these other present day factors that really affect where we at today. It's present day shit.
I agree with that, man. I would think that particularly, I would think, and specifically, I was just speaking with some people about this the other day. I was like, look, the reason why I've always been like that, a certain way with my kids like that, because I'm like, yo, I've been fortunate enough to make it to the age I am now, having survived in this system that I know. And I tell you, that's why I keep saying that shit, because it's just some stuff I don't even want to talk about, but it's like I can go back to my youth. Like where I live at here in New York, specifically, the area I was raised in, we was the second black family in the building I moved in, man, on that floor. You understand what I'm saying? And it's like, just me, and I feel like when I see certain things, man, from certain brothers and just certain in our community, man, I'm like, yo, you got a responsibility, man, to them children to help prepare them for what they're gonna face in this society, man. And I don't got no delusions about that shit. I never, like I said, I came up, I was born in the fucking 60s, man. I came up raised in the 70s and 80s, and I don't have no delusions about. I never was one. After I had certain experiences, I knew when I did have kids, or if I'm around somebody else's kids, so-called black kids, I don't give them that fucking fake ass ideology about America. I've tried to prepare them for what this shit you gonna face, and your life is not comparable to your white counterpart. You gotta strategize different. You got to strategize different, because just like that Jewish lady Nina told me, she's like, see, that's the one thing. See, I can hide my Jewish. I was always able to hide the fact that I was Jew when I needed to. See, but you can't do that shit, because you ain't gonna never be able to change your skin color. You understand what I'm saying? And you can't determine how a person think in their heart. I mean, in their mind, and how they feel in their heart towards you. And that's a system that you're gonna can have to contend with, regardless. So when it comes to the kids and the black community, when I used to see that, I've got to many arguments about that shit with people I know who was on that dumb shit about I'm putting my kids out at 18. I was like, you bugging, yo. I said, you got to make sure they're prepared to go out there and deal with this fucking system that they've been raised up in, and they prepared, because if not, they could become some shit that's horrific to this system if you don't prepare them properly, and you've just put them out there and kick them out to the curb, and they haven't been prepared with a true understanding of what this shit entails, man. As a so-called black person here in America, you got to prepare them for that shit and let them know what it is, and don't give them all that phony ass shit. Oh, everybody can succeed. No, the fuck, it ain't the same thing. It's not. It is not the same thing. You got to work differently. You got to work smarter to understand, because you got to learn. You got to learn what this shit is about in order to be able to have some form of success in it. You understand? Like Reggie was talking a while ago, and he brought up how if you know, people's being succeeded in this shit and learning the system a little bit and succeeded. A black motherfucker don't even got to learn the system to be good at some shit real good. We just be better at shit, given a little bit of an opportunity. You don't even have to, a black person don't even have to have like all the advantages that their white counterpart would have, and could still thrive in that shit and still be the best shit that corporation seen. Just by getting a little bit. You don't even have to get like the advantages that somebody else may have gotten, and still be able to do that because of the nature of who we are as a people. Even under the circumstances, and we faced some of the most ill circumstances any group of human beings have in any civilization to date, and we still been able to thrive. Like we take for granted, we drive around like we got the things that you use on a common day, like a traffic light or shit like that. If that came from a black person's mind, you take that shit for granted. You understand what I'm saying? Like, and even under the circumstances that they had to live under and still try to survive under to do these things. So I always was in opposition to that, just pushing my kids out at a certain age shit. I was like, I ain't never with that shit, because you got to prepare them for this system, and don't have that fake ass delusional, oh, everybody can get this shit. Man, nah, it ain't as simple as that. You got to understand, look, this is what you're going to face when you out there. You know, I took my kids out one time, my sons, I took them out up to the city, and I wanted them to see shit. And you see homeless motherfuckers on the street laying around. I said, you see them people over there? Yeah. I said, them people got families, yo. Them people came from a family. So some of them people is educated. Some of them people is really educated people.
I'm glad you said that.
Real educated people. Yeah, but this system broke them. One of my best friends in the world, his mother was a teacher down at a school in my hood, Miss Burns. And I used to see this dude. And I remember we used to clown him a little bit. You know, you kids doing stupid shit. He used to be pushing the shopping cart with all the clothes and shit, dressing bummy and all that shit. And I saw that dude for years. Until my man told me, like, he said, yo, that's my uncle. I was like, what? All this year I knew this motherfucker. That was her brother. He had more degrees than his sister. But trying to fit into this system, that shit broke homeboy mind. Because he couldn't get into it the way that it was set up the way that he wanted. You know what I'm saying? My man, that's one of this nigga like my brother for years. And he was so embarrassed to tell us, and he finally came clean to me and shit. That was his uncle. and shit. So I'm like, why he out here like that? And then, it explained to me and shit what happened and shit. And then his mom, she even told me, she was like, yeah, he just couldn't, like, it just was, I don't know, it just broke him, like trying to accomplish all the things he was trying to accomplish and fit in to the system, this society. Basically, she ain't really say system, actually she said society, norms and shit. But that shit can happen. So that's why I say when it comes to this shit, I'm like, this shit ain't no joke, man. And you got to be prepared a certain way. And that's why I think our group is so unique, man. Because it's the living under the conditions that we live under and have lived under, to still be able to thrive even a little bit in the shit in the way that we do. And the ones who are able to achieve the success, whatever we consider success to be. Because most people only attach success to monetary shit. That's not the only thing that you should base success on. But that's that Americanism shit. That's why it's like in a black person, a black man is looked at the way he's looked at, because us being as a group, because of the way the system is set up, we tend to be on the lower end of that shit. And then you comparing it to another group that's on a higher end. So they be like, basically, you ain't shit if you ain't making a certain amount of money, which is not necessarily true.
But that's why we don't have any culture, brother. We don't have any culture, really. Our culture's been given to us and programmed.
I've said that on plenty of occasions on this show.
Yeah, so that's the biggest problem that we have with all of this. So if you go back to your moralities and what we grow up with, and even our parents grow up with, these kids, like I've got 20-year-olds, and what these young ladies and these young men are being programmed, it's very scary. First of all, even in relationships, these young ladies are being told that they don't need no man. And they buying into that foolishness, that they're a bad bitch. They don't need no man. They're a bad bitch, which is the most idiotic shit ever, but they've been programmed that.
Telling them that got husbands, but go ahead.
Right? And then single women telling them that. And then you got men on the other end. You got young men in their 20s and their 30s. They don't want to listen to nobody that's older than them. You don't understand, Pops. You don't know how this going. This different. So, I mean, we got a whole generation of people that are fucking lost. And what they're doing is they're wasting time. One thing that they can never get back is time. And instead of them learning from somebody who's been that way, they'd rather go blaze a trail. And if it be wrong, fuck it, at least I blazed it. Instead of them learning from somebody who know the way, they don't want to hear it. So even in the environment I'm at right now, corporate America will eat you up, spit you out, and chew you up as a black man. They play on your anger, especially when they want to get you out of here, when they want you to have these little personal, petty little vendettas. Somebody will play on your anger to see how you react, because most black men don't know how to react with their anger. They don't know how to control their anger. They do want to resort to violence. They don't know how to talk, and they play on that to get you out of here and get the buddy in here. But you wouldn't know that when you come in these environments, because when you try to scoop them up and talk to them, they look like they looking at you like you crazy. And the people that know that, because they'll tell them, hey, don't talk to this dude. And you a grown-ass man. Why are you letting somebody tell you who to talk to and who not to talk to? But these are kind of things, the psychosis that we under right now. And it's the generation that's under us, because no matter what I build, if my kids don't take that baton and pass it on, it ain't going nowhere. It's gonna stop with me. And it should just keep on being built. No matter what we build, our kids should keep on passing on that tradition. And we always get to a point where Big Mama, whoever, then got to a certain point, and everybody's sitting around with a mirror up under their nose, waiting for them to go so they can chop up what they can get. And that ain't how it's supposed to be. That ain't how it's supposed to be. But that's where we end up in the situations that we end up in, because our moral stance, our young people are getting it from entertainment. And entertainment is not run by us. So like the brother was saying, they control our image. They're telling them who they should be, how they should act, how they should talk, all that foolishness. They're telling them all that. And that's not us. That's something that they've been fabricating for years, and they always switching what can be fabricated. And these young men are not men. They've been feminized. They don't even know how to be a man. Aggression and anger and fighting doesn't make you a man. Money doesn't make you a man. Those objects don't make you men. But they don't know that because they don't sit around men long enough. And then the dudes that they hang around at their age, they're acting like little teenagers, talking about girls and playing video games and smoking weed
all the time. And you bring up a good point about the culture. You bring up a good point about the culture thing. Let me just say this real quick.
I disagree with you on certain points, but go ahead, Best Pugilist.
Let me just say this real quick, and I'll give it to you, DJ. But he brought up a good point about the cultural thing. When we was talking about the Jews earlier, that's one of the things. Because I meant to interject that earlier. That they have a culture. That culture is the basis of what they do. How they do things. And you bring up a good point about our lack of that. That's why I say Americanism. Americanism. Unfortunately, most Black Americans are stuck in that. Most of these other groups, like these foreigners that come there, whether it's these foreigners that come here, like the Indians or like the Asians, like these people have a culture that they still attached to, and it governs how they move as well. And see, in Americanism, which Black American is stuck under, all the groups that's successful in this system are attached to a particular cultural base that we lack. Only thing we have is Americanism. You know, apple pie, Franks, and we're attached to that shit. We don't have no real solid culture of our own that we can truly connect to, that governs how we do shit too. Because the idea and the ideology that most Black have on doing things is that European system of how that they set up for themselves. Well, if you want to be a successful businessman, this is what you got to do. This is what you got to do, Malik. You understand what I'm saying? Following them, not a particular coded cultural way that we know this is what we do. This is how we do that. We had those things, but we've lost those things as a group, and we've dropped our stuff. And over these hundreds of years, we've picked up Americanism, and it's left us. We just basically carbon copies of what they're doing. So you have all these other groups that are coming in. That's why, no matter what point of view you take the Black thing from, whether you take it from the transatlantic slave trade or indigenous, right? You take a group like Chinese, for instance. At either rate, they would have gotten here after the transatlantic at least 300 to 350 years after. But yet, economically, you can find basically a Chinatown in every major city in America. And it's a strong economic base for them. Here in New York, 2 big Asian spots out here. One in the city in Manhattan, Chinatown, and then out here and out in Queens. You got like Chinese, Korean, all of them, they all out there. And they've made hubs for themselves. And they've gotten here after we was here already. But what do they have in common? Culture. Because they speak a language. Because where there is no language, there is no culture. So if you don't have a language of your own, you don't have a culture. And if you only speak in your captor's language, then that's you. That's who you are. Because it dictates everything. It dictates your thoughts. It dictates the way you think. And that is the foundation of your culture. See, these other people, they have that culture. Just like I brought up before, when we have a similar topic. If you think of somebody like we know, like Bruce Lee. Bruce Lee is American because he was born in San Francisco. By the law, but when you think of Bruce Lee, you think of him as a Chinese man. Because he was culturally Chinese. Because Bruce Lee could speak Chinese. You understand what I'm saying? But a Black person, we don't culturally, if you was born here in America, 9 times out of 10, all you speaking is American English. That's your culture. So all your thoughts and your ideologies and most of your precepts and thoughts is based around that. You don't have something. We lost that which we had. You understand? And that plays a very big part into where we are as a people. Because you can't think outside of them precepts. I don't know if y'all remember Sento's DJ. I think Reggie might have been on that show too. I said, y'all think we think like white people. Because you speak American English. You can't get a thought outside of that if you don't know nothing else. That's all you know. So you think like them. Those are the thoughts and the ideals that's embedded in you. So it's hard. It's not as easy. That's why I say it's not as simple as that. Trying to maneuver against this shit is really like really like maneuvering within the fucking matrix, man. To try to survive and go through this, you know. Like when I read that book, we talked about this before too. The spook that sat behind the door to try to figure that shit out. That shit is no joke, man. And to have to continue this 2022. And I don't see us really as a whole. And I'm not talking about individuals because I don't view us as no individual shit. You gotta look at us as a group. That's the group we under. Cause they view us as a group. Yeah, you got individually successful motherfuckers, but if their mindset ain't geared towards really trying to put us in a better position as a whole, you might as well be one of them. You might as well be one of them. And most people, when they make it, you come from a poor background, you black, they're gonna turn away from you 9 times out of 10. You can know something is bad for your people, and you still turn away from that shit. You know, you don't care. They don't have very few people will do that shit. Like you see, Muhammad Ali did what he did. He sacrificed 3.5 years of his best physical prime years because he tried to stand up for something. But he got crucified. He got crucified for that shit. Lost his career. You know, and most people that see that shit, they scared to try to attempt anything against that. You know, so if you try to speak out against some shit, and some other sports guy is affiliated with that shit, 9 times out of 10, he is not going to stop supporting that shit because you don't have no cultural basis to stop it. Why? That American thing is your culture, so you're going to support that shit. You understand what I'm saying? You're not going to fall back. If you go up to places, like I said, like Chinatown, these different places, you go up there and walk around and look, they got the banks. They got their letters on they own writing on the banks, on the damn McDonald's, on the Burger King. But it's got the regular shit, plus it got that shit in their language. They got a culture that they're attached to. And it governs how they move.
And Americans acquiesce to that culture. But go ahead.
That's right. There you go.
But let me say this: we don't even know what we supposed to be doing as far as culture. What food? We don't even know our original food. We don't know what clothes we supposed to wear. We don't even know our last names that we supposed to have. We don't know where we came from. Besides you doing some DNA test that you sent somewhere, and somebody sending you some shit back electronically, and you parading it around. You have no fucking idea where that shit came from. Like we really don't know, and it gets so stupid when you go back far enough. They telling you it's bullshit. They telling you percentages. You a percentage of this, and you a percentage of that, and these Negroes is running around doing that. And then I remember when I was younger, you had Negroes running around trying to be Indians.
Does that stop you from living? I mean, y'all keep calling culture.
It stops you without you knowing your history. It's like a child not knowing their parents. It's like a child. Wait a minute, let me finish. Let me finish. It's like a child not knowing their parents. Well, without children that are in foster homes, foster children that are in foster homes, that are even adopted by another child. That child has a completely different upbringing than the child that was raised by their parents, or even the child that was raised by a father and a mother, opposed to a single mother or a single father. It's not impossible, but it's certain challenges when you do that. It makes things a lot different. And we have that happen to us way too much often. And after a while, when you have those offsprings and everybody's doing that, that becomes the new culture, besides the one that you actually lost. Because that's what's happening over and over and over and over and over again. And it's hard to break that habit. So then when the person finally breaks the habit and they do the right shit, they starting below zero. They beyond zero. They ain't got no money. They ain't got no credit. They ain't got no resources. They can't call Mr. Bob and go down to the place and get a job or get there. They got a business started. Bob their daddy ain't got nobody to call to say, hey, you doing this? I know such and such downtown. Give him a call. He gonna look out for you. those connections don't exist. So you're starting below. But the biggest point I wanted to make is that we don't even know what culture we're going to have. And what happens is we get in these groups and we fight each other to the death out of these groups. Like our group is better than your group, or you ain't got no group. Why you in the Republicans? Why you in the Democrats? Why you in this church? Why you not in this church? Why you in this sorority? Why you not in this sorority? Why you went over here to this college? You should have went to this college. We beat the hell out of each other with bullshit that don't mean nothing. So we don't even know, and then the stuff we're fighting over is all this Americanized stuff that don't mean shit. None of that stuff means anything. All of it's all bullshit. They got us fighting over nonsense. So it's impossible for us to stick together because the same qualities and stances that we have with each other, we don't even have that with the other people. We don't even ask them to do the shit that we asking each other to do.
So culture stops you from living. So I think that means that
I didn't say that. I didn't say that, brother. If that's what you got, I'm sorry, that's what you got.
People say we don't got culture, and that's the problem. So that means you need to go back, because you keep speaking about this current generation. No, that means you need to go back to your parents, their parents, their parents' parents, and custom.
No, you ain't going back that far. You're not going back more than 2 generations.
No. Let me just make this.
You're not going back that far.
That means you need to go back to those past generations and cuss them the fuck out for not holding culture. Now we can go into places where they have culture and they still stick
Why do
to
they have culture?
Let me explain this. We can go to these places that have these traditional cultures and these places to where you look at the condition in which the people live in. Has that culture elevated them into being people who don't live in deplorable conditions? Culture ain't got shit to do with anything. That shit may make you feel all good and mushy on the inside.
Nah,
but where you are
that's
as
everything.
People, no, it don't. Because you can go into many fucking African nations, go into some European countries and all that shit, who are very cultured and traditional and shit. If you ain't got fucking skills and other things laid out, you will suffer and live a meager fucking life. Culture ain't the thing that holds you the fuck back. Why aren't you practicing the culture? Why have you accepted this American culture that you speak so ill of? Why are you fucking viewed, if anyone sees you, so Americanized?
You want me to answer? That's rhetorical.
What's stopping you from going back to knowing this culture? Because the culture is there.
No, it's not. It's destroyed. That's an absolute lie, brother. You can only go back. Listen, wait a minute. Now you asked the question. You asked the question. I'm like, you want me to answer? If you don't answer, I'll stop.
No,
you want me to answer?
I want you to answer, but I want to know why you ain't practicing it. Why are you so Americanized? What you term?
Because we don't, like I just said, we includes me. We do not know our culture. We don't know. I don't know. You don't know. Nobody on this panel knows our culture. Right? Because when you go back to a certain point, you can't get records of your family. You can't get records of where the hell you came from. You can't get none of that stuff. So it would be literally impossible for you to figure out your culture.
And like I say, culture don't stop shit. I come from, you talking about the foster system and all that. I come from that. I know who my biological family is, but you think I give a fuck to know their history? Do I need to go back to learn their history to know where I need to go? Fuck no.
That gives you stability. That gives you stability, man.
Gives me stability.
That
shit.
does.
What gives me stability is knowing what I have to do to live and survive and to advance. That's
but
what
we're not trying to survive. But that's the problem. We're trying to get past survival.
Not needing to go back and learn some shit. Yeah, sometimes you may want to learn the history, but that doesn't mean it's the end all be all of shit. You must know what's your purpose. You must know and find.
We're trying to get past survival, though, brother.
A purpose in life don't stop with some shit that you lost.
Baby,
ain't nobody saying stop.
That ass fat. You hear me? Yeah. That ass fat. Yes. You gonna let me get one more? Let me get one more. All right.
Oh, DJ,
oh shit! I ain't on mute.
Yeah, you ain't on mute. Ain't on mute. You on mute.
Yeah, but like I say, that shit don't stop shit.
My bad, fellas. My bad.
I ain't saying stop you. Adds to your experience and when your base, your foundation, it just adds to it. It doesn't take away from it.
All right. So what's stopping you from learning this?
I never said. I just told you. Well, how can I find this culture? Explain to me how I can find it. I would love to find it. Tell me how I can find it.
So it's an African culture, right?
I don't know where it came from. You don't know where we came from, brother. You can't tell.
Man, I think if we're gonna find anything, you're gonna be closer to want to find the customs of people who come from the continent of Africa.
You can only go back two, maybe you could go back 2, maybe 3 generations.
even studying whatever the natives do, if that's what you want to be, is native or whatnot. If that's what
Now
makes
you just can't pick up random. That's like going to your neighbor house and trying to sit down and eat with them and speak with them, and then thinking that's gonna help you.
Oh, so
that's your neighbors.
So listen. So therefore, you prove my point. You needing to go discover this culture.
My people, not just some random people. You talking about just finding some Africans. That ain't just because somebody live on your block don't mean that's your family.
So, but look, you say it's lost. Let it be. So move
What do you
forward.
mean let it be?
So
why would you let it be?
So when I ask you, can you go back and find it? You speak of no, you can't find it. It's lost. It has to be.
It wasn't lost, it was destroyed. It wasn't lost, it was destroyed.
Listen, what is your purpose on earth, homie?
Say it again.
What is your purpose on this earth?
I don't even know where we going with this conversation, brother. Go ahead. Keep going.
It's a simple question. Why y'all complicate everything?
You complicating. I don't even know what that got to do with anything. Go ahead.
Man. I don't do all that complex shit. I keep it funky. What's our purpose on earth?
I don't know how you want me to answer that, brother. And I'm gonna let you go ahead and say your piece, because I don't want to take up too much time trying to answer that. That's not a simplistic answer.
You keep harping on shit that ain't got no answer. We lost culture and we ain't got this and that.
That does have an answer. That's the truth. That's a true fact. That's a true fact. You can't just get past that because you don't want to deal with it.
I think black folks have a more profound effect on American culture and customs than white people do.
That's not true, man. You don't control nothing, man. How you gonna have an effect on something you don't control? How do you control something? You in the car that's self-driving.
Influence is deep in this fucking country. Now we don't control a lot of shit because of our failures on the business side of shit. But I think the impacts of black culture are very prolific inside of America.
How is it beneficial to us?
Because country music, ain't it?
How is it beneficial to us as the people? How is it beneficial to us?
White folks mope and cry and bitch and moan, all because their influence in this country and what it influenced the rest of the world and what people follow. That's how.
But how does it benefit us? How does it benefit us as the people with this influence? Because we always have influence that we don't benefit from. How does this benefit us? Just like when Obama's in office, how does that benefit us?
Look, this is how it benefits us, by motherfuckers changing mindset. Mindset is everything. That's just like the shit with the young rappers. Why the fuck is a young thug caught up in the bullshit he's caught up in? Why is other motherfuckers who get in positions caught up? You got the basketball player caught with 3 pounds of weed and shit. Mindsets have to fucking change. You in position. You can't be in position to keep failing on shit.
But that ain't got nothing to do with
it. It has a lot to do with it, homie. And it has a lot to do with what we was talking about earlier. You putting kids out at 18 and shit, telling them they can't live here.
Where they get that from? Where did the parents who put them out, where did they get that from? They got it from their parents. And the parents before them. That's the culture.
Oh, you cut off. You cut off. Yup. Are we still there? Damn, did I fall off?
Yeah, he's still in here. He's still in here. My bad, fellas. My bad again. Y'all was cooking, man.
You over here trying to eat? Yeah. Go ahead.
You hear me? I'm back. You hear me?
Yeah,
go ahead, Ray. Go ahead. Say what you're saying. Yeah. Go ahead, Ray. Say what you're saying. Go ahead. Say what you're saying.
No. But I'm saying, like, we talk all this stuff about what we lost, but we have people who are put in positions who do everything to destroy this shit. Young Thug shouldn't be going to jail over no gang banging shit when he in position. You should be pulling your homies away from that shit. I come around dope dealing motherfuckers who have been in position to make money in the most illicit way in the fucking neighborhood. Yeah, you got people who have a condition and an addiction and you making money off of them, but what have they done with that money? Did they buy the secure ownership of property over there? Home, paying off their parents' home? No, motherfuckers went out there to broadcast what they had. Fucking fly bitches, fly cars, but not going in there to owning shit. It's shit like that has to change with the way in which we function in the mindset. It ain't got nothing to do with culture. Culture don't stop shit. Just because you lose something don't mean you got to go back searching for it. And it's just like time. Time doesn't stop for no motherfucker. And the rotation of the earth and the revolving around the sun doesn't stop and wait a second for shit. Can't keep moving backwards and think you're going to stay in the goddamn race.
amongst other groups of people. You can always change things, and black people can always change things. All it takes is for the generation. The future is not set on the aging. The future is set on the young, and the young can be taught with what's coming ahead of them, learning this shit, educating them. Even if they don't go to college, they can still learn skills. They can learn it through their education to get the most of it. Kids should not be in our communities playing outside on Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday when they got fucking school the next morning. Should be in that motherfucking house studying some shit. And that's the easy way. We can fix shit easily. It ain't none of this shit complex to beating these motherfuckers. Like I said, we got Al Heyman, Floyd, because we sports fans. We got LeBron James, Kobe Bryant, Michael Jordans. Like, come on. And Dr. DeGrasse Tyson and all these other motherfuckers who are advanced and shit. Like, we got to stop that shit. But shit, I keep going till y'all jump in. But like, I feel all the shit and I understand the things that we go through, like the oppressive shit. I speak on that, I understand that, but that don't mean that we as a people can't succeed at shit. Like, no, these motherfuckers, our job, and it's just like, it's always like we want approval of other people. Like these other people have to praise us. Why they're talking about us. They count us out. Like, fuck them. Maneuver around them, sidestep the motherfuckers, and keep mashing through. And eventually you become the dominant premier motherfuckers within this society. Like, nobody can catch that. I mean, can stop that. You got other groups that elevate through this motherfucker when the planning is put in place. And the planning is always put in place when you're doing it properly through what you pass down to fucking kids. You don't get, if one generation, everything is generationally based. That's why they factor things in through a generational dynamic, because some generations will thrive more than others. Some generations are more innovative than others. And some generations may have a fucking a flat time period where nothing creatively is done. And that's just the way it factors. You can learn from what takes place in the society. Other motherfuckers adopt it. And also this other thing, like we speak on culture and other nations and developing. Now here they find in fucking Africa the big deposits they're talking about in Uganda, 12-point-something trillion. What does the African nation do with it? Now, therefore, you will see about planning. Will the African leaders do ill shit towards the society to accumulate that wealth by letting Europeans come in and only the ruling class of that country benefit?
That ain't true, Reggie, man. Hold on. Wait a minute. I don't agree with you on that. You know, you heard of Muammar Gaddafi, right? I know you heard of him. Okay, you see what they did? You see what they do to those type of leaders. So that's not true.
What Gaddafi did with his own people, fucking him over.
Nah, man, you ever read it? Wait a minute before you hit me. But wait a minute, before you hit me with the Americanized news, have you ever read the Green Book? Have you ever read that?
No, certain shit I won't read. But
okay, but let me tell you what it is. Let me explain it to you, and you can go on to what you say you've seen from America. Remember, every war that America ever went to is based off of a fucking lie. The Green Book is his doctrination, what he wanted to do with his people. He believed that people who live in his country, having a house is a living right, and he didn't live in a house. His parents didn't live in a house. They lived in fucking tents when he was killed. So that's what he believed for his own fucking people. He had free water.
Who lived in the tent?
Gaddafi until he built it up. Gaddafi. They ain't pay for no water over there. They ain't pay for electric over there. Look the shit up. Stop listening to these people on TV telling you about that's what I'm talking about. These people telling you who your leaders are.
Don't start with this praising the Gaddafi, because the nigga.
No, I'm not praising. I'm telling you what the man did. This is fact. This ain't me. Go look it up.
So you ain't got to believe me about. I know what you're gonna lead to next. He tried to unionize and bring all the Africa together and all that other shit.
He did. That's a fact, and that's right. When they killed him, when he said he wasn't gonna take, when they weren't gonna take the United States dollar or the euro for the payment of their oil or their resources, that's when he got out of there. They told him he told them deny that after he unionized them, the African countries, and told them, look, we not taking your euro no more. We not taking your U.S. dollar no more. Shortly after that, he died. He got killed. They made up whatever fucking, you could insert whatever excuse they want to insert in there. That's just what it is.
And
that was done under Obama.
You watched the video of his people killing. There was an uprising in that fucking country.
Who said that? You ever heard of CIA? You ever heard of CIA?
Bruh, if a country
no, seriously, do you know what the CIA is?
If a country love you, they ain't gonna off you like that. Motherfucker
Fidel
Castro. Fidel Castro lived into his fucking, to his late death, and he's so close to America, they could have easily knocked him the fuck off.
They had no reason to knock him off, brother. They had, what reason would America have to knock off to knock off Fidel Castro?
Do you remember Fidel brought the Russians over that motherfucker with nukes pointed at this motherfucker? What you mean?
Okay, so
they ain't got to knock that nigga off. Come on, bro. Like,
okay, why we got Guantanamo Bay? I'm gonna disprove everything you just said. We have right now, currently, we have Guantanamo Bay. It's an American base in Cuba. Why is that base there and Cuba ain't fighting us? Explain that to me, since we got such a problem with Cuba.
And that's a bigger problem. Why they could have went in there and killed.
No. You said we got a problem. Wait, we got a problem with Cuba. Why haven't Cuba and America been fighting over that base that's in Cuba?
Cuba can't fight fucking America.
No, man.
You Russians over there.
Listen, man. If I may, fellas, let me shed a little light on this. Right, you got both of you guys aren't wrong. Both of y'all are not wrong in this aspect, right? There's a book out there, and I've spoken about it before, by Annie Jacobson called "Surprise, Kill, Vanish." It's about the secret history of the. It's about the history of the CIA and how it started as the OSS in 1936. It goes from 1936 until 2016. They've gotten former special operators to go on record and use their name and talk about missions that happened, whether it be from the Bay of Pigs in Cuba or some shit when they almost caught Che Guevara down there in Panama and Grenada and different places down there in Central and South America, where they almost caught him a few times, but he always seemed to make it back to Cuba. They talk about how Fidel Castro used to walk around New Jersey in the 60s and 70s. People used to see him on the bus. It's like, what are you doing here? They will kill you. No, I'm good, man. So to speak. He used to come here and meet with different CIA operatives, bro, in New Jersey, and then go back to Cuba. It's later when he flipped, when they tried to make him do something he didn't want to do. It was like, whoa. That wasn't the agreement. I agreed to do this, this, and this. Well, the CIA told him, no, you're going to do this, this, and this. No, fuck y'all then. I'm not abandoning what it mainly was. I'm not abandoning communism. It works for my country. No, you're going to adopt this system of government. Well, fuck you. We just won't do business together. Not saying they were right or wrong, but for a lot of people who you see a lot of Che Guevara t-shirts, Che Guevara was one of the most sadistic bastards on this side of the planet, right? On this side of the earth, right? And I just want y'all to really read that book, man, and really check it out, man, because it's some nasty shit in there that America did to other people, and that a lot of it was provoked, but a lot of it wasn't. So, like what you're saying about Gaddafi, isn't 100% wrong, but it ain't 100% true either. So, it all depends on really how you want to look at it. But I get what you're saying. And Reggie, the same thing with you. I get what you're saying about a lot of these things. But reading her book really opened my eyes to a lot of things, man, because she got people to go on record. Like when she got the guy to speak about how George Bush had bin Laden dead to rights several times, but wouldn't kill him. He knew exactly where he was, knew exactly where he was going back in like 2005, 2006. He had him dead to rights, but didn't kill him. And his exact quote was, and this coming from somebody who was in the war room with him, I want to know who his daddy is. Y'all are telling me that he's a savage, that he's just this rebel. I want to know who's funding him. How's he getting all this shit? I want to know who his daddy is. Those were his exact words. So y'all check that book out, man. I'll go back on mute and let y'all keep going at it because I'm enjoying the sparring match.
No, but it's not really. I think we agree. We agree that there's a problem. We just agree with the approach of the problem. So I don't have any problem. Yeah, I don't have any problem with where you say. I understand what he's saying. I don't want this to come off like I'm opposed to what he's saying. He's still identifying the problem. What we differ is where the solution is. I think that's what we differ at. So I don't want this to come off as people listening to this where I got a problem with what Reggie's saying. I understand 100% what he's saying. I get it. I get exactly what he's saying.
And this the way discussions sometimes have to be discussed. They ain't always gonna be a quiet tone, and sometimes they're gonna be heated, but that don't mean there's beef and conflict. Like, and that's the other thing black folks gotta get the fuck away from, thinking that every conversation on certain subjects means it's a beef. Like, no, it's intellectual conversation. We at peace with the shit. Like, we just have different opposing views and stuff. But even on that thing you were talking about with Castro, DJ, is that America was against Castro when he kicked Batista up out of there, and he kicked a lot of American firms the fuck up out of Cuba. And that was the biggest issue. And he brought the Russians right along in there. The Russians funded his ability to overthrow Batista.
Absolutely.
And but remember, America always saw the end.
Like, they don't teach you in school how big of a fuck up the Bay of Pigs was. People don't understand that.
Oh, I got a book from a lady who wrote a book on that shit. Who from where I work at. She got a book on her husband was part of that shit. Yeah, it's their book right
Kennedy
here.
Definitely left them out to dry. But yeah, man, I really want y'all to check out that book, man. Please.
But remember, America always creating these wars based off of lies. Every war we ever been in been based off of lies. And even right now to this day, South Florida, they got the base that they run all them South African ops called Southcom down here, and they still bombing over there. They're still dropping accidental bombs over there. It don't get no airtime on TV. Because they got y'all with this Trump psychosis, and they talking about Trump, and they talking about they just talking about stuff that triggers people. Because now the news now is based off ratings,
as they say nowadays.
Yeah, it's based off ratings. So remember,
L0015. The name of the book is called "Surprise, Kill, Vanish" by Annie Jacobson, and it details different operations. It's the history of the CIA, and it goes from 1936. Until 2016.
If you look at the CIA, Showtime, I believe it's Showtime, they had this TV series called Homeland. Anybody who watched that series of Homeland, it depicts a perfect depiction of what the CIA does. They don't just go in there and start assassinating people. That's not what they do.
No, that's
not. They don't do that.
At first, they were strictly an intelligence gathering organization. They were spies. They were legit spies gathering intelligence. Only after Korea, where they started what they call the Special Operations Division. That's when they really started going in and doing really nasty shit. Like the shit they did in Vietnam, that they got the guy to go on record and use his name because the files have been declassified. The shit they did in Vietnam to people was like you couldn't write that script. You couldn't put that in a movie. The details that he gave, I was like, he remembers this shit like it was yesterday, but on the same hand, how can you ever forget something like that?
But remember, the United States has so many enemies because we are the only country to actually use nuclear bombs. The only fucking one to use that shit twice. But we have such a problem with anybody getting it because we done fucked over so many people.
Karma.
Yeah, we just fucked over so many people. So we flip out when there's even the idea of somebody possibly getting a fucking nuclear weapon. We don't want that shit. It's just like here in the States, that the idea that black people would get mad enough to relegate themselves back to get some kind of karma behind that shit flips these white folks out. It's the same shit. It doesn't change.
Absolutely. And a lot of people talk about the two nuclear bombs that were dropped on Hiroshima and Nagasaki. Nobody talks about how the United States wiped Dresden, Germany off the map with firebombs. Nobody talks about that part. They completely wiped Dresden, Germany off the map at the same time. So, man, I'm sorry, I'm a history man, fellas. Go ahead.
America's a fucked up nation, man. Especially when you look during that fucking 1940s and 50s and all that shit, and we
were getting people the fuck out of here, and it didn't even have to do with necessarily have to be with a country that we were at war at. If we felt like you were making too much money, if America as a country felt like you were making too much money without them, they come in and want their piece. And if you didn't give them their piece, they were gonna get your ass up out of here, bro.
Yeah. Look what they did after the First World War, where they went in there and they took all the good German scientists up out of there. They took them all up out of there. Because you remember before that, we weren't getting to no space. And if you look at it,
you look at those about pictures, Operation Paperclip.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Mm-hmm.
You start looking at that.
World War. Yeah.
Yeah, if you look at that, for those who don't know, those scientists they took from Germany, most of them that took those pictures, they have like a whip, like a mark on their face, and that's because they used to joust and they hit each other. That was like a sign of toughness when they cut themselves on their face from jousting and shit. Once they cut themselves, they pack it, I think, with horsehair or some shit like that. But all those pictures have those scientists in there. You can point them out from that mark on their face. Those are actual German scientists that were over there in the middle of that shit. But America needed those scientists to advance their technology. So they brought them all over here, gave them government jobs. And then on top of that,
names, gave them government jobs, all different types of stuff, man.
Yeah, and then Disney went behind them and started making commercials about the shit. So that shit get real complicated and real convoluted real quick. You go wherever you want with that shit. But this country has a real fucked up history when it comes to certain shit. And when it comes to black people that come from this country, we got to be perfect. But they'll bring all kind of fucking criminals over here if they benefit them. That's what they've been doing. They ain't gonna never stop.
And also, you hear there were stories coming from different American soldiers that from 1944 that helped storm Berlin and different bases around Berlin. The shit that they were cooking up.
Yeah,
we're lucky they ended the war when they did, because the shit that German soldiers were hooking up were getting ready to do. They were 5-6 years ahead of us. Like, people don't understand the MG42 that they used, their machine gun, their fully automatic machine gun, was 2 generations ahead of the Browning, which we were using. Like,
the tanks.
Like, they had some nasty shit ready for us.
Yeah, the tanks they had, the U-boats,
the
submarines,
the Tigers and the Panzers,
submarines,
were
all
way
that shit.
ahead of the Sherman tanks.
Yeah, all that shit they had. Even the subs where they had it where the shit couldn't come up on sonar, where they figured out they put some goddamn, I think it was rubber. Then they put rubber on the outside of the sub to make the shit where it wouldn't come up on the sonar. Like, all that shit they was doing was way ahead.
As far as naval superiority.
Yeah, the Japanese as hell. That's why that war lasted so long. But it's fucked up as America was bringing them Germans over here, and allowing them on the other side of it. You can see where the fuck they coming from. And that's the other thing, like, when people talk about, like, with Jews and shit, because the Jews add into that shit as well. It was just that motherfucking society was so fucking advanced, and it's just so ill that they turned. And it's the problem inside of modern society anyway, is people advance technology and weaponize the shit, and that becomes a problem, and they dominate other societies that haven't achieved that. You see with Russia trying to do that in Ukraine, but the fact that these motherfuckers have taken evil ass people.
But wait a minute, Reggie, how you feel about that? Let me ask you, how do you feel about that Ukraine shit? How you feel about that, Reggie? How you feel about that?
I feel it's fucked up. I think Russia's, well, it ain't Russia. I think Putin's wrong for that shit, to go in there and advance what he's doing Hitler shit. And as much as I like the Russians, because my thing with the Russians that I like is, after World War II, I thought the Russians did the proper thing to Germany, building that wall. And the only people who try to paint the Russians in a dirty light is these pieces of shit in America. Tear down the wall. No, that wall was put up to punish these motherfuckers. America treated it as if the Germans didn't do any fucking wrong, to write it off. All right, we're gonna benefit. We take your scientists. We take your technology. We advance. America wants to let bygones be bygones and try to paint German people, because when we start coming up in the 80s, we get this depiction of the Russians doing the German people like that. And for a while, you'll get painted like, dang, they just divided these people from their family. This is the way they'll teach it to us. No, the Germans did some fucked up shit, and they needed to pay for it. So I always felt Russia was in the right with even the way they put that wall up and divided, because their countries have to be held accountable and punished. Now you got Putin going in here doing Hitler type shit. Like, what's his purpose of invading?
But wait a minute. Wait a minute, Reg. Let me say this. Now, I don't necessarily agree with you because I don't believe everything that we get pushed
I don't
on.
think he's doing Hitler shit. But go ahead, my
bad. I don't believe on all that right there because think about it like this. Right now, if you go on YouTube, you can look up any news network, their last show from whatever, like a week ago, a couple of days ago. You type it in. RT Network is a Russian TV news network. Now that's all Russian propaganda. But you can't watch it right now unless you have a VPN. They block it. So we getting fed a certain view over here. They're getting fed a certain view in Russia. We don't know what the hell the truth is. So I don't necessarily know what the hell is going on over there.
I don't get information from the news networks. There's a lot of people who got independent sources of what they follow, and it's a lot of the soldiers involved in that war who record that shit and they load it. You can go right into Twitter and find a lot of that shit.
But they just showing the war. They don't show you the reason for the war. Just like if right now Desert Storm was happening, you would have a bunch of clips of shit being blown up there in Desert Storm. But you wouldn't know the reason why they went to Desert Storm was based off a fucking lie. It was based off of the Iraqi soldiers going over there and burning down some babies in the hospital, taking them outside and shooting them, which was all fucking lies that they figured out years later.
American people knew that war was full of shit, and that's why that war ended up costing Bush. The American people knew he was full of shit, and a lot of the wars that America goes into, since Vietnam, nobody supports America going to war. People understand the industrial complex behind that shit, and none of these wars mean anything except young men coming back fucked up in the mind. Now, what's Russia and Putin's reason for invading this country? There ain't one, except he
said his reason. Now, if you believe him or not, he's got a reason.
I don't believe
that's what I'm saying.
Talking about. Now,
I think Putin is old school KGB, and he wants the USSR back. He wants.
That's part of it.
He felt like they were strongest, and this is my opinion, just by listening to some of the shit he said, bits and pieces of these interviews that he's done. I feel like he's old school KGB, and he wants the Soviet Union / USSR back because he felt like his country was strongest when they were in that form. So that's why I think he's going after. That's why I think years ago when he went after Crimea, who was under Ukrainian control, he said the shit then. He alluded to it then, and now he's going after Ukraine. I think he still has Chechnya, so he's going after all these countries one by one, man.
But remember, neither one of them are not dirty. Because even in Ukraine, they got this. Now, they don't necessarily have a strong military. Last time they tried to getting taken over, they had these militias. The strongest militia they have there is AZOV. And if you look at their symbol, it's a sideways swastika. And they are a known racist group. So there ain't no cleanness on either side of this foolishness right here is what I'm saying. Mm-hmm. So it's hard to figure out what's going on. Really and truly. I ain't saying he is or he ain't. I just don't know. I just know we've been lied to with every fucking war we participated in, everyone that we funded, it's all been bullshit. So who the fuck knows what's going on? And the way that they filter information.
Since World War II. I can say since Korea, really. From Korea going forward, I can say they've been kind of BS because
they all been BS from as long as we've been alive. They all been BS. Let me quantify that. As long as we've been alive.
Okay.
Yeah, as long as we've been alive, they all been BS since we've been living. Every single last one of them. We've been told one thing. They even went as far as the fucking hire a fucking PR firm for the Gulf War foolishness to push those lies. So that's what they've done as far as we've been living, and I could just go by recent history. I don't even got to go back that far. So I know they had this line.
That war was BS. No disrespect to anybody who fought in these wars or anybody who had family fighting these wars, right? But
no, nobody takes it.
It was BS because Bush Senior did it, and then as soon as Bush Jr. got in there, he went over there fucking with them
right away.
So away. To me, it was an agenda from the jump to go after them.
Yep. Well, was the same thing with Gaddafi. Gaddafi went after that was Bush and Obama they had a relationship. Their fathers had a relationship. Obama's daddy worked for the CIA, and then Bush's daddy, he did what he did with the CIA. So it is what it is. They had a relationship.
But look at the thing with Gaddafi that people leave off the table. That motherfucker became an enemy
of Western nations, from the shit that went down with that Pan Am shit. They
Nah, but that was years before that. That wasn't even, if that was the case, they should have did something about that. That was years before they decided to kill him. That wasn't recent.
No, but listen, they never got to him, but he's been an enemy of Western countries. That Lockerbie Pan Am flight shit, Libyans claim responsibility for that shit. He had other shit trying to get, that's what, like, even Jeff Fort getting caught up in trying to supposedly being caught up in taking weapons to shoot down planes for Gaddafi and shit. So Gaddafi became an enemy of the West and also an enemy inside of his country. There's a lot of those leaders who are like that. His own people killed him. It wasn't so much of America.
That's what we disagree. That's what we disagree. I think that's CIA, my brother. Remember, if you know anything about how the CIA moves, that's their movement right there. That's how they move, man. I'm telling you.
The CIA is an intelligence agency, and yeah, if there's instability within a country, they can fracture that shit. They can start to inject certain propaganda into the people.
Exactly.
You had a lot of young Libyans who did not want to live under that sort of system that Gaddafi had in them. And this is the thing when you're dealing with dictatorships. This is why democracies are kind of a thing that more advancing societies will accept. Nobody wants a nigga that has dominated over a country, a military leader who I think came in power over fucking a military coup. He's a military leader who was taking over the country almost on some martial law type shit. People don't want to go wrong. Younger generations, you can't leave shit. And this is what comes in where you always bring up culture and traditions. A lot of younger people don't want to live in old customs. And that just happens. The factor is people begin to modernize. Things change a little bit. And you have to be adapted. The younger generations of Libyans ain't like older generations who just take whatever the fuck is given to them. And that's what happened. You watched it in the video. The motherfuckers shot that nigga on the streets.
But that don't mean that. Listen, man. Like, what would it take for a country to have somebody come to America, have a baby, and raise that baby up? You done seen the Manchurian Candidate. Have a baby over here, and that baby come up and kill somebody that's born in this country. That takes these countries planning stuff out years in advance. So, like the ins and outs. I'll give you another one. Now we talking about this government stuff. You ever heard of the heart attack gun? You ever heard of that shit?
No, but I can tell you this about American presidents. It wouldn't take no other country.
Let me finish my point. I'm gonna let you go. Let me finish the point.
It's quick. It don't take no plotting from it. It don't take the plotting. It don't take the plotting of another country to interfere with an American president being killed. The lives of American presidents are always at threat because American people don't always support these people. American people are always unhappy with certain leaders, and that's why so much protection for American presidents, because they will be killed, and there's been many attempts on presidents' lives beyond Kennedy. Reagan has had it, Obama's gotten the threats, Bush has gotten the threats. It's just a factor. People become unsatisfied with who leads and run their countries.
Okay, well, the heart attack gun is a gun that they had in the 60s. They actually had, I think it was a House or a Senate hearing on some of the technologies that they had from the FBI back then. And it was an actual bullet. I believe it was ice. So when they shot you with it, it was a regular bullet. When they shot you with it, the shit dissolved. And when it had some kind of, it was something that they had in that motherfucking bullet where it went in you, it didn't leave no exit room. And whatever injection it was, it gave your ass a heart attack. And this is in the fucking 60s. So right about now, we have no idea what the technology that our country has or any country has from who knows what. I mean, I ain't talking about no 007 shit. I'm just saying if they had that shit in the 60s, I can only imagine the type of shit that they have now, because remember like 3 years ago, they had this thing down here in Cuba where all the American diplomats had to get the fuck out of Cuba because they had some shit where nobody knew what the fuck was going on, but everybody was getting sick. And it was like a sound wave or some shit, and they couldn't figure out what the fuck it was. Nobody knew what was going on. Y'all remember that?
Yeah, it wasn't just in Cuba. That was
but I'm just using that for example.
That was in the DR. That was in the Caribbean period. That was mainly like in Puerto Rico and the Dominican and Cuba.
I'm just using that
Caribbean.
I'm just using that as an example. We know for a fact that the American diplomats left up out of Cuba because of that. I'm just using that as a fact. I'm not saying it got started there.
I remember that.
Yeah. I'm not saying it started there.
4 years ago now, because that was pre-COVID.
Yeah, it was pre-COVID. I want to say it was like the early part of Trump.
We got to reference shit like that now, right?
Yeah. Yeah. I want to say that was early that was like Trump's early days.
I want to say that was 2017, 18.
Was that was under Trump, right? It had to be Trump, right? Was that Obama or Trump?
Trump didn't get voted out until 2020. So
okay, so that's Trump. Yeah, that's Trump.
I want to say that was 2018.
That's Trump.
Because I remember that shit. I remember people was going down to Puerto Rico and the Dominican Republic and Cuba and just fucking dying inexplicably, just dropping dead.
Yeah, and they didn't know what the fuck was going on. But that's what I'm saying. Like, we never know what kind of weapons any country has. We have no freaking idea. And the news we have is so force-feed. You got to kind of filter through it and make your best decision out of it. You're never not gonna know 100% with any country and any conflict what the real reason of it is. Because we know in history, shit, a lot of wars have been started over women. They've been started over ego, all kind of crazy shit. When we talking like a long time ago, when we was in the middle of it, I'm pretty sure the people on the battlefield had no fucking idea what was going on, or the people that was part of those communities that was sending their loved ones had no idea what's going on. So I always take that shit with a grain of salt. And being in the military, I done seen some crazy shit and been part of some crazy shit that they just don't. You don't even want to know some of the stuff that these people have people doing. And like I say, right now they still got that Southcom stuff where they jump off and do. Remember the young black dude who his widower, the wife was fighting with Trump.
Oh yeah, the special force dude died in Africa. Yeah, I know.
Yeah, and then they initially tried to say that he just ran off. He just jumped up and ran off by himself, and they didn't know why he was there initially, and they had no idea why he was there. And he's decorated because he was in the special forces. You don't get in there as no private. That's not no shit you're gonna get in as no private. And you're not gonna get in no Southcom as no, your first duty station like that. So that's not gonna happen. But I'm just saying, like, you always gotta take information that you're getting when it's based on any type of war or conflict with a grain of salt. Some of it's true and some of it's bullshit. How much? Who knows?
But even with the black dude, you ain't gonna get a lot of the information because he is special forces, so a lot of that shit is top secret. So of course they ain't gonna put that in the public. But the way Trump treated his family was show how much of a bitch Donald Trump is.
Yeah, I mean, he an old white guy who ain't got no filter, man. He's saying what a lot of them old motherfuckers in there is thinking. He's just saying it. He's just ignorant enough to say it.
I don't think Trump is racist per se.
Nah, I don't think he's racist.
Man, that nigga racist.
He was friends with a lot of these black people. I think he exactly what Pittsburgh just said. What Pittsburgh he just said. He said shit that a lot of these ignorant ass white people wanted to hear.
Yeah.
That's exactly what he did. I don't think he believed half the shit he said, but I really believe he said what these people wanted to hear because you saw what happened when he got in office, right? And this one thing I will give him credit for. He didn't play the game. I'm already rich. I don't give a fuck. Like, you can do you can do whatever you want to do with me. I ain't got to do what you say. And that's both commendable, but yet dangerous because you're in a political position where you can't do what the fuck you want to do all the time.
He disproved
There's
that.
some situations where you gotta be political.
Yeah, he disproved that though. I give him credit for some of the things that he actually did that was beneficial. All the tax cuts that we had, the stimulus packages that we had, the trade agreement that we had. Some of the stuff he did was actually beneficial to everybody, not just
some of that shit he did, Obama already had on the table. They just wouldn't pass it for him.
All that nigga Trump did is change the name to shit. He ain't.
No, but listen. It doesn't matter. Like, you could say the same thing about Obama and the presidency before him. You can always say that. It's always who. Like, if we playing football, whoever's put the ball in the goal line in football, that's the dude who scored, not the guy who got you to the 5. So the dude who got you in the touchdown is the one that's going to take credit. And that's always going to float the boat. Because even Obama, remember, Bush tried to get some kind of healthcare shit going and something with the retirement, and he couldn't do it. And all they did really with that healthcare plan he did was take the Republicans' name off of it and put his name on it and make a couple alterations. It's the same shit.
Nah, that's not true.
That is true, brother. They did. They tried to pass the health code. Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, that's why I bow out. I don't do politics. Go ahead, fellas.
Yeah, I'm just saying that's a true fact. That's not me making it up. I mean, I don't like Trump as a person, but you gotta acknowledge what he did. You gotta acknowledge what he did. He did what he did.
Tell me what he did. I think he did too much of anything except cut taxes for wealthy folks, which is
he cut your taxes too. Your taxes got cut too, but they're not permanent.
But a lot
he did. He cut your taxes, and he cut. Listen, this is how that tax bill works. The corporations' tax bills are permanent. Everybody else under a certain threshold, their taxes are temporary. I believe it's for 8 years, but you did receive a tax cut under that dude for 8 years. You also had the trade agreement. Now you could say that he didn't start it, but he damn sure got it finished. Whatever you want to say, it was signed under him. That trade deal meant that those cars that are manufactured, it was at like 40, 50%. Now 65% of those cars that are manufactured in the United States, along with a couple other things. Some things with the help with the prescription drugs. So he did some stuff. So I mean, he did a couple things. So we can't discount what he did do. Now all the other antics that he had, go ahead.
He's done personalized beneficial shit for himself and not for the country. And that's
that trade deal is beneficial for the country, bro.
And not beneficial for the country. And that's why a lot of his shit is being reversed. You have to tax motherfuckers in this country. And especially when you're borrowing money in the way in which this country had to with the stimulus money, you have to pay taxes. I don't know why these motherfuckers think they can go about not doing that. Then you deal with the factors that stem from the damn pandemic. You don't cut taxes. And now you're going to deal with even with this hyper level of inflation. Now you're going to deal with the feds having to really offset shit when they have to raise rates because on top of
the rates on Wednesday. Wednesday rates are going up again, either half a point or 0.75. This Wednesday,
and it's not going to stop there. It ain't going to just stop there. They're going to have to keep because
go ahead.
No, I was saying they're going to have to keep raising them until they can get control because there's too much. There's just too high level of greed that's happening. A lot of this inflation shit is falsified inflation. It's out of the greed of these wealthy ass people. And the thing is to start hitting these motherfuckers. They have to start easing some of the pricing on shit. A lot of people are suffering. Then you're dealing with the war that's going on. You're dealing with China and its issues. And this is where the problem becomes with this country. Mainly a lot of this country, it stems from what Congress has allowed with some of the laws and the lack of putting pressure on companies. Companies been taking jobs out of this country since the goddamn 70s. And then now with the taking the jobs away from here, you have empowered the fuck out of China. Europe is guilty of it as well. And now when China goes through a slowdown, everything's fucked up. You can barely get cars produced in this country. You can barely get computer systems developed in this country. You can barely find parts on cars because everything's being fucking processed off continent. And that becomes a huge problem and why we facing this current issues. Like America has to get its shit back together. And that's why all that political divide, people talking about, oh, black people just vote Democrat, Republican. That shit is stupid shit. You put a motherfucking power, represent the country, fix this shit. And you ain't getting enough of that. You're getting people personalized political divides and other bases that support a bunch of the stupid shit.
Well, remember, a lot of that stuff was started under Obama. A lot of the money that you're talking about being pumped, we got to be honest, a lot of that stuff was started with Obama. It started with the banks, with him bailing out the banks, him having some small, minute programs for us. And then he also had a bunch of money that started under Obama, and it didn't stop until barely up under just this last year, where they were pumping and stimulating the stock market. Crazy amounts of money. So that's been over a long period of time. Now they just decided to stop it right now, which don't make no goddamn sense. The way that they just completely halted it, they went from juicing it up to completely stopping it. So it has to be like that. It's going to be crazy looking because of what they were doing. They've been stimulating this economy for over almost 10 years.
And they got to, if everything is outsourced, then that's the problem in which they ain't looking at, because they have allowed, you got Congress people who have allowed corporate motherfuckers to just grease their pocket and they do anything a company wants. At some point you need, and this is where the American people, everybody's at fault. The American people not holding the politicians they vote accountable. This is why this country is constantly stimulated. You start dealing with stimulus when Bush got there, and I don't even know why he even injected a stimulus into the fucking country after coming out of a surplus economy and shit. But you
he had to, because if he did, the economy would have collapsed. It'd have been far worse than if he didn't. If they didn't do what they did, it would have been far worse.
But let me say this. No, Bush gave out a stimulus over some election shit to try to fucking make himself look good. He had a economy that was surplus coming out of the Clinton years, and then he just threw out fucking stimulus. People were getting like $500 and $1,000 stimulus for nothing. I don't know what to try to motivate the economy when nothing was really going on that bad, that dire in the system. But the problem is that this country is being stimulated through fucking borrowing. And the problem with that, and the reason behind that, is because America ain't producing shit. America's become a service. But let me just say this. America's been too service-oriented as a country, and we're not manufacturing shit because of the companies. Companies wanting to break unions, not wanting to pay people, but to fucking line the pockets of people who play around in that stock market bullshit, and that's all they seem to care about. And that becomes what we see fucking over this country. And it's up to politicians to start fully, not to start fully, but to start fucking highlighting that shit and to start putting pressure on companies. Jeff Bezos, you look at just the mentality of the Bezos and all these other motherfuckers who you know, prop up through the economic ladder just over fucking night by not doing shit. Like these motherfuckers, even at the height of the pandemic, making all this money. Are his workers benefiting from that shit? No, just that motherfucker. But it doesn't flow down. None of that shit trickles down when these motherfuckers are living high on a hog. And then you deal with them getting all sorts of breaks and taxes, but their workers not. That becomes a problem when you look at it from an economic standpoint. A lot of this shit don't make no fucking sense. None of it.
Well, remember, like the trade agreements, those were the first problem. The first blow we had was under that NAFTA crap. Once they signed that NAFTA stuff, that got rid of all your labor jobs, all your Detroit car building jobs, all that stuff got up out of here. That was done under a Democrat. That nonsense that they did is they pushed all them jobs. They basically farmed our jobs out. All our labor jobs that you can get out of high school with no skill and be able to take care of your family, they pushed those jobs away. Eventually, over time, and those cities collapsed. That's how we end up with the Flint, Michigans, the way that they are right now, behind those kind of pieces of legislation. And that kept going. So that pushed that away. And then what ended up happening is our resources went away. Like if you look at Russia too, and you look at Ukraine in that neighborhood, in that area, I don't know if you guys know this, but a lot of the fertilizer comes from over there. So your plants and all your stuff that you need to grow, your fertilizer comes from over there. Then you got to look at the other part of that, which is that it doesn't matter which group you want to be, Republican or Democrat. None of them are looking for middle class. None of them. At best, if you're a farmer, you'll get some kind of perks when they look out for the farmers. Because why? Because when they go to get their votes, they got to go to the Bible Belt, which is where all the farms are. So those people gonna get the tax credits and tax breaks and all that foolishness. But you're not necessarily gonna get that trickle down. At best, you'll get a tax cut that might last a couple of years, and it kind of like it falls away. But they're constantly shifting away those labor jobs. Like we don't really have the labor jobs. And then when they had it this year under COVID, when Trump overstimulated the economy and was paying like on top of extra $1,000 in most cases for you to go on unemployment, they cut that shit off when people want to go back to work because they need laborers at that point. They had a shortage. So they needed laborers. So they had to force people to go back to work. And we're trying to get rid of that because now our birth rates are down. America birth rates is down, so they trying to push that up. So it's all a game that we part of, but we really don't control none of this stuff. So I think sometimes we get too emotional with some of this stuff, and we got to look into what the hell these folks is doing.
Salute my brother DB in the building. But even like with some of the shit that, like, even with Trump's use of the stimulus bill, a lot of that shit was fucked up. None of that shit should have been put in the PPP loans and all that other shit. That should have went directly to fucking.
That's a small percentage, though. That the PPP loans and the loans that you got for your families, that was a small percentage.
There was major billions that went in there.
Can you hear me?
Yeah. There was a lot of billions of dollars put in there that shouldn't been put in the loans for businesses. That should have been put in the pockets of civilians to fucking be able to have monthly income coming in while people sat out. The rush shouldn't have been to getting people back to work. The rush should have been not the rush, but the patience should have been with allowing America to reset itself, allowing this country to fucking deal with this COVID issue of people being away, allowing money to be thrown into the accounts of not of black people, but of the American citizens, so that they have a level of savings. And then when we come out of that, they come out ahead. And America's still too much kind of thrived and built into like the slave economy, barely letting you get ahead to where you're forced to have to get out there and work. And that's the problem with the corporate structure of America. America's been too designed like a fucking company because we have put too many rich ass people who America has infatuation and kissing the ass of wealthy people and thinking they're the ones who can lead us. Like, no, you need people who have morality. That's why even in the business world, morals and ethics becomes a thing that should be at the forefront.
Oh, what happened? Oh man, Reggie, you still here? Senso, best pugilist, y'all still here? Oh man, DB, I disagree. I thought
I'm still on.
Well, I say, I thought she won that fight, but I mean, she was definitely, in my opinion, she was down 2-0 going into that third round, but it was a close fight, man. I think it was close enough to do an immediate run back. So a lot of people didn't know how tough Santos was. Let me put his comment up on the screen here. A lot of people didn't know how tough Talia Santos was. Like I said, I'd seen her beat up Joanne Wood and choke her out. So I knew she was really, really good. And she came into the fight, I think 18-1 or 19-1. So I knew she was going to be good. But yet, I didn't know she was that good. You know what I mean? I mean, nobody. When's the last time we seen Valentina in a close fight? You have to go all the way back until I think it was 2017. I want to say 2017 when she fought Amanda, or it might not have been that long ago. But her and Amanda's second fight, which arguably she won that fight as well. That was the last time she was in a really close fight. But that Yuri Prohaska and Glover Teixeira fight was absolutely sensational. That's how you fight championship fights. And like I said, going into that fight, I really like Yuri, but you can never count out an old warrior like Glover, man. Glover's been through it all. He's seen it all. So nothing was really going to phase him. And if you don't get Glover out of there early, you're going to have a tough fight on your hands, man. But
how did that fight
go, DB, man? We'll get back to talking this MMA one day, bro. We'll be glad to have you. You know, you family over here. So anytime you get time, just pop in, brother. Hey, Reggie, I enjoyed listening to people talk about politics. But if it ain't state or local, I don't care, man. To be honest, I think the presidential election is since I can remember,
that shit is going back as far
as 20 years ago, 22 years ago, when they fixed the election for Bush the first time. I just never really paid that much attention to it. Now I'll vote just because, I want to have a right to complain. You know what I mean? I'll vote, but at the same time, I'm not really researching the guys on the presidential level and the vice president as much as I research my local mayor, my DA, my state representative, my state senator. I'm not researching as much. You understand what I'm saying? Because the way this situation is supposed to go, the people from my state are supposed to represent my interest in Washington. because the governor from Idaho don't give a damn about what's going on in Alabama. You get what I'm saying? The mayor from DC don't give a damn about what's going on in Alabama, and the governor from Georgia don't really care what's going on in Alabama. So that's why I pay attention to, my state and local officials more so than I do the national elections. But, to each his own, like when y'all guys get to talking about politics, I'll just step back and I'll listen, and just try to soak up as much information as I can. But that's just me. What Santos say? Yeah, say, man, Santos, you still here, man. Takedowns and ground control are significant with some people, but it wasn't meaningful for Santos. Yeah, I mean, you look at the last 3 rounds. Well, really, the last no, I'm getting them backwards. The second and third round is what Aljo dominated, and the fourth and fifth round is what I wouldn't say he dominated, but Peter Yan won. So, I mean, it's one of them things. But I like I said, I'd like to see an immediate run back. Kind of like, even though she wasn't a long-standing champion, that fight was close enough to do a run back. So, that was a good fight. Good weekend of fights. And I spoke about it earlier. Good on Joanna for retiring. She knew when enough is enough. Like she said, she's 34 years old. She got married, I think, a year or two ago. She wants to settle down, have kids, be a businesswoman, all that stuff. She said, and I fully believe her. And especially her getting stretched out like that, I think that helped the cause. But
that's the girl got hit with the spinning elbow.
Yeah, Joanna Jędrzejczyk. That was a rematch from the fight of the year 2 years ago before COVID hit. Joanna was the one. I don't know if you've seen the picture. She had this huge hematoma on her forehead, and she was almost disfigured.
Yeah, I remember that shit.
Yeah, that was the same fight. Those were the same 2 ladies fighting. So, yeah, man. Good on her recognizing when the ride is over. I think a lot of fighters don't recognize when the ride is over. Like, I hope somebody, and I really mean this, man. I'm really not trying to be funny. I hope somebody really pulls Gamboa to the side and lets him know the ride is over.
Oh yeah, most definite. Even that young kid from the Berlanga card. Somebody need to tell us.
Josue Vargas?
Yeah, Josue. It's over.
Yeah. I mean, he's been knocked out in 2 of his last 3 fights. So, I mean, is either stick around and be a journeyman, or you got some people out here saying give him one more fight.
Man, he fuck around, be a vegetable out here.
Yeah, because that was a step up fight. Like, I don't understand how much lower you can get from that. So, Robert Luna and Alex Villanueva are both pieces of shit, and sheriffs will continue being monsters and mobsters. That you must be talking about LA.
Yeah, that's the LA.
Oh, I say he must be talking about LA.
Yeah, they run for the LA sheriffs. But and the people got to get out and vote. That's just even like because I did my early voting already. And it's just like people got to get on this political shit. That's even like I was looking at Sean King put a post up that I seen like tonight, and it was about the people running for the DA out here. And it's one motherfucker it's a billionaire dude who gets caught up here. And I'm glad that Sean King highlighted and spoke about it. It's a dude named Wilson, who's the current DA out here, who allowed this rich motherfucker who got caught up in a hotel out here after the girl he with, she another rich girl, they up there high out of their fucking minds. He fasts out this dude named Henry Nicholson, who's like some tech giant, a billionaire. When they go in the room, this fool got like a fucking pound of cocaine, methamphetamine, all sorts of drug paraphernalia that would have put any other motherfucker behind bars for 1,000 fucking years. He let this motherfucker donate money, do community service, and they walked away with no jail time. And it's like, man, fuck motherfuckers like this dude. And even his campaign tried to get me to vote, and I ain't voting for this motherfucker. Like, fuck him. Picking the other dude who's running for this office. Like, ain't no goddamn way that a motherfucker who will create that kind of divide of the haves and have-nots to a person to being caught with that amount of drugs that would have sent anybody away for fucking a decade. Like, no, ain't no way. You you don't hold the standards of the law. Like you have a duality with it. And even the former sheriff out here is trying to run for governor. It's like, ain't no way fucking voting for this motherfucker. You would not fucking be like, from my standpoint, be governor of the state. Like, go somewhere with that shit. But a lot of people,
I've heard that name before, but it's like you're speaking of, Reggie. I want to say it was about 8-9 years ago. We had a sheriff here named Larry Emerson, right? There was a video. He was the long-standing sheriff. I think he had been the sheriff in this county for, 20, 25 years or whatever, right? Long-standing sheriff. There was a video that came out where it showed him in the county jail choking a 14-year-old black kid who was handcuffed. Choking him. He was sitting down on the bench. You know how, when they book you, they handcuff you to the chair.
Yeah.
Yeah. They handcuff one arm to the chair, and he was clearly choking this kid, right? Once that video went public, right? Eventually, I mean, because you know how sometimes, it'll go, it'll be 3-4 months before the video come out. Once the video came out and the next election was about to come around, people put so much pressure, like the campaign against him, which is the current sheriff that's here now. There was so much pressure put on the other campaign to get him the fuck out of office that people listen. Black, white, Mexican, whoever. They voted his ass out of there because it's a line that you crossed. The kid was handcuffed. You clearly got him in jail. He ain't going nowhere. He's unarmed. So what the fuck you choking him for? I don't care what this kid said to you. And how many times has he done that? People were appalled and disgusted by that, and they got him the fuck out of there. And they did it the right way. But they also threatened his family too. You had people threatening his grandkids at school. So, there was no way he could come back in office after that. So, man, I think people handled it the right way.
And that's what you need from the people, man, to let people know, like, you ain't the motherfucking power. You represent the people.
You're a public official. You're a public official. Sheriff is an elected official. It always has been. And then I spoke about this before. You probably heard me say this before. I think he's the lieutenant governor now in Dale Marsh. When him and his cronies, him and his thugs have been robbing Alabama blind for years, and somehow these folks keep voting for him. I've been trying to vote him out of office ever since I did my research and saw where he was reallocating funds. He was taking money out of public schools and putting in what they call the general fund and boosting these police budgets everywhere. I saw what he was doing. And so I've been trying to vote him out of office ever since. And people just keep voting for him, man. I don't understand what he's doing. I don't know who he has pictures on or what, but people keep voting for this dude. He was a senator. Now I think he's the lieutenant governor. Yeah, he'll be next in line after that old bag Kay Ivey get out of there. She's a 80-some-year-old white woman. So when she says something off the wall, it really don't surprise me. I think she's an 80-some-year-old white woman from Alabama. It don't surprise me when she says something off the wall.
But it should be dealt with. And I think people got to get out of those mentalities.
Oh, they think it's funny, Reggie. If you were here and I'll probably look some up and send them to you. If you saw the propaganda commercials for these midterm elections, bro, it's sad, but people think this shit's funny. Like you hear these old people, like I'm in the grocery store, I work with some of them, they think this shit's funny. Not in my state. It was like, wait, what the fuck? This is our governor. People are laughing at us. But that's neither here nor there. What can you do? She got in office because the old governor was fucking around on his wife, taking his mistress to the Bahamas and to the Virgin Islands and fucking her. But since he was calling the bitch his secretary, the state of Alabama had to pay for it. So that's neither here nor there, man. Go ahead.
Yeah, damn. But yeah, no, that's. That the accountability for politicians, man, is a much needed thing in this country, but it's also for the people to get engaged. And the other problem, like when you're dealing with these kind of elections where it ain't presidential and all that, these local elections, is the problem with turnout. A lot of people just don't turn out for that shit. A lot of people aren't inspired or engaged to get out there, and that shit has to change. I think a lot of people need to be more in tune to what's happening in their state, to know who's in what position, to know what judges are out there, or even if you hear a little bit of a case that a judge is, the double standards or biases of certain judges, like you need them up out of courts, because some days are hopefully never that you have to end up in front of one of these type of judges who may have some type of prejudice going into one of their courts to deal with some shit. Like you got to pay attention, because these people make up the system, and we always talk about the system. I think it's time for people to learn who, what is in this in these positions, especially like we say locally, and what affects us. I think it's time for people to do that, man. And even me, I still kind of follow LA politics. It is my city, even though I don't live there, but who knows? One day I may want to go there. I know one day I'm gonna end up in politics, not to just be kind of a fan that cheers on about the political process without trying to get in it. One day I'm gonna try to get into that shit.
I got you. Yeah, man.
Yeah, I like that sheriff that DB talking about out there in Florida, Chef Grady. I like that motherfucker. Transparent as hell, real, and he keeps shit 100. I like Sheriff Grady.
He's transparent and seems to hold his subordinates accountable as well, and that's rare for law enforcement. No, I mean, yeah, it's because there's this code of silence, right? That cops have, and I have guys that I went to high school with, man, that I know are genuine good dudes, man. They come from good homes, and they are good cops, right? But you have, for every one of those, you have two guys that, no, you back your brother, he's got your back, and and there's been situations here that people don't really want to talk about. But a cop got killed here almost 10 years ago, where he ran behind a building chasing after a perp, and he didn't get any backup, and he ends up getting killed. So, a lot of people say that the guy that the perp was a patsy, and that other cops killed him. But because he was on this, he saw something he wasn't supposed to see. But nobody knows the real story, man. And unfortunately, that guy lost his life. But I have a friend of mine's brother was a cop for 10 years until he saw how dirty and filthy everybody was in there. And he was like, you know what? I'm just going to leave. I'm not going to rat anybody out because I got a family, and I don't want to all of a sudden, commit suicide in my car one night. And I don't want to play these games with y'all. So I'm going to leave. And he would tell us stories about how they would operate, man. It's just, for every good cop, I think there's two dirty ones. And, just people who've just been infected by not only that code of silence, but just people who've been doing it for years. And this is just the way of doing business at this point. It's just the cost of doing business. So what? We got you got a little drug bust. We think the shit that we see in TV shows is all fake, man. All this stuff is based off real life. You get a drug bust for, so much, and hey, man, this is still a good bust if we take this and we take that. He saw that happen. I mean, it's a $30,000 bust. Who's to say it wasn't 17? You know what I mean? Take the family out, buy a boat, whatever. Wait 6 months and buy a boat. Wait, what? That shit actually happens? Yeah, that actually happens, man. So for every good cop, I think there's two bad ones, bro. But that's just my opinion. I ain't got nothing to really prove that, but besides the stories that I hear.
No, you're right. But in the LA system, and people, the feds come up on speaking about the shit that go on. And I seen with one of the Asian cats I was going to college with, where I watched that sheriff shit turn this motherfucker, not turn him to an evil, but change it changed this dude, man. Kind of for, he kind of wondered like, what the fuck did he get himself into? Because he was even speaking about like the like it's almost like a gang like culture in there. You either part of the clique or you not. Like in the not being it is not always a good thing. And out of all places, they had him working in the Compton location. He was talking about all the shit he see. Because I used to always, before knowing he even was going through the academy and shit, and I always seeing him, he was always like upbeat, vibrant cat. But then when I start seeing him, like, I guess after he finished academy, he'd been working there for a year, like the motherfucker demeanor is just like dark. He don't look happy no more, none of this shit. And one day I see him in class, and I'm thinking like damn, I see a gun on this nigga. Like, man, I know this motherfucking about to try to shoot this class up. And when he turned around, I'm looking at, cause we cool and shit. I'm looking like what's up, homie? Like, what the fuck is this? And he flashed his badge. And then that's when he started giving me the story like about working in this shit. Cause this is around the time I was going through recruitment, trying to be a Long Beach police. And he was like speaking about the shit, like how it ain't everything he thought the shit would be. And he talked about all the gang like clique shit he see officers in there doing fucked up shit to people. And his thing is he can't say shit because it ended up biting him in the back. Because even the last sheriff that LA had before this Villanueva cat, that nigga went to federal prison. Him and the other sheriff behind him, behind what they were doing. Like, and then you got all these reports about all the gangs inside of the LA Sheriff's Department. It's an ill system in there that nobody's trying to fix, and you just get the next motherfucker who's been groomed through that system for 20, 30 years that just continue to roll on that cycle and shit. Like, you got deeply racist gangs within there. Even like I be on like Kev Mack channel, and it's one of the cats, like my cousin's neighbor went in Linwood, which is a notorious little sheriff gang. They neighbor who I grew up playing with, even he was killed by the sheriffs. They did him dirty, shot this dude like 3 or 4 times in his back and shit. Like all sorts of shit like that, real foul shit that you deal with that police department and shit. That or that county police department. It's a lot of foul shit, but there's such large departments that it's hard. I wouldn't even say it's hard, but you don't get to where the county officials deal with them. Even like the last DA they had out there, the black lady, Jackie Lacey, who refused to charge cops when they gun motherfuckers down. She was like one of the most flawed DAs in fucking the country, who wouldn't charge cops for when they were doing ill shit. Then now you got the DA out there who's current, who ain't buying into a lot of sheriff shit. He ain't over punishing people, and the sheriff got an issue with that shit. I'm trying to pull shit to bypass him. But I'm gonna get ready to get off of here too, bro.
Yeah, man. Hold on. We got DB, my brother-in-law, female cousin, and my grandfather are all police officers, and I've never held my tongue about the constant injustices and excessive force, specifically against black folks. Yeah, absolutely. And my baby mama was a sheriff until she saw the culture, and so she quit. Yeah, and that's what I was speaking about earlier, DB. My friend's older brother, he's like I want to say he's like 4 or 5 years older than us, and he was a cop in Birmingham, and he saw how they got down. He wanted to be on the SWAT team, and he was like, and he just saw, some of the neighborhoods that they had to go into, and you run into some rowdy cats, man, going into Birmingham, but at the same time, he saw how the cops would provoke situations. They would do shit. He was like, the biggest thing they would do, they would pick with people until they fought back. And they knowing that these guys got records already because they've been policing these communities. They know who the players are. They know who got records. They know who got 2 strikes. You know what I mean? So they pick with people, and they will fuck with people knowing it's like, yeah, he ain't gonna go to jail. We gonna end up having to, he gonna do whatever he can to stay out of jail. So we can do this to him, we can do that to him, whether his kids is there or not. And he went through that for 10 years, man. And before he finally just stepped away because he didn't want to report anybody. And he's like, this was black and white officers. So the color really didn't matter. Black, white, Latino, the color didn't matter. That was the culture in the Birmingham Police Department, especially after in 2005 when them 3 cops got killed. It's like, if they act like they're going to reach for something, y'all bust their ass. And that was coming from their captain. if they drop their hands too fast after you tell them, shoot them. Because 3 cops in 2005, 2004, 2005, 3 cops got shot in broad daylight and killed in Inslee, which is a neighborhood in Birmingham. So ever since then, everybody's been kind of on edge, man. And then, like I said, they just talked about how they would pick with people. They really went into these neighborhoods picking with people sometimes. When they got bored and didn't have nothing to do, they would go in and pick with people.
Yep, that'd be the culture of the motherfucker. Chicago police notorious for that bullshit too. LA and them notorious in it. You deal with a lot of these, especially in like the more popular
McDonald's isn't. Ooh,
yeah.
I
LA
hate it for him.
A lot of fucked up. LA got a lot of fucked up chiefs that get caught up in where the system end up having to incarcerate they fucking asses. Like it's just so flawed with these departments, man, especially when they refuse to properly punish them. And even LA, man, like I say, that black DA they had, man, LA was terrified of the damn police department. Even NYPD, I remember NYPD was full of that fuck shit when they used to turn the back on that mayor that was out there because the mayor condemned one of them cops that had killed somebody unjustly. I don't know if it was the Eric Gardner or something, and he made the statements because that shit was wrong. And the NYPD commissioners, they such a fucking corrupt ass police department. When they were like where they supposed to be in detail to protect them, they was turning their back on this dude. And
yeah, they did that to De Blasio.
Yeah, De Blasio. Yeah,
they did that to De Blasio. They all turned their back on him at this rally and shit. Yeah, they the worst.
Yeah, that shit was foul, man. It was like, man, like if I was him, but it's hard. It's these departments become so powerful, so much money going to them that it's even hard to even try to tear down the system because that's where that defunding the police shit becomes an important thing. You put so much money into these departments, they become too powerful. Now they begin to threaten the political figures who's supposed to be in charge of this shit.
I told you my uncle used to be a cop. He was saying how corrupt that shit was, trying to be there. And especially at the time that he went in there, it was corrupt as hell, man, up here in New York. So it's tough. They real bad with that shit. And right now, since a lot of cops a few cops got like prosecuted up here, they're doing less policing. Like if they get called for cops, they normally would take, depending on where you at in the circumstance, get there quicker. Right now, they taking forever, yo. They doing the least amount possible, trying to get back at the people. Up here, certain situations, niggas, they really they was always kind of slow with certain shit, but like they like pure molasses now, like trying to get back at the people, like
trying to protest
by not really, by not really like policing, like they supposed to do their job. Motherfuckers take forever to get to you and shit. Only way it might be, they might show up with some shit. A certain group of people is in trouble and shit. They might show up quicker and shit. But other than that, they want some bullshit.
Yeah, that puts more of the reason to get rid of a lot of these fucking cops because they deliberately doing that shit. They deliberately not trying to deter. Yeah, they're not trying to deter crimes and shit. Not trying to file the reports because they want to protest, and that's because of the leadership. The leadership starts playing in that. They play a lot of politics in the shit, and counties can afford to start dwindling down their police forces just to get rid of motherfuckers. And the money, it shouldn't be that much funding going into police departments. Police departments taking up 50% of the county funds and our city funds and shit. That's some extreme fucking bullshit. That's money that can go into other fucking public programs that maybe help with housing and park and recs and other shit. After school programs, they got the shit going to the sorry ass departments and shit. But I'm gonna get ready to jump off because I'm gonna be
absolutely. Yeah, me too, man. I'm about to get off too, man, because I gotta go take care of some things and shit.
Well, with that being said, man, thank y'all for a great show, man. I appreciate everybody who came through, everybody who joined the panel. We had some great discussions tonight. whether it was about Bud Spence, we talked about Jamel Charlo and the BS that the sanctioning bodies are putting him through. We know we got on a little politics, little CIA cover-ups, little government things, man, little politics and everything. So I appreciate everybody. We talked about a little MMA tonight as well. But we're gonna come back tomorrow, try to do the same thing. Great show, man. Great show. I enjoyed having everybody on. Reggie, Best Pugilist, Santos. We had Pittsburgh T come through. Of course, the host Kyle. Who else? Mex came through. My guy DB showed up in the comments, man. Right on, DB. Appreciate you.
Don't forget the brother 817.
You know your family, bro. Stop by anytime, man. Who else?
817.
817 came through. Yeah, man. It was a lot of people, man. A lot of people. Who else? I think All Positive Network came through tonight. C. Jones, Dale 0015. B More 2BK. Let me see. KP from KC stopped by and party with us.
Yes.
Ill Status Boxing. 93 Octane came through. Snacks B. My guy, Big Tank, the Sweet Science Examiner, came through and talked to little Mike Tyson with us tonight, man. Shout out to him. And countless others, man. LV Slugger, Philip H, DJ Southern for life. Man, appreciate all y'all, man. Eugene Rosario. Man, y'all made this a great show tonight. Y'all helped make this a great show tonight. Brandon Washington, my brother, came through tonight. Appreciate y'all, man. I appreciate y'all so much. Yeah, we're gonna come back tonight. Same bat time, same bat channel. As they used to say. And we're gonna have some more fun, man. Come back. Hopefully, we'll talk a little bit more fighting. I think we'll try to avoid the Bud and Spence subject because that's still to this day. We've been waiting, in my opinion, we've been waiting a good 2.5 years for that fight. And it's so polarizing. I think everybody's talked to everybody by now, and we know where everybody stands as far as where that fight is going and how we think and who we think dugged or what's the financial situation for both fighters or whatever. We've talked about it all, man. I think we've covered that fight ad nauseum. So until we get something signed, man, only thing to really talk about is who's going and who's paying for it. So I can't wait, man. I can't wait. Senso's Best Pugilist. Y'all got any last words before we sign off?
Yeah, I just want to give a shout out, man, to everybody that showed up, on the show tonight, and good shout out to everybody that was on the panel and in the chat. And just look forward to another day, man, of good boxing talk and whatever else that leads to, man. But I appreciate y'all, brothers, man. It's always good to be on there with y'all. So how my man Kyle said, it's always great when the play. How you said?
It's always great when players meet.
Always great when the players meet.
Thank y'all for breaking bread with me. And the words
y'all been breaking bread with me. Lil E, yeah.
And live life.
Live life. Yeah, it is. The words of Cool Kyle. All right, man. Y'all brothers stay safe, man. Enjoy y'all day, man.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Senso, you still with us? Probably not, but man, he'll be back tonight, man. Y'all come back and let's party again. All right. Signing off. Y'all have a good, safe, and productive day, man. Just go out and be the best human you can today.
No question.
Yes, sir.
At the roots, he let the beats build, bitch, and we never switch. Even if I'm rich, I'll be broke like I'm Mitch. Niggas talking down, but that's headed in the wrong direction. But I knock that shit out like the boxing section, cause they can't touch what they can't see. All I gotta do is be the same me. All I gotta do is keep it cheap. Always be the same me. While I'm solid, boy, they can't change me. No.